Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter took Hermione's place as the Master of Death. Here is short summary. Hermione sacrifices everything to bring Harry back, only for him to take the mantle of Master of Death. How does this shift their destinies in the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Albus had asked the 4 heads of house to meet in his office. Tonight's events needed to be dealt with. The troll incident, while being serious in its own right, has left us with a most unusual problem. Mr. Potter was injured in his attempts to save Miss Granger, leaving him with no memories of Hogwarts or even magic. Have we discovered why the 3 of them were in that bathroom, or can Harry Potter just do whatever he likes? Looking over his glasses, Albus pinned his potions master with a steely stare. He then passed on information he had learned from a slight scan of the Weasley lad. Miss Granger had been upset by something said to her during the day. She was in that bathroom crying. Realizing that she knew nothing about a troll being in the school, Harry raced there to warn her. None of them were looking for the troll, it was just their bad luck it found them. Severus though was not forgiving an inch. He had been made to look a fool earlier and wanted someone punished for it, someone called Potter. Why didn't he inform a member of staff or a prefect? The school has systems in place for events such as this. Not Potter though, he's too busy trying to play the hero. There was steel now in Albus' voice too as he cut the legs from under Snape, much to the surprise and delight of the other 3 heads of house. Yes, the school has systems in place, all of them failed. No troll should be able to get past the school's defenses, it did. That a first year was missing from the feast should have been noticed by prefects or staff, it wasn't. Those same prefects and staff then didn't see another 2 first years breaking away to go and help the missing girl. There were multiple failures tonight, yet you, Severus, seem determined to blame Harry Potter for everything. It hasn't escaped my notice either that you tried to take 100 points from a boy who didn't know who you were, far less he was a student at Hogwarts. This had Severus on his feet. You can dress it up any way you like, but Potter will be receiving no special treatment from me when he enters my class. Which is why Harry won't be entering your class again. Albus' declaration shocked the potions master. Dumbledore wanted there to be no misunderstandings here though, so spelled out exactly why he was doing this. In the 2 months that Harry has been at Hogwarts, you have demonstrated your inability to treat him with the same respect as say Mr. Malfoy. Harry's memory loss is forcing me to make decisions, and this is one of them. Mr. Potter and Miss Granger are no longer your students. Still on his feet, Severus weighed up his options. Since he is no longer my student, there really is no reason then for me to be here. If you will excuse me, I can think of better ways to spend what's left of my evening than sitting here listening to the special treatment that's sure to be arranged for the Potter brat. With as much dignity as possible, Severus left the headmaster's office. Albus' glasses were now lying on his desk as he massaged the bridge of his nose. Minerva recognized how hard that had been for her friend and boss. She thought he'd made the right decision. Thank you for that, Albus. Severus looks at Harry and sees James, and we all know how much those 2 hated one another. Minerva, I'm beginning to think we've been failing that lad since his parents were murdered. Well, it's time for that to change. Both he and Miss Granger are excused classes tomorrow while she reacquaints Harry with Hogwarts. Starting Monday, they will attend classes as normal but not take part in the lessons. Miss Granger will be giving him 1-to-1 tuition in each class until Mr. Potter is at the same level as the rest of the first years. I propose we review this on a weekly basis, though I would expect Harry to be up to speed before December is upon us. Miss Granger is quite the driven individual. All 3 heads of house agreed with that, though Phileas had a couple of questions. Miss Granger is certainly driven, but won't spending all her time working with Mr. Potter affect her own studies? I also noticed you didn't mention who you were going to have teach them potions. Since Albus knew he was dealing with a couple of time travelers, he was already certain Miss Granger could currently pass her NEWTs. Whatever procedure they used to achieve that most difficult of feats would have needed skill sets way beyond those taught at Hogwarts. Miss Granger assures me her own studies won't be affected and I shall teach both of them potions. While two of his heads of house could only stare at the headmaster, Pomona Sprout let go with a deep belly laugh. Oh, I love it. I can almost hear Severus mutterings about special treatment from here. You're setting a dangerous precedent, however. When this news gets out, you'll have 3/4 of first year wanting to transfer to your class. The twinkle was back in Albus' eyes. Then Severus will need to behave himself, otherwise we four might be inundated with requests from first-year potion students. Rather than have the rumor mill working overtime, Dumbledore stood at breakfast and announced what had happened to Harry Potter last night. The headmaster had barely sat back down when Hermione led Harry into the Great Hall. The fact that everyone was staring at them was soon blocked out by the 6 older Gryffindors that quickly had the young couple surrounded. Harry, please tell us this is a prank. We play Slytherin on Saturday. Hermione was holding his left hand, leaving his right free to be offered. Hi, I don't know who you are, or what you just said. I'm Harry Potter, pleased to meet you. Oliver shook the offered hand, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. We can get the pitch tonight, all weekend and most nights next week. It's gonna take a lot of hard work, but we might still be able to pull this off. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand in their prearranged signal that she would handle this. She had actually forgotten all about Quidditch. Whoa there, Oliver, I hope you weren't expecting Harry to be available for all these extra practices. Of course I was. Why else do you think I was holding them? To train a different seeker. Harry has no memories of Hogwarts or even magic. He can't afford to waste all that time practicing Quidditch. The group increased in size as Ron suddenly pushed his way to the front. Practicing Quidditch is not a waste of time, spending all his time with you is. Harry mate, you need to get away from the bookworm. Granger will ruin you. Ron suddenly had a face full of an angry Harry Potter. Back right off, Ginger. I've had about all I can take of you. He then turned his attention and anger onto the bigger boy. I don't know who you are, since you were too busy trying to arrange my life to introduce yourself. Whatever you need me for, so not happening. You clearly don't give a shit what happened to me, you're far too busy figuring out how my situation will affect you. Too bad, you seem like a nice guy too. Hermione, where do we sit? I'm starving. Knowing how much Harry enjoyed flying, and remembering an incident from their second year, Hermione threw Wood a bone. Oliver, your seeker is clearly unable to play. There are procedures that exist to change the schedule, moving Gryffindor's first game to later in the season. On hearing that, Oliver shot toward McGonagall while Alicia, Angelina and Katie all reintroduced themselves to Harry. The twins were busy dragging their young brother away, trying to explain that since Harry couldn't remember him, Ron wasn't exactly making a very good first or second impression on the boy who was his friend. The 3 chasers sat with the couple for breakfast, telling Harry all about Quidditch and their fanatical captain. A relieved Oliver actually came over to apologize to Harry and reintroduce himself. 3 heads of house agree this is an unusual situation, and that Harry certainly isn't fit to play on Saturday. He'll actually need to take flying lessons again with Madam Hooch before he's signed off to play Quidditch. Our first game isn't until January now. You still want to give the position of seeker a try, Harry? Harry looked toward Hermione for advice, knowing she'd given their strongest no signal just a moment ago. We're gonna need a couple of weeks to see how catching up with lessons go. Then we could arrange those flying lessons. After that, it would be up to you to decide if this is something you think you would enjoy. That sounded good enough for Oliver. I'm certainly prepared to wait a couple of weeks to see if we still have a seeker. It will also still give me time if I need to find someone else. With that settled, Gryffindor House could relax and enjoy breakfast. Hermione introduced Harry to the rest of their Gryffindor yearmates. Only Neville was close enough for Harry to shake his hand, the rest got a hi. As breakfast finished, Hermione led Harry away to meet someone very important. Noticing it was quiet here, Harry asked the question that had been puzzling him. Quidditch sounds like a lot of fun, why did you warn me off it? I had actually forgotten about Quidditch, and Hogwarts' obsession with the game. You loved playing, and we're very good at it. In your first game though, next Saturday, someone tried to kill you by jinxing your broom. What? Are you serious? What happened? Oh, I spotted who I thought was doing it. I snuck over there and set their robes on fire. The jinx was broken and you went on to win the match. You saved me. Don't sound so surprised, Harry. We've actually saved each other on quite a few occasions. Hermione, the more you tell me, the more I keep thinking Hogwarts isn't for me and I should go straight home. You could never be a saleswoman. She gave a little smirk and keyed his cheek. I got you here, didn't I? Harry had no answer to that. He had no answer to where she was leading him either. When commanded to hold his arm out, the most beautiful owl he'd ever seen flew down and gently landed on it. Harry, this is Hedwig. She's a post owl but she's also your familiar. She's beautiful, that's what she is. Hello girl, I'm sorry I don't remember you. That just means we're going to get to know one another all over again. Hermione, why do I feel as if Hedwig understood every word I just said? She handed Harry an owl treat for Hedwig as she answered. Probably because she did. Our girl here is the smartest owl I've ever known. Sorry about the bit force of habit. When you went away, Hedwig stayed with me for the next 3.5 years. I left her in France to come and find you. In this world, I seem to have a thing for beautiful and smart girls. Hermione and Hedwig. Both his girls took that as a compliment. A morning of sightseeing and orientating Harry to the castle was followed by showing him inside Gryffindor in his dorm. I fancy a shower before lunch. Would Miss Granger care to join me? A blushing Hermione was left bumbling for words. No, not in the boys' showers. Oh Harry, I don't know how to deal with this. Inside I'm still 19. I look at you and feel such a perv for wanting to do things with an 11-year-old boy. Taking his girlfriend in his arms, Harry offered his solution. I look in your eyes and just see Hermione. Not a 12 or 19-year-old, I just see you. He then keyed her not as an 11-year-old, but as Harry. I was joking about sharing the shower. I fear I would be back to disappointing my girlfriend again. This is one of those conversations we're going to sit down and have, but I'm happy just knowing you're in my life. Hermione then returned his key. I don't think I can give this up, though we'll have to find a nice quiet place to keep ourselves in practice. McGonagall would have a fit if she spotted us doing more than holding hands and the occasional peck on the cheek. I love your idea about the shower but think I need to stick to the one in the girls' dorm for the moment. Oh, and the stairs are spelled not to let any boys into our side of the tower. An alarm will sound and you will be magically flung out. Again, Hermione, you're not selling Hogwarts to me. She keyed him once more and then left to take her own shower. Lunch was spent surrounded by their fellow Gryffindor first years, sans Ronald Weasley. He sat at the other end of the table and scowled. Hermione wanted to give Harry a few days to make his own mind up about things before she started filling him in on the background of those around him. Harry was a different person now to the 11-year-old version everyone had known before they came back in time. It simply wasn't possible for Harry to act like someone he not only didn't know but had never actually met. Allowing him to form his own opinions of people let them see Harry was indeed different, and then put that difference down to the accident he had with the troll. So far it was working, though a major test just presented itself. So Potter, you can't remember the weasel but still end up with a mudblood. You just can't seem to catch a break. Harry dealt with this approach the same way he had with everyone else. He stood and offered the blonde boy his hand. Hi, I'm Harry Potter. Caught flat-footed, Draco suddenly realized what an opportunity he was being presented with here. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. I don't know what they've been telling you, but Harry Potter is an important person in our world. You shouldn't be hanging about with mudbloods and riffraff. I know all the right people and can help you there. As they shook hands, Harry's grip tightened. You're right about one thing, I know nothing of this world you talk about. Would you care to explain the terms weasel and mudblood to me? This time Hermione helped Harry out. The word mudblood is a term used by the worst sort of pureblood for people like me and your mother, people born with magic of non-magical parents. Draco thinks people like us have no place here. Neither you do. I'm proud of my heritage, It shouldn't be sullied by having trash like you inside Hogwarts. Give me my hand back, Potter. What are my options, Hermione? Well, Draco already challenged you to a wizard's duel, which he didn't turn up for. So, an arrogant coward who thinks he can say what he likes with impunity. Hermione, can you say ding ding? Ding ding. Harry let Draco's hand go, just as his left caught the blonde prick on the chin. This was immediately followed by a right to the nose, and Malfoy began his journey to the floor. His two bruiser buddies had already been stepping forward before Harry plugged Draco. They pushed past their swaying leader to find they were expected. Changing tactics, Harry stepped into the first one and had landed 2 blows to his gut before the big guy even registered it. A third blow was aimed up and under his ribs, knocking all the breath out the bigger boy. Harry was about to take on the other one, Crabbe though someone called him, when the headmaster intervened. Dumbledore's wand had both of them frozen in position as he made his way toward the fight, their 2 heads of house right behind him. Draco decided this was too good an opportunity to pass up. Potter had his back to him and was frozen in place. Hermione could easily have non-verbally batted the spell away, not something she wanted to do. Instead she made a production of shouting, "Protega," to shield Harry's back. She also made sure that Draco's spell was reflected straight back at him. Hearing the little shite scream as his flawless alabaster skin sprouted painful boils that then burst and covered him in pus, was delightful. It was clear Snape wanted to start deducting points and dishing out detentions. The headmaster and his deputy standing there denied him that option. Releasing both boys before casting a spell that put Malfoy into an enchanted sleep, Dumbledore then wanted answers. "Mr. Potter, could you explain what happened here?" Draco can't answer for himself. McGonagall jumped all over Snape before he could say another word. "The reason your student can't say anything is because he tried to curse a fellow student in the back. 20 points for that shield, Miss Granger. Very well done." Dumbledore hadn't moved his attention from Harry, noticing the boy had his head down. Miss Granger had obviously already coached him to avoid eye contact with certain people. It was Miss Granger Albus was watching, however, using his peripheral vision. She was the one who knew what the future held, not Harry. Her animosity to Severus and now the young Malfoy heir was pointing out where the future trouble would come from. It would appear his hope both his potions master and Draco could be brought to the light were in vain. Albus hoped he could gain both Harry and Hermione's trust during their time spent learning to brew potions. He knew that trust would be vital against the hard times ahead. Thinking Dumbledore was waiting on his answer, Harry gave it. "Sir, I don't know any of these 3, so there was no animosity from me. Malfoy came over and made a derogatory remark concerning my girlfriend and mother. I had to ask what a mudblood was before I punched him in the face. His 2 bodyguards were just doing their jobs, though not very well. This is a whole new world to me and I don't know how things work or even what certain words mean yet. In my world, coming up to someone and insulting their mother and girlfriend will always result in a punch to the face." Snape tried to turn the situation around. "We only have Potter's word this is what happened. Sir, I didn't even know the word until Malfoy said it. I would also like to apologize for calling you a grouch. In my world it just means grumpy. If it has different meanings here then I apologize." The headmaster's eyes were twinkling with mirth as he then made his decision. "Since Mr. Malfoy tried to curse Mr. Potter in the back, while I had him immobilized too, I'm inclined to believe this version of events. Mr. Potter will receive 1 detention with his head of house for fighting. Mr. Malfoy would have received the exact same punishment, if he hadn't cast that curse. He will now serve 2 detentions with his head of house. His 2 friends were merely drawn into a situation not of their making. I see no need to hand them any punishments, this time." Nodding his acceptance, Harry agreed that was fair. "In my old school, I would have been punished for fighting too. Ma'am, when would you like me to serve my detention?" 2 o'clock, Sunday afternoon. "Miss Granger may accompany you if she wishes, we will be working on transfiguration until dinner time." Severus didn't say anything, he just levitated Draco out of the hall, presumably to the infirmary. With the excitement over, Harry heard a voice he was coming to know. "Harry, that was bloody brilliant mate. You too, Hermione." Malfoy covered in boils is my new happy thought. Still thinks she's ruining me. When Ron could only blush by way of answer, Harry offered his hand. Hi, I'm Harry Potter. Ron gladly took the offered hand, sorry that the class warning bell meant he had to leave before he could say much more. Hermione led Harry out into the clocktower courtyard. She had a feeling they would need privacy for this. Where did you learn to box like that? Oh, sparring with my cousin. Dudley said I had the fastest hands of anyone he'd ever seen. After sparring with me, he said it was like his opponents were telegraphing their moves. Uncle Vernon converted the garage into a gym. I used it mainly to keep fit, but Dudley's been heavily into boxing for years. He represented the school and even made county level. What's wrong, Hermione? It's like you don't believe me. How well do you get on with the Dursleys? Like all families, we're not perfect but do our best. Dud and me are more like brothers, and my aunt and uncle are the only parents I've ever known. Hermione, you're scaring me here. Shite Harry, I'm so sorry. When the Ministry altered your memories, they obviously would need to do the same to the Dursleys. The family you just described bear no resemblance to the people you told us about, the people in this timeline. Your aunt and uncle hate magic. They knew you were magical, so passed that hatred onto you. Rather in the same way Snape does, only you don't have to live with him. They send you 50 pence for Christmas, knowing you can't spend it here. This coming summer, after a magical accident in their home, you end up with bars on your bedroom window and being passed food through a cat flap they cut in your locked door. She couldn't look at Harry as Hermione continued with what she knew. When you were smaller they would palm you off to some kooky neighbor while they took Dudley on outings. At school, Dudley used to beat up anyone who tried to befriend you. Well, that's just peachy. My entire life, one big lie from start to finish. My mum and dad were taken from me as a baby, now I've just lost the only family I've ever known. My Aunt Petunia held me in her arms, keyed my cheek and wished me luck as I headed off to uni. Uncle Vernon ruffled my hair and said he was so proud of me. Dudley joked I'd come running home first time I had my arm up a cow's backside to the elbow. Aunt Petunia laughed and said I'd better wash my hands. Are you saying they had to be magically spelled to act like that? Harry was now in tears, so Hermione tried to sugarcoat it as best she could. The Ministry would need to build an entire past where there was no magic involved. Take away the magic, the Dursleys would have treated you normally. Then why the F*** would I want magic? What has it ever done for me? I need to go and think about this. I'll see you later. With that, Harry left. Sitting there alone, Hermione's own tears started to fall. She couldn't stop them and was soon sobbing into her hands. Hermione then felt a familiar pair of arms circle around her. I'm an idiot. A selfish idiot, who's quite possibly the worst boyfriend in the entire world. I never even thought about what it's cost you to come back, what you left behind. I was too busy thinking about poor me. Your reaction to that Malfoy boy also speaks of a history. This can't be fun for you either, then I go and unload all my shite on you. Hermione started giving Harry some of the background he needed to understand her reaction. At the end of our third year, I smacked Malfoy on the jaw, in front of some of his friends too. He's not the type to forgive and forget, and then when you didn't come back for fifth year there was no one to stand up to him. His father has the minister in his very deep and well-lined pockets. Lucius Malfoy was probably behind getting you kicked out the magical world. She needed a few steadying breaths before Hermione could continue with the next bit. Seeing the little bastard this morning just brought it all back. Draco threatened that he and his friends would beat me before the year was out, only Dobby kept me one step ahead of them. He would keep watch and popped me to safety a couple of times before they could spring their trap. Dumbledore made me a portkey to France so I wouldn't have to take the express at the end of term. I never came back. Harry keyed away her tears. Yes you did, you came back for me. Now I know why you were terrified of being caught. You wouldn't have made that Azkaban place, would you? A shudder passed through Hermione as she held him close and shook her head. Harry asked the obvious follow-on question. What about your mum and dad? Dad knew my intentions and tried to support them. Mum just kept trying to set me up with other boys in the hope I would forget all about you. It wasn't that she didn't like you, My parents only met you a couple of times, and then only for a minute or two. It was more she understood how dangerous Hermione Granger coming back to Britain would be, and didn't want me to come. Both now needed the contact of their arms around each other. Harry's thoughts had drifted in a different direction, however. We came back to change things, make things better. Hermione, do you think we can change my aunt, uncle and cousin? I was thinking of writing to them, tell them I was in an accident that affected my memory, see what they write back. Will you help me? Of course I will, just don't expect too much from them. My Harry used to consider Hogwarts his home. This just gets crazier and crazier. Hermione managed a giggle at that, wiping away her tears before offering a suggestion. Like I said, your aunt and uncle hate magic. Having Hedwig turn up with a letter for them would be a very bad idea. How about I write home, explain a little of the situation to my parents and have them send some normal stationery. You write your letter, stick it in an envelope and we'll send it to my mum for posting. Your aunt can post any reply back to my house, Hedwig would then bring it here. Beautiful and smart, that's my Hermione. Harry, I didn't think I was beautiful at 19, and certainly not now. My Hermione is beautiful, brilliant, brunette, bookish, bashful, and I've run out of B's. Thankfully there are another 25 letters in the alphabet to come to my rescue. They keyed and held each other, both recognizing a crisis had just been averted. We should have realized that going all Back to the Future wouldn't be easy. If it was easy, Harry, those would have been some incredibly short movies. Yeah, we're here for the long haul. With me being 11 and you 12, we don't have any other options. You're stuck with me now, Granger, and there's no getting away. I'll start writing home today. I'll wait until you're invited to spend Christmas with us before telling them you're my boyfriend though. I have no intention of spending Christmas anywhere but with you. Harry at least had the thought of spending Christmas with Hermione to cling to. It was hard though to think all those memories of Christmases past were either magically induced or just plain lies. Someone was going to pay for all the shite they'd heaped on him. At the moment the only thing Harry could be certain of was that the wonderful witch in his arms loved him. That was going to be the foundation he built a new life on, their new future. You know something, you really are my density. This earned Harry a key asterisk, and a quip from his girlfriend. First time I've ever felt happy at being considered dense. Harry and Hermione were sitting with their heads together, studying for their first classes in the morning. Harry though kept getting distracted by the glower aimed in their direction. What is his problem? 1 minute he's all over us, next minute you'd think we'd kicked his puppy. Is he bipolar or something? The last thing we need is a ginger version of Malfoy in our own house. Ron's 11, Harry, and he thinks you still are too. This time last Sunday evening, you would have been sitting right beside him and just generally goofing off. He's also jealous. Not only are we getting out of Snape's class, Professor Dumbledore is going to teach us potions. We'll face a lot more jealous stares when that news gets out. Harry had been delighted to hear that from Professor McGonagall today at his detention. He still had a worry though. Do you think Gandalf's up to something? Dumbledore always does things for a reason, but I don't think it's something you need to worry about. While I'm trying not to give you a read on what I think about people, I know Dumbledore will be watching me too, purely to see what he can learn. Albus Dumbledore is the best hope we've got of pulling this off. At the moment, only he has the magical and political power to stand up to the Ministry and Malfoy's malignant ministrations. At the moment, you'll get there one day, that's why they moved to take you out early. We have time though, Harry, this is something else I don't want you worrying about. Meanwhile, you're gonna worry for the both of us. That's not fair to you. When can we start on these lessons so I can be told what you know? Then we can make the decisions between us. As soon as we get you up to speed with your coursework, then we can shift our focus. With you spending Christmas with me, we can even work on it then too. We haven't heard back from your parents about that yet. Harry, we will be staying together over Christmas. I'll miss the bloody train and stay here with you if that's what it takes. I'm sure my mum and dad will love me having a friend home for the holidays, hence why we're waiting until later to say you're my boyfriend. I think you are going to ask me on the train heading home for Christmas. I of course will say yes. You look as if butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, yet I knew I was in trouble the moment I walked out of the uni bar with you. Harry, I said to myself, this lady is going to steal your heart. I didn't know then it already belonged to you. Mister, I've got no lines. Potter, that was beautiful. A peck on the lips just seemed to increase the ferocity of Ron's glare, though neither of them was complaining now. Last night Ron mentioned something about a giant three-headed dog that's hidden in the school. He seemed to think this was something we should investigate. I told him no bloody chance. He also seemed to think this was something you knew about, claiming both you and Neville were there when we found it. Yes, it is something I know about and I agree totally with you. There's no bloody chance of us going anywhere near it. He also said you thought getting expelled was worse than being killed. Did you really say that? Though blushing, Hermione was smiling too. Not one of my better moments. Then again, you two used to drive me nuts. I was obsessed with learning and thought all figures of authority were perfect. The ministry railroading you finally cured me of that last one, and I think I've got a better handle on the first. Have you got a handle on what we're going to do to stop me being railroaded again? I'm not asking for any specifics here, more a general idea to tide me over until I can be told what you know. Hermione was chewing her bottom lip, a sure sign she was deep in thought. Last time all our efforts seemed to be concentrated on merely staying alive, with everyone else calling the shots. I'm proposing we let Dumbledore deal with Voldemort. That wasn't who railroaded you anyway. We need a plan for fixing the real problem, namely Lucius Malfoy and his control over the ministry. We're nowhere near ready to take that on yet, but I have a few ideas. Since Dobby used to be their house elf, he may be able to help us immensely with that. I don't know how Dobby coming back in time will have affected his former bond. He might not be able to tell us anything, or everything we want to know. That's something we can discuss with him over Christmas. I don't want Dobby seen inside Hogwarts. He's our secret weapon. I saw the little guy toss those 3 wizards right out of Stonehenge like they were nothing. I'm really glad he's on our side. If he spends Christmas with us too, you're guaranteed to be welcome at the Grangers anytime. House elves are at their happiest when they're working and helping their family. Dobby used to have our house in France spick and span, with meals on the table whenever we were hungry. My parents were in absolute awe of the little guy, their appreciation of his work making Dobby even happier. This left Harry shaking his head in disbelief. I've come to the conclusion that magic and common sense can't exist in the same universe. To have one, you have to totally suspend belief in the other. That might be the most profound thing you've ever said. Hermione, they don't let stupid people study to be vets. I'm no longer 11 and now only goof off with you. Seeing the time, they packed away their books. A chaste goodnight key and it was off to bed. Hermione had promised Harry one of the first things she would teach him would be a silencing charm. The first year Gryffindor's dorm sounded like a woodworking shop some nights, with Ron giving a router a run for its money on decibel levels. After Hermione had managed to talk Harry past the why the hell would he want to change a match into a needle? In that afternoon detention with Professor McGonagall, she discovered this version of the boy she loved was a whole different animal. The Harry she had known always had a close connection with his magic, being able to cast a corporeal Patronus charm while still only 13 came to mind. This, Back to the Future, version still came with that ability, along with a boost to his magical power, but now had an entirely different attitude to studying that Hermione could only describe as oh so say why. She didn't need to be swept off her feet with grandiose romantic gestures. Sitting holding hands with her boyfriend while they studied was the height of romance as far as Hermione Granger was concerned. Harry, under her tutorage, was flying through the first-year work they'd supposedly already covered at a rate of knots. Herbology only needed one lesson for her to run him through the basics before they were both able to rejoin the class. Astronomy was the same. History of magic was purely a case of reading the textbook. No one actually listened to Binns. Charms, Transfiguration and Defense would see that subjects' professors set up a silencing charm for the corner of the room they were working in, allowing Hermione to push Harry with revision while the professor concentrated on the rest of the class. Harry was up to speed in transfiguration and charms in 2 weeks. She deliberately dragged defense to 3. While delighted Harry had no reaction to the presence of the turban-wearing Quirrell, she didn't want Harry performing too well in front of the possessed professor. Potions tuition from Dumbledore was everything Hermione had hoped for. It was easily their most enjoyable class of the week. While no one doubted Snape's ability to brew potions, his attitude to those he was paid to teach was nothing short of disgraceful. It could be broken down to, "I'm brilliant, so if the students don't learn then it must be their fault." Dumbledore, though without doubt a brilliant wizard, never acted like that. It was almost as if he enjoyed the lesson as much as his students did. No detail was too small to be overlooked or not explained properly. Each step was carefully revealed in meticulous detail. "Your instructions are on the blackboard" was not for Dumbledore. Hermione even joined Harry for his flying lesson, Madame Hooch easily believing that she needed the extra practice. Harry's natural skill on a broom was still all there for anyone to see, as was the wide grin he wore zipping around while getting faster and faster. His reintroduction to Hagrid was also a highlight. They'd been invited down for tea and Harry had once more immediately hit it off with his biggest friend. That Harry had wanted to become a vet added yet another layer to their renewed friendship. Hagrid's knowledge of his beasties enthralled the now 11-year-old wizard. They left with wide grins on their faces and promising to return. Hermione was sure coincidence played no part in them bumping into Dumbledore as they left Hagrid's hut. She was also sure Harry's wide grin pleased the old wizard no end. As expected, Hermione's letter from home contained an invitation for Harry to spend Christmas with the Grangers, if he wasn't returning to his aunt's. Harry had written home, explaining about his accident and asking about things he thought he remembered. It had taken 2 weeks for the reply to come and Harry was now terrified to open it. Since it was a Saturday, Hermione suggested they wrap up warmly and go for a walk around the lake. This would guarantee their privacy to read what the letter said, and also allow them that same privacy to deal with Harry's response to reading it. They were spotted though and soon had a visitor, a very welcome one. Hedwig swooped down to join them and perched on Harry's shoulder. Both his girls now sitting either side of him gave Harry the courage he needed to open the envelope. He would need their support as the letter got off to a bad start and went downhill faster than a 4-man toboggan team on an Olympic run. There was no, "Dear Harry," or even just a, "Harry." Like an assassin's dagger it plunged straight into the heart of the matter. Harry of course recognized the handwriting as his Aunt Petunia's, he just couldn't get his head around that the person who wrote this was the same woman. This was not a letter written to a loved one, more like curt answers you would politely give when stopped on the street by a stranger. A stranger with a clipboard who asked you to complete a quick survey on double glazing. The entire thing was short, abrupt and so impersonal. "To the best of our knowledge, you have not visited Brighton, and certainly never with us. As we weren't expecting you home for the holidays anyway, you may spend them wherever you wish. If this Christmas arrangement works out, perhaps you could spend part or all of the summer there too. Please let us know nearer the time as Dudley's Aunt Marge is hoping to spend part of the summer with us. We would like to arrange her visit for when you are not here. I do appreciate you sending your letter by normal methods. Please do the same to let us know about summer." Hermione's head was right next to Harry's as she read this alongside him. She was fighting to contain her anger. That woman didn't even have the decency to sign it. She probably couldn't think what to put there. It certainly wouldn't have contained the word love, and probably not even aunt. Harry understood Hermione was angry on his behalf, but it wasn't helping here. He gently keyed her quiet before asking a question. "Every day I see how much you've done for me, the sacrifice you made for me. You said the only other people you would do that for are your parents. Do you still believe that, Hermione?" "Yes, of course I do. The woman who wrote this is my family. It's maybe not a family I would recognize at the moment, but, apart from you, the Dursleys are all the family I've got left in the world. You have 19 years worth of memories of growing up in a loving home. Would me telling you those memories were false change how you feel about your mum and dad?" Stunned into silence at that, Harry asked her another question. "Why did you come back to Britain? Was it to save me, or all of this?" Harry indicated toward the castle, but Hermione's eyes never left his. She leaned forward, he-ing Harry as passionately as she could with Hedwig still perched on his shoulder. The clever owl then gave her opinion on the matter by using her beak to try and weave their hair together. The young couple's foreheads were now resting on each other's, both trying not to laugh at Hedwig's antics. I think I get the message both my girls are trying to give me here, a message I'm very happy with. I've made no secret of the fact I'm not impressed with the whole idea of magic. You two are the only reason I don't tell them all to f******** often give me back my old life. It may not be real to those who changed it, but it was real enough to me and my family who were living it. I get it now, Harry. You can see from that letter though what we have to work with here. Getting your family back is going to be every bit as difficult as what we came back in time to change. To me, it's every bit as important. I also need something else from you, a promise. If things start to get that bad again, we grab our families and get the hell out of Britain. This was one thing Hermione had absolutely no problem promising. I will not lose you again. Things start going pear-shaped, we are so gone. They stayed like that until the cold eventually forced them back into the castle. Hedwig seemed to enjoy hopping from shoulder to shoulder, making her message clear that these two should stay together. Harry and Hermione may have been chittered as they made their way back to the castle, but both considered their condition to be well worth the further strengthening of their relationship. After Stonehenge, I never thought I would complain about being cold again. While Harry agreed with that, his mind was still on the letter. I kinda expected something like that response, and not just from what you'd already told me. Looking through my trunk, apart from my Hogwarts uniform, everything is Dudley's cast-offs. My aunt always believed her two boys should be smart, and act like proper little gentlemen. I would only be allowed to wear rags like that if Dud and me were painting the shed or something, with the clothes going straight in the bin as soon as we were finished. I have a lot of shopping to do. I hope you're right about this vault I have. Dobby could get you a statement from the goblins, even have gold converted into cash for you. That would be great. I need clothes, contacts and a haircut. I also need to buy some Christmas presents. For my girls, Dobby, your mum and dad, and my family. Will you come with me to Little Whinging when I deliver them? Hermione had both arms around him and gently kissed his lips. I told you, Harry, you're stuck with me. Where you go, I go too. Well, I think the guys are going to have their eyeballs popping onto the floor when we hit the shower. Potter, you have a one-track mind. And that track leads straight to you. You need to write these down, Harry, they're pure gold. The twins got Ron a book, once he realized girls were different. 12 failsafe ways to woo your witch, or something like that. You're better than any book. Minerva stood at the window with Albus as they watched the young couple, with a snowy owl circling above them, head back into the castle. I have to say I like the change in Mr. Potter since he started hanging around with Miss Granger. He even told Wood he would only play Quidditch if it didn't interfere with his studies. I have to say both are a joy to teach potions. Young Harry may look like James, but his attitude is now pure Lily. If I didn't think it would cause a further split in my house, I would ask if Mr. Longbottom could join them for your lessons. Any confidence the lad builds over the week is destroyed the instant he steps into Severus' class. Students are not supposed to be terrified of their professors, but Severus seems to revel in invoking that reaction from my young lions. Minerva just mentioning a split in Gryffindor sent shivers down Albus' spine. That was certainly not his intention here. I will speak with Harry and Hermione, see if they would mind the rest of their Gryffindor yearmates joining the class. I don't think they'll mind, but we both know someone who will. Yes, but Severus is the adult here. I'm not prepared to put up with any childish behavior from him over this matter. If he did the job properly in the first place, I wouldn't have to take this class. I have to admit though, I am rather enjoying teaching again. His deputy couldn't hide her smile at that admission, and also the possibility of getting all her young lions out of Severus' clutches. He refused to accept that a teacher had to treat an 11-year-old student different from those who were 16 or 17. The entire first-year pride of Lions all receiving their potions tuition from Professor Dumbledore would certainly make the Potter-Granger partnership very popular inside Gryffindor. Can I be the one to tell Severus when those two say yes? After sharing their now customary chaste goodnight key with Hermione, Harry then headed up to his dorm to find the rest of his dorm mates waiting on him. They were all smiling and had arranged some sort of party, complete with cakes and pumpkin juice. "We just wanted to welcome you back, mate. Now that you're learning the same as us again, you won't have to hang about with Hermione all the time. She's turning you into a bookworm, just like her." Taking a deep breath, Harry tried to answer without losing his temper. Hermione's comments that they all thought he was 11 too coming to mind and certainly helping. "Guys, I really appreciate you doing this for me." He felt rotten at now having to wipe the wide grin off Ron's face. "There's a few things we need to sort out though. Hermione's my girlfriend, and will be for as long as I can convince her to stay with me. That means I'll be hanging about with her way more than with you guys. I also learned from Hagrid that my mum and dad had my name down for Hogwarts since I was born. That really means something to me, and I'm not here to let them down. If that has you considering me a bookworm, well, I've been called worse. I really want to remain friends with you guys, but my studies and Hermione have to come first." Ron appeared ready to explode, but Neville got in first with his opinion. "That's perfectly understandable, Harry." The redhead wasn't about to be denied, however. "No, it bloody isn't. You've changed so much. I wish we'd never gone to that toilet on Halloween." The air appeared to be beeped out the dorm as Harry's green eyes focused on Ron. "So you would rather Hermione had died that night, then things could be okay again in Ronald Weasley's world?" "That's not what I said. Someone else would have rescued her, and you wouldn't have lost your memory." "Well, they didn't and I did, and you're just going to have to learn to deal with that fact. This is who I am, Ron. If you can't handle that, then stay the F*** away from me. You have insulted Hermione for the last time. Do it again and I'll be coming after you. Sorry guys, I'm not in the party mood anymore." It was only as Harry was heading out the dorm he realized that his voice had been raised enough that they'd drawn a crowd. That same crowd parted to let him past as he went downstairs and plopped down on an unoccupied sofa. He was soon joined by Hermione, who was wearing her dressing gown. She sat on his knee and wrapped her arms around his neck, Harry curling his around her waist as the anger slowly bled out of him. They were still quietly sitting like that 10 minutes later when McGonagall found them. "I received a report of a disturbance inside Gryffindor. Would you care to explain what happened?" "I'm sorry, Professor. I hadn't realized I was shouting. Ron just got me so angry. He seems to think it would have been better if Hermione had been left alone in that toilet on Halloween, so I wouldn't have lost my memory. He claims to be my friend and then says something ridiculous and selfish like that. I just can't work him out. You saw that toilet. How could he possibly think Hermione would be okay in there with that troll? Mr. Weasley feels as if he's lost his best friend. I'm not trying to excuse his behavior, just offer a possible explanation. I'm pleased to see it didn't result in blows or spells. I won't lie, Professor, it was close. I'll need to stay out his way for a while. Ron just doesn't seem to get Hermione's my girlfriend, nor that I won't stand for him continually bad-mouthing her. I'll have a word with him, and caution you to continue showing restraint. Don't stay up too late." Hermione didn't consider sitting on Harry's knee inappropriate, so hadn't moved when McGonagall entered. She was still sitting there as she answered their head of house. "We'll hear Ron snoring from down here, then it will be time to go to bed." "We won't be too late, Professor. Harry's too wound up to sleep just now anyway." McGonagall went up to the first-year boys' dorm, presumably to have a word with Ron. Harry and Hermione were still sitting in the same position when she left. With the common room practically empty, and their heads so close no one would hear them whisper, Harry began to tell Hermione about something that was troubling him. "I think I know why I'm so poor at protecting my thoughts. You tell me to clear my mind, but it's a bloody war zone in here. I have to continually walk away from the boy you tell me was my best friend, otherwise I'm going to punch his face in. At the same time I'm told the boy I thought of as a brother is more likely to do that to me than say hello. I feel like I'm flying a broom blindfolded, unable to see the horizon, and even gravity is totally buggered. I just don't know which way is up anymore." Realizing that Harry needed something to focus on, she started giving him some of her future knowledge that wasn't protected by oath. "You like Hagrid?" A little confused by her change of tack, Harry answered anyway. "Hermione, what's not to like? The man doesn't have an ounce of deceit in his entire body. Considering his size, that's some achievement. He's that size because Hagrid is part giant. That is not a mixture welcome in the new magical order. Hagrid's passion for dragons is also well known. He told you about it that first time we had tea in his hut. When he was captured, they recreated a stadium that had been used for an event back in our 4th year. Hagrid was flung into this rocky arena and forced to face a dragon with nothing but his bare hands. The whole school was made to watch, some of them not needing any coaxing. It took over half an hour for the dragon to finally pin Hagrid down and kill him, then it feasted on his body. Harry held her close as shivers of revulsion racked her body. The castle knew I was Dumbledore's protege, and that Dobby was effectively my elf. Dumbledore granted Dobby access to the castle in a way that another headmaster would need to specifically cancel his access. Since only Dumbledore, Dobby and me knew about it, that access was never going to be cancelled. He was able to pop into the kitchens here and find out all the latest news. No one bothered what an elf heard or saw. A gentle key from Harry saw her reveal more than she'd first intended. With the Dark Lord in total command, things went to hell very quickly. The pureblood elite were in charge and they could do whatever they liked with total impunity, so they did. Snape was headmaster of Hogwarts and it was a criminal offense not to send your children here. With possession of the country's children for most of the year, they had control of any families that might oppose them. Draco didn't just threaten anymore, there was no one to stop him doing whatever he pleased. He is one sick little bastard and it takes all my willpower not to gut the blonde prick every time I lay eyes on him. Harry only swore when he was really mad, using words he knew were frowned upon helped. He found it a better, or perhaps safer, release of tension than punching something or someone. That Hermione had started doing the same was an indicator of just how angry she was. Offering her comfort by holding Hermione close kept the revelations coming. Susan Bones, is head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was one of the first people murdered. This left Susan defenseless, and Malfoy had her forcefully moved into the Slytherin dorms. Susan hung herself before Halloween. They buried her body and moved on to their next victims, the Potter twins. Things just kept getting worse. Ron had started dating Lavender. He also has a younger sister. They stuck Ron to a wall and made him watch. You may have gathered that the Weasleys and Malfoys are bitter enemies. Every time Dobby visited Hogwarts I dreaded what he would tell me on his return. And the stuff you're not telling me is worse than this. I need to get a handle on protecting my mind. This is too much for you to carry about on your own. Dumbledore intended me to do all this on my own. You coming back too was never part of his plan. This really caught Harry's attention as Hermione explained. I hadn't seen Dumbledore since the end of my 5th year. He spent most of that year coaching me on what you needed to know and do, and pointing me in the direction of how to achieve that. I was supposed to travel back in time and begin influencing your decisions as one of your best friends, influence those decisions down a path preordained by Dumbledore. I was never going to play along with that. Hermione was once more gently caressing his cheek as she whispered in his ear. To be fair to Dumbledore, I don't think he expected things to start as early, or get so disgustingly bad. I knew what would happen if they caught you. Public execution was a certainty. They would have caused you a lot of pain before that though, leaving you begging for the release of death. I couldn't let that happen to you, and neither could Dobby. The access Dumbledore granted him allowed Dobby to take books from the restricted section of the library, and even from the headmaster's personal library. I had my own room at the magical school in France. I spent every spare minute of the 2 years I attended there working on modifying the ritual. At weekends, Dobby would even bring my meals to that room. Since I was first in almost every one of my classes, the staff left me alone. I didn't make any friends, but that was okay. I was too busy trying to save the best one I ever had. Now that Hermione had started talking about her past, she felt some relief at getting all this off her chest. My biggest worry was that I wouldn't be magically powerful enough to power the ritual and take both of us back. There's a reason we're not overrun with time travelers, Harry, a few very good ones actually. Firstly, the information needed is incredibly difficult to come by. I had to take an oath to destroy all my materials before attempting the ritual. Then, there's no plan B. It either works or you're dead. That means you would need to have a pretty compelling reason for attempting it in the first place, as well as possessing all the forbidden knowledge. Finally, there's the authorities' reactions to consider. Any ministry discovering a time traveler will obliviate the shit out of them. I'm not talking about the reconstruction that was done to you. This is wiping everything, and not replacing anything. You would be left not knowing who you were, a drooling blank nothing. This overwhelmed Harry. You were sitting safe in the south of France, yet you risked all that, for me. She keyed him as the girl he first met. I told you I loved you, and the Harry I knew would have done the same for me in a heartbeat. Hermione, what I feel for you is too much to fit into this 11-year-old body. It's growing every day too, so I don't think my body will ever be able to contain it. I'm just going to let it overflow and pour all over you. I can't make up my mind whether that's pure cheese or 24-karat gold. Since my whole insides melted at hearing you say that, I'm leaning more toward precious than pasteurized. They could have sat there all night, but Ron's snores signaled it was time for bed. Harry's groan had Hermione giggling. She would have bet long odds against that after their earlier conversations. In Harry's arms though, she just felt safe. You have got to teach me that silencing charm. Better yet, come up and cast it now. I can't go into the boys' dorm when they're all in there. Hermione, they'll be asleep. Hermione was very comfortable, and really resented the voice that was trying to rouse her. Miss Hermione, you need to wake. The others will be up soon. She lifted her head off Harry's chest to grumble. Don't wanna, comfy. It was then it hit Hermione where she was. Sleeping in Harry's bed, wrapped in his arms. Both had their pajamas on and had done nothing more than cuddle all night. That wouldn't stop them getting into serious trouble though. A quick peck of awakening Harry's cheek and Dobby took her hand. He was standing on Harry's bed with her housecoat and slippers in his other hand. Harry blinked awake and she was gone. The silence inside the curtains of his four-poster was total. Hermione emerged from the shower area in housecoat and slippers while toweling her hair to find her two roommates waiting on her. Where were you? Did you spend the night with Harry? Your bed hasn't been slept in. She could see what was happening behind her roommates and just loved Dobby. The little guy had popped her into the shower area and was saving her bacon once again. I would ask where you two spent the night, since your beds don't appear to have been slept in either. Both spun around to see their beds made up before turning confusedly back to Hermione. It would seem the house elves are really on their game today. Hermione deliberately dropped the towel used for drying her hair, and it disappeared before it could hit the floor. Yes, definitely on their game. Thanks very much, guys. Hermione walked past her two dumbstruck dorm mates to get dressed. The rest of his dorm mates were surprised to find Harry in such a good mood that morning, especially after the altercation last night. He was walking about whistling a tune that only Dean recognized as being by Huey Lewis. Ron could hardly look in his direction, so Harry broke the ice. Look, Ron, I meant what I said last night about Hermione, but I'm sorry I shouted at you. If you can't handle Hermione and me being together, then there really is no hope of us ever being friends. You need to go and seriously think about that before saying any more. The redhead nodded as Harry breezed past him, almost skipping in his haste to reach the common room. Hermione was waiting and, a quick peck later, they were out the portrait hole en route to breakfast. This is the best I've felt since coming to Hogwarts. We are so doing that again. Seeing Harry so chirpy, his girlfriend didn't disagree. She too had been very comfortable, but they had to take precautions. I'll need to make sure Dobby knows to wake me earlier the next time. Even although we were only sleeping together, McGonagall would have a fit. Feeling two light taps on the small of her back immediately focused Hermione's mind on other things. Harry felt his hand being squeezed and then Hermione's thumb tracing a D on the back of it. This had Harry raising a questioning eyebrow, since he couldn't see any danger. They had only taken a few more steps though when Malfoy and his posse stepped out to block their passage. Hermione, however, was concentrating further down the corridor. Dobby had appeared silently and very briefly to indicate there was someone else present too. Walking around the castle holding a mudblood's hand. There really is no hope for you, Potter. Your father did the exact same, and look what happened to him. Knowing what was going on here, Hermione interrupted before Harry could react. There really is no hope for you either, Draco. You actually think you're a Slytherin, when a real Slytherin would get themselves sorted into another house. Picking a fight while your head of house hides down the corridor isn't cunning, it's juvenile bullying at best. Then again, that's exactly what you lot are, a bunch of juvenile bullies. Struggling to believe they'd been so easily read, Draco tried to force a reaction out of Potter. You know nothing, Mudblood. Do you let this bitch do all your talking, Potter? Now seeing this for what it was, Harry played along with his girlfriend. Why not? She's easily got your number. Aren't you going to come out, Professor Snape? I mean, there's only 5 of them and 2 of us. They're gonna need help when Malfoy cries like the bitch he is and draws his wand. We all know Hermione will kick the little shit's ass all over this castle. Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson all glanced toward where they knew their head of house was, only Nott didn't respond. Draco was far too busy now hurling insults at the top of his voice. You think you're special, Potter, but you're both nothing. Hermione cut Draco off in the middle of his very loud rant. Then why are you bothering with us? You were forever quoting how your pure blood makes you superior, perhaps you could explain that. You see, I'm magically more powerful than you, easily more intelligent, so just what does this superior blood do? Draco's rage was building and he got louder. The Malfoys are one of the most powerful families in Britain. Once more Hermione cut him off, that act enraging Draco even more. Ah, so it's Daddy's money that provides the power, not anything to do with blood. Then again, it was Daddy's money that kept him out of Azkaban when Harry destroyed his master. Funny how that powerful pure blood running through his veins was useless against the Imperious Curse. You still haven't told us what this superior pure blood does that makes you so special. Draco was now screaming about mudblood bitches and what would happen to them. He also had his wand out. Hermione was still signaling to Harry she would deal with this. Feeling her wand slide into her hand he was holding, Harry decided to let her. Malfoy fired the first curse, but Hermione's shield sent it right back at him, along with the other 2 that came their way. The fight, though it barely warranted that description, was soon over as McGonagall screamed for everyone to stop. Minerva had been waiting for her 2 lions outside the Great Hall, wanting a quiet word with them. When she heard Malfoy begin shouting, Minerva headed in that direction as quickly as possible. She arrived just as the spells began to fly, and didn't miss Severus already lurking in a classroom doorway. I want to know what's going on here. Hermione got in first. Malfoy and his goons tried to provoke a reaction out of us. We suspect their head of house was lurking nearby to catch us fighting. Oh, hello, Professor Snape. Your Gryffindors are the ones who provoked this. Snape's version of events wasn't being believed by anyone in the corridor. Holding her wand out to her head of house, Hermione offered a suggestion. After Professor Snape attacked Harry in that toilet, Professor Dumbledore was able to tell which spell his wand had cast last. You'll find mine cast a shield. It would be interesting to see what their wands cast. Severus began gathering wands from his Slytherins when Minerva simply took them off him. Mr. Malfoy's detention with you clearly didn't alter his behavior. This incident will now be investigated by the headmaster and me, and we will be assigning whatever punishments we think appropriate. Taking Hermione's wand, Minerva demonstrated in front of Snape that it was indeed a shield charm she had cast, before returning it. Parkinson, Nott and Crabbe, go to my office now. The headmaster and I will be there to interview you shortly. Severus, escort Malfoy and Goyle to the infirmary. Tell Poppy they are not to leave before Albus and I interview them. Potter and Granger, follow me and I'll collect the headmaster from the Great Hall. Oh, and Severus, my office and the infirmary are in opposite directions. Take these 2 there now before Mr. Malfoy's teeth get any bigger and do him an injury, at least it's keeping him quiet. You really must discourage your house from using that disgusting Boyle curse. Draco was whimpering in agony, his new super-sized teeth making it impossible for him to have a louder reaction to his second batch of painful boils. Goyle had been hit in the face with a reflected stinging hex, so was in a fair degree of discomfort too. Minerva walked with her 2 young lions and told them why she had been looking for them. Professor Dumbledore is offering to teach all the first-year Gryffindors potions, providing you two don't object to that. This time, Harry signaled through their joined hands that he would take the lead. His answer, however, shocked his girlfriend nearly as much as their head of house. "I don't think that would be fair, Professor." "Why ever not?" "Well, the holidays are only 5 weeks away. When we get home, both Hermione and I will be sitting down with our families to discuss whether we want to return to Hogwarts. If we don't come back, Professor Dumbledore is then left teaching that class. If this is something he wants to do anyway, then of course we have no objections about the others joining." "What do you mean, not return?" "You have to return." "We have to return. Who decided that? Are you saying Hermione and I can't transfer to another school or take our education in a different direction? I thought Hogwarts was a boarding school. Are you saying it's a prison?" "No, of course it's not a prison. Why wouldn't you return?" "Why? How about being injured so severely that I have no memories of my first 2 months here? Then I was magically attacked by a senior member of staff on the same night. I might have no idea what went on in that toilet, but Hermione misses nothing. Now the same boy has hurled racial abuse and magically attacked me twice, the second time with the backing of a senior member of the Hogwarts staff. Perhaps you could explain to us why we should return, because I really can't come up with any reasons. Your parents would have wanted you to come here. I just found out on Halloween how my parents died. I'd previously been told it was a car crash. Hermione said they were murdered trying to save me. Do you think parents, who gave their lives to save their child, would then want their child in an environment that wasn't in any way, shape or form safe? Like so many things in this castle, that just doesn't make sense. What would you do about school? We were leaning toward hiring private tutors, or attending a school in France. Hermione already speaks the language fluently, and has certainly proven to be an excellent teacher, so could work with me on that. These options though will all have to be discussed with our families during the holidays. Can I ask you not to do anything hasty, and at least talk to the headmaster first?" Harry just shrugged his shoulders. "We're here until the 23rd of December anyway, and can't make any decisions without talking it over with our families. That's our timescale, but I have to say up front, Hogwarts has not impressed me so far. In the school system Hermione and I are used to, a student repeatedly hurling racial abuse at another student would see them expelled, no matter how much money their father had." They had now reached the Great Hall. McGonagall left them to their breakfast and headed straight to Dumbledore, before both of them quickly headed back out. Hermione was forced to whisper in Harry's ear. She didn't want anyone else to hear but was desperate to understand his reasoning. What was that all about? Repeating her behavior, Harry told his girlfriend what she was dying to know. "Just putting more pressure onto Snape. He's obviously near the top of your shit list and I certainly have no love for the arsehole. I sometimes forget how smart you are, sorry about that. Since Snape murdered Dumbledore and then allowed Draco to do whatever he wanted, feel free to pile as much pressure on as you can. If we can get him chucked out of Hogwarts, I'll certainly sleep sounder at night." Harry could only nod in agreement, and wonder just how far he could push Dumbledore on this. He also had to whisper something else. "I need to know what you know before we can make those decisions. That needs to happen during the holidays at the latest. I understand it'll take a lot longer to learn everything else you're going to teach me, but I hate being kept in the dark." Knowing how much she hated not knowing things, Hermione had no arguments against that. Instead she offered a suggestion. "If Dobby can pop me to your bed, we could get an extra couple of hours practice every night. Over and above what time we can practice during the day, we might just be able to pull that timescale off. My oath though won't allow me to tell you everything until your mental shields are strong enough. I can't fake it. I'm gonna learn everything I'm desperate to know, and get to spend every night cuddling into my girlfriend. I can do this." Hermione was just as pleased with the arrangement and keyed Harry to seal the deal. Her main worry now was that, when he discovered everything she had to tell him, Harry wouldn't want to come within 100 miles of Hogwarts. She could only hope that her plans for the rest of their first year would meet with his approval, at least enough to see them return on the Hogwarts Express come January. Harry appeared happy to let her take the lead in certain situations but wasn't afraid to make sure his opinion was heard. Only his lack of knowledge was stopping him doing that more often. They would be working their socks off to remedy this imbalance in their relationship as quickly as possible, and she'd also get to spend every night in her Harry's arms. Now that was a plan Hermione really liked. After interviewing the 3 Slytherin students in Minerva's office, it had taken Albus mere moments to ascertain the level of Severus' involvement in this plot. A quick scan of the wands involved soon determining who had cast what too. It was rather ironic that Mr. Malfoy cast the same Boyle's curse, and again had it reflected back at him by Miss Granger. Only also having Miss Parkinson's Densagio reflected at him too stopped the boy's screams once more ringing out around Hogwarts. Not had cast the stinging hex that had also been reflected by Miss Granger's shield back at his housemates, with Goyle catching it with his face. Miss Parkinson, Mr. Knott, for deliberately setting out to ambush fellow students, and then casting curses at them, you will receive a week's detentions. Those detentions will be spent helping Professor Sprout in her greenhouses. Mr. Crabbe, while you didn't cast any curses, you were there with intent to do so, and this is your second offense. The leniency I showed in the last instance was apparently the wrong approach to take with you, since once more you were assisting in an attack on a fellow student. You shall receive the same punishment as the other 2. Do any of you 3 have anything to say on this matter? The trio of Slytherins had nothing to say. Facing the wrath of Dumbledore and McGonagall in the deputy headmistress' office was utterly terrifying for the 3 first years. They wanted out of there as soon as possible and all gladly accepted their punishments, just to get away before they started crying. After dismissing the first years, Dumbledore and McGonagall headed for the infirmary to deal with the other half of the problem. While they were walking along the corridors, Minerva just had to say what was on her mind. Those children need a firm hand, not a head of house who wants to be one of the ambushing gang. I find his behavior disgusting. I don't care what you say, Albus, Severus was the force behind this whole incident. I was thinking of Septima. Do you think she would be firm enough? Minerva was speechless for a moment, then had to ask for confirmation of what she thought Albus had just said. Septima Vector, head of Slytherin. There was a slight twinkle in Albus' eyes as he answered his deputy. I don't know any other Septimas working at Hogwarts who I would be considering appointing. Do I have your backing for offering her the post? Providing it's a permanent appointment, and not just some token punishment of Severus, oh Merlin, yes. I think Severus has crossed way over the line of what could ever be considered acceptable behavior for a Hogwarts professor, far less the higher standards demanded by a head of house. What happens next will partially be up to him. Losing his position as head of Slytherin though is non-negotiable as far as I'm concerned. I'm pleased you agree with me. Minerva didn't just agree, she thought this was a decision that was long overdue. She graciously didn't say so, just thankful that Albus was finally taking the proper action. Albus himself was thinking he didn't really have any other option. Severus had been incredibly stupid, letting his hatred for James Potter totally warp his senses. This coupled with the crystal-clear signals coming from the 2 time travelers gave Albus the strongest indication yet that Snape simply had to go. After promising himself he would do everything in his power to aid Harry and Hermione, Albus was really left with no choice. He had actually shed tears at the very thought of the sacrifices these 2 must had made to travel back in time, something the supposedly great Albus Dumbledore didn't have the courage to do himself. He'd tried to convince himself this forbidden magic and knowledge shouldn't be used for personal gain. Traveling back in time to fix his own family would certainly be considered that. To save his family though, Albus would have to travel back to an age before Ariana was attacked by those muggles. Speaking of age, that would see him being too young even to attend Hogwarts. Being totally honest with himself in the wee small hours of the morning, Albus was forced to admit he just didn't think he could live through all those years again. His future self had obviously trusted Miss Granger enough to not only train her in occlumency, but probably revealed his greatest secrets to the girl as well. He would have to trust her now, just as Harry clearly did. She obviously loved Harry, and Albus was positive that love was the power behind her decision to leap into the past. That she brought Harry with her astonished Albus, both from the magical power required to complete the ritual and the incredibly complex calculations needed in her preparations. This was why he was so certain the girl's own studies wouldn't be affected by tutoring Harry. He didn't know how far back in time they'd traveled, but Albus suspected Miss Granger could probably teach at Hogwarts, never mind pass her first-year exams. They entered the infirmary to be faced with an infuriated Severus, a Severus who had obviously decided attack was the best form of defense. Once again, I have had to take members of my house to the infirmary. I would like to hear what's going to be done about this. I already know St. Potter won't be blamed for anything. The potions professor had totally misjudged the situation though, he was facing a headmaster who was in no mood for his theatrics. Since you were in the corridor for the entire incident, I'm sure you already know Harry did nothing other than verbally respond to taunts aimed at him and Miss Granger. You need not worry about the Slytherins in the infirmary, they are no longer your responsibility. Your participation in that ambush today was behavior that flies in the face of everything a head of house should stand for. I am removing that responsibility from you, and also adding a 2-week suspension from Hogwarts. I would advise you to use that time to look at your life and consider some of the choices you have made, especially lately. It took a shocked Severus a few moments to get the words he wanted out, his mouth was moving but no legible sound was passing his lips. You can't do this to me. I can, and I just have. I will of course release you from any oaths you may have made to me. Should you wish to contest my decision, a school board meeting would need to be called. Please let me know if this is what you want to do, I'm sure I could arrange one before the end of the week. Of course I want to protest this decision. You are taking the word of a couple first years over a head of house, just because one of them is Potter. I haven't spoken with Mr. Potter or Miss Granger regarding this incident. I interviewed your Slytherins and reached this decision after discussing what took place this morning with my deputy. You seem determined to blame Mr. Potter for everything, Severus, but this situation is entirely of your own making. I will contact the school board and schedule a meeting. You will be informed by Owl of the date and time. Please excuse us, we have another 2 students to deal with. Albus stood firm and left Severus with no option other than to leave the infirmary. They then approached the 2 boys Poppy had lying on beds. Mr. Goyle, this is your second offense, so you will receive a week's detention working with Professor Sprout in her greenhouses. Mr. Malfoy, I can't express how disappointed I am in you and your behavior. You will receive 2 weeks detentions working with Mr. Filch. What? Never. When my father hears about this, I intend that one of the first tasks our new head of Slytherin undertakes will be to inform your parents of your disgusting behavior, and the punishment you received for it. Should your parents then wish to remove you from Hogwarts, that is of course their choice. Otherwise, you will report to Mr. Filch every night after dinner for the next 2 weeks. Perhaps this will stay your hand from drawing your wand in future. If not, there are further measures that can be taken to ensure that lesson is learned. Do not test me on this, Mr. Malfoy. Changes are coming to Hogwarts, those who don't like them are welcome to leave. It was Albus and Minerva who then left, leaving behind a student whose actions matched those of his godfather mere moments ago. Draco's mouth may have been moving, but again, no legible sounds were coming out. That revelation about a new head of Slytherin had left him speechless. He wasn't alone in having that reaction. As Dumbledore made his announcement at lunchtime, that exact same reaction was pretty widespread. Following an incident earlier this morning, Professor Vector is the new head of Slytherin. I will also be teaching all potions classes for the next 2 weeks while Professor Snape considers whether his future lies at Hogwarts. I feel we as a staff have become rather remiss in not enforcing the Hogwarts Code of Conduct. That stops now. After dinner tonight, there will be house meetings held where attendance is mandatory. Your head of house will then go over this document in great detail with every member of their house. There will be no excuses accepted if any individual or group decides this code doesn't apply to them, they will soon discover it does. Having now learned the silencing charm, Harry was prepared when Dobby popped Hermione to his curtained bed. The elf then used some of his own magic to erect, notice me not, charms around the bed, ensuring the couple wouldn't be disturbed before he came back to wake Miss Hermione. They sat cross-legged and pajama-clad, facing each other in their own little oasis of peace behind the drawn curtains. I never expected Dumbledore to go this far. It's so frustrating though to know all this was available to him the last time, and he didn't do anything. It gets better, Hermione. McGonagall came back for a private word with me. I really did feel 11 as I thought she'd caught on to us spending our nights together. After hearing what McGonagall had to say, and also that she would be speaking to her tomorrow, Hermione was even more astonished. Wow, he really is trying to make a difference. Yeah, even I figured that one out. After everything that's happened today, I don't know how I'm supposed to clear my mind tonight. Leaning forward, Hermione keyed Harry until he wasn't thinking of anything else. You, Miss Granger, are a wonderful teacher. I can certainly recommend your unorthodox but inspirational methods, and only wonder why they've never been tried before. You want McGonagall keying you in your bed. Hermione. What? At least I didn't say Dumbledore. Aw shit. You've just wasted all that good work. I need another key. No, you now have thoughts you want to clear out of your mind. Do that first, then we'll see about more keys. Having now provided him with that double incentive, Harry had to reiterate his earlier words. Hermione was a simply wonderful teacher. The changes in Hogwarts were immediately after Dumbledore had taken the first potions class, that is. Every one of those first set of students was raving about it, with the rest of the school now looking forward to their own potions class. Now there was an immediate change right there. Hermione had agreed with Harry that this course of action was risky. She also agreed it was one they had to take. That was why both missed their history of magic lesson. Considering they could literally change history here, both thought that was an incredibly small price to pay. Severus confidently sat beside Lucius, certain that he would be reinstated as head of Slytherin before the meeting was over. That Lucius was livid at Draco's treatment inside Hogwarts added another degree of certainty to the result. Dumbledore may still be headmaster at the end of this meeting, but he was going to be humiliated and forced to offer a couple of apologies. Then Severus would be able to go after the Potter brat with impunity. Albus wouldn't dare say a word, and McGonagall was nothing without the headmaster's backing. When everyone was settled in their seats around the large table, Dumbledore and McGonagall entered, with Amelia Bones. Lucius was on his feet instantly. Madam Bones, this is a meeting of the Hogwarts School Board. Since you are not a member of that board, I must ask you to leave. This actually earned a chuckle from the stern woman. Malfoy, it may have escaped your notice, but I am the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is in that capacity that I am here tonight. I would like to see you try and throw me out. At the very least you would be charged with deliberately obstructing justice. I just couldn't think why the director of the DMLE would have business here tonight. Don't worry, Malfoy, I'm not here for you, yet. Severus Snape, you are under arrest for casting legerdemains on a child who had just suffered a head injury too. Severus instantly recognized what was happening here. He was too shocked even to refute the accusation. Lucius was under no such handicap, and intended to make this bitch pay for her dig at him. Don't be preposterous. Where is your proof? How would a child even know if that spell was being cast on them? Amelia was unperturbed. The attack was carried out in front of the deputy headmistress. Severus Snape's wand was then examined by the Hogwarts headmaster, the results of which were also witnessed by another two heads of house. Mr. Potter's injury saw him lose his memory. Snape's mental attack coincided with Harry rebonding with his wand. The lad's magic acted to protect him, blasting Snape clean off his feet. This was news the rest of the school board were naturally very interested in, and saw quite a few questions coming from around the table. It was Harry Potter he attacked. How did the boy who lived lose his memory? Just what is going on here? This led to Albus telling the story of Halloween, and how Harry was injured saving his girlfriend from a troll. Ensuring everyone that Harry had suffered no after effects, except for that memory loss, and that he was now challenging his girlfriend to be the top student in first year eased their concerns. Here was the legend they thought of as the boy who lived in action, defeating a troll while saving the maiden. Malfoy though was coming at this from a different angle. Has the boy pressed charges against Severus? This was answered by Dumbledore. Yes, Harry has. Both he and Miss Granger were interviewed by Madame Bones as part of her investigation into this matter. Since Severus orchestrated an ambush of Harry and his girlfriend, why wouldn't he? Again, what evidence do you have of that? My son is currently cleaning toilets every night, and yet he is the one who was injured in this supposed ambush. The headmaster was not forgiving an inch over this matter. Your son was injured by the spell he himself cast, reflected back at him by a shield charm. Draco is also of the opinion that it's within his rights to taunt Mr. Potter that his mother was a Muggleborn, not the word he used, and his parents were murdered. Isn't that actually true? Lucius Malfoy's superior sneer soon disappeared as he experienced the full power of Dumbledore staring him down. The truth. Dumbledore sighed. It is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. When Harry responded that Draco's father was a cowardly Death Eater who bought his way out of Azkaban with gold, rather than have the courage of his convictions, your son drew his wand and attacked. The truth can hurt as bad as any curse, Lucius. That is slander. I was under the Imperious Curse, that has been proven. Albus was now relentless. Not as far as I'm aware. You saying so doesn't make it true. You doubt my word. You were the one who brought truth into this matter. We all know what the Malfoy word is worth, whatever Lucius Malfoy wants it to be. Madame Bones, perhaps you could refresh my memory here. I can't recall any trial where it was established that Lucius committed his crimes while under the Imperious Curse, and was therefore innocent of all charges. Amelia was loving this, getting to poke Lucius one in the eye without fudge here to protect the blonde git. There's nothing wrong with your memory, Albus. You can't remember any trial, because there wasn't one. I don't know if I could live with myself, something like that hanging over my family name. Especially when it could be so easily cleared up. I agree, Amelia. I'm currently teaching potions in Hogwarts, and I discovered some Veritaserum in the potions professor's private stores. We could end all this speculation here and now. Well, Lucius, do you wish to take this chance to prove the truth of the matter? Surely you would appreciate the opportunity for these vile rumors to be put to bed once and for all. It would save young Draco being tainted by these allegations too if you publicly proved them false. I would have thought that was the least a caring father could do for his young, impressionable son. Lucius was left with a complexion that matched his pure white hair. He tried for bluster but was left fooling no one in the room. Faced with a Dumbledore and Bones who were both pushing hard, and making absolutely no concessions to his money or political power, Lucius Malfoy found himself unwillingly agreeing with Dumbledore. The truth was a terrible thing. I don't see any need to answer questions on matters that have already been settled. Albus had never expected him to answer any other way. That didn't mean he wasn't going to use this to his advantage. Ah, and there lies the problem we have. Without this evidence, people will make up their own minds on the matter, thus leaving Draco with no comeback when that story is bandied about the corridors of Hogwarts. I also have to ask the other 11 members of the board here if this is the kind of wizard they want leading the Hogwarts school board, or even sitting on that board. As headmaster of Hogwarts, I am allowed to propose matters to the board. Augusta Longbottom had seconded Malfoy's removal from the board before Albus could even finish proposing it. While Albus didn't have a vote, neither did Lucius, since the vote was to remove him from the board. The vote was quickly taken and it fell to Albus to then ask Lucius to leave the meeting, since he was no longer a member of the school board. Amelia then removed Snape's wand and fitted magical restraints on him. Severus was left looking at Albus for answers. I warned you, Severus, but you couldn't let it go. It would appear your hatred for Harry's father far outweighed the love you professed to have for the boy's mother. You brought this on yourself, thinking the rule of law didn't apply to you. It's one thing to give someone a chance to redeem themselves, it's quite another to turn a blind eye to their continual flouting of that chance. No more, Severus. That will apply to everyone, as your friend Lucius just discovered. The changes happening in Hogwarts will be reflected further afield. As Severus was led out, Albus turned to face the rest of the school board. Since you are now a member short, I would like to propose someone who I can honestly say has the best interest of Hogwarts and the castle students close to her heart. I propose Minerva McGonagall as a member of the school board. Draco was carrying the mop and bucket to his next disgusting cleaning job, ignoring the old fart Filch's rantings as they walked the corridor. Instead, Draco's thoughts were dwelling on the upcoming apology Dumbledore was going to be forced to make. Draco's letter home had resulted in his parents' rage at the muggle-loving headmaster reaching new heights. When his father got that angry, someone always paid for it. His pleasant thoughts were disrupted by the sight heading toward the Malfoy heir. Draco recognized Madame Bones. The pair of Aurors with her were also recognizable as such by their uniforms. It was the fourth member of this group though that shocked Draco, or rather the fact Severus Snape was in restraints and being marched out of the school. "Professor, what's going on? Didn't my father get you reinstated as the head of Slytherin? Your father was voted off the school board and I'm being arrested." Blasted Potter's fault. Snape never got to say any more. He was hustled along and away from his godson. Draco was soon being prodded to move along too. "I bet you'll think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you, E.H.?" Filch said, leering at the now despondent young boy. "Oh yes, hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me. It's just a pity they let the old punishments die out, hang you by your wrists from the ceiling for a few days. I've got the chains still in my office, keep 'em well oiled in case they're ever needed." Draco once more tried not to listen as he trudged to the next toilet needing cleaned. It was much harder to do however without the thoughts of an impending Dumbledore apology to buoy his spirits. Instead he started to think about getting even with the person responsible for all of this, Potter. Draco wasn't the only one who spotted Snape being led out the castle by Aurors. By breakfast time, that news was all over Hogwarts. The first years were standing in the corridor, waiting to enter their first class of the day, when Draco couldn't hold his anger back any longer. "My father was voted off the school board and Professor Snape got arrested. This is all your fault, Potter." They had of course all heard about Snape. Discovering Lucius Malfoy was kicked off the school board too was a very welcome bonus for the pair of time travelers. Harry had an instant reply for the spoiled and angry boy. "Draco, if I really had that much power, don't you think I would have used it to get rid of annoying and whiny little blonde gits like you?" This generated a lot of laughter amongst their peers. As much as they enjoyed the pompous Malfoy heir getting the wind knocked out of his sails, a fair proportion of that laughter was because of who was delivering the verbal blow. Harry had surprised Hermione by introducing himself to all their year mates just after they traveled back in time. She had asked him about this, since he hadn't done that last time, nor given the impression this was something he was comfortable doing, even as an 18-year-old. His answer had surprised Hermione, and showed again she was dealing with a much more mature person. "Hermione, this is a second chance at everything. I've never been good at making friends. Holding my hand out and saying hi just might change that a little." It actually had, and destroyed a lot of the mystique surrounding the boy who lived too. People from the other houses were getting to know him as just Harry, something they were both very happy with. Seeing Draco ready to explode again saw Harry react. He didn't want there to be any way he could be blamed for provoking another attack. "Let's look at this logically, Malfoy. I've never met your father, nor anyone else on the Hogwarts school board. How then am I supposed to be responsible for them voting your father off? I didn't even know the first thing about it happening until you just told me a minute ago. As to Snape, Hermione and I were interviewed by Madame Bones while you lot were listening to Binns. She seemed to think there were criminal charges for Snape to answer. You of all people should know the trouble it can cause if you don't keep your wand in your pocket." That Harry had introduced himself, and also shook her hand, gave a rather shy Susan Bones the courage to speak out. "Madame Bones is my aunt, Harry. If she's arrested Snape, then Auntie will already have a strong case against him." Neville felt as if he just got an early Christmas present. "My gran's on the school board. If Snape gets found guilty, no matter what he's then sentenced to, that automatically means he can't be a professor at Hogwarts." There were now looks of awe in their direction, though it was Ron who mouthed what 3/4 of them were already thinking. "You got rid of Snape. There will be a plaque with your names on it in 3 of the common rooms." Their classroom door opening saw them heading inside, leaving a still livid Draco standing there on his own. Even the other Slytherins were giving Draco a wide berth. Snape was apparently gone and Dumbledore wasn't letting anyone get away with anything. Until Draco accepted this new reality, the rest of his house would be staying away from the boy who was nothing but trouble. Dumbledore seemed to be working on an increasing scale of severity regarding misbehavior. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of any more punishments. Seeing Hermione with a definite spring in her step during their potions class pleased Albus immensely. While he couldn't ask her any questions, and had sworn to himself he wouldn't stoop to reading Harry's thoughts for information, that didn't mean he wasn't going to use the girl as a barometer to try and avoid the approaching storm. Judging by her demeanor today, after hearing the news about Snape and Malfoy, Albus could only think his actions had knocked some of the wind out of the storm, for now. He would have a chat with them in a few days to see if they were still considering to look elsewhere for their education, or whether his actions had changed their minds. Albus didn't know he would have another meeting before that. An enraged Minister of Magic was pacing up and down in front of Dumbledore's impressive desk. Albus himself was impassively sitting behind the mahogany masterpiece, watching while Cornelius' temper grew and grew. Those pinstripe robes were flapping about his body and his favorite green bowler was taking a mauling while his hands angrily gripped it for reassurance. Fudge finally gave vent to his feelings in the headmaster's office. You deliberately arranged for Snape to be arrested during the school board meeting. This was done with the express purpose of embarrassing Lucius. You then used that embarrassment to have him voted off. Just what are you after, Dumbledore? Peering over his half-moon glasses, Dumbledore's gaze pinned Cornelius like the former young student this now Minister of Magic used to be. Is there any point of me recounting what actually took place at that meeting? You've clearly already made your mind up, or should that be Lucius Malfoy has made it up for you? Don't be preposterous, of course I want to hear your version. This is not my version, Cornelius. That was a pretty full room, and included the director of the DMLE. You are of course welcome to ask any or all of them what version of events is the truth. Lucius was there with the sole purpose of defending Snape and his own son's behavior, both of which were indefensible. What has young Draco done to merit such a severe punishment for a first year? That is an internal Hogwarts matter, but I will tell you anyway, since it has bearing on this discussion. Draco seems to think it's okay to call Harry Potter's mother and girlfriend mudbloods. When Harry retorted that Draco's father was a Death Eater who used his gold to escape justice and punishment, he drew his wand and began firing curses. That's perfectly understandable behavior. Albus cut the minister off right there. Yes, it's understandable behavior, we can all easily see what he's up to. Draco tries to get Harry to magically retaliate against calling his mother a mudblood. Instead, Harry turned the tables on him. As I pointed out to Lucius last night, Harry's statement is also factually correct. Lucius Malfoy was never tried for any of the crimes he committed, nor was his, under the imperious, defense questioned to any degree, other than accepting his word. Lucius was given the opportunity to settle that argument once and for all last night, with the director of the DMLE and the chief warlock in the room. He couldn't refuse that opportunity quickly or strongly enough, and didn't care a jot that this left his son open to those type of verbal retorts. It was this downright refusal to even consider publicly clearing the Malfoy name that saw him voted off the board. If he won't put his own son's interests ahead of his own, there is no place for him on a school board. You doubted Lucius' word, of course I doubted it, and so should you. If Lucius Malfoy is as innocent as he claims, then surely he would welcome any opportunity to prove that innocence. Instead, he fled the castle like a scalded Kneazle, terrified Amelia, or I would insist he answered questions he certainly doesn't want to. He fled straight to you, the Minister of Magic. That's not a position that should be held by Malfoy's errand boy. How dare you, Dumbledore? I am the Minister, and no one's errand boy. The force behind Dumbledore's reply to that had Cornelius finally sitting in the previously offered seat. Well, start behaving like a Minister of Magic then. I can't believe the shrewd Cornelius Fudge who walked these corridors for 7 years has been taken in by Malfoy's silver tongue and golden touch. He's using you, and your position. That wizard is dark, Cornelius, and that darkness isn't very well hidden beneath that respectable veneer Lucius shows the world. When he goes down, and Lucius will, it would be a wise minister who doesn't get dragged down along with his so-called friend. Cornelius sat there, bowler on his knee while his mind was currently as empty as that lime green hat. Dumbledore was once more relentless though as he piled on the pressure. There were some powerful and influential people in that room last night. They all caught a glimpse of the real Lucius Malfoy, and that is why they voted against him. You don't invite a poisonous viper into your bosom and expect not to be bitten. They banished that viper last night. That story will also be doing the rounds, hence why he headed straight for his biggest supporter. The pupils of Cornelius' eyes reminded Albus of an abacus as they flicked back and forth. It was also clear from his expression Cornelius didn't like the way those sums were adding up in his mind. After all the straight talking that had been done here today, the minister decided to continue with that theme. Lucius maintains this is your first move in a bid to oust me as minister, taking the position for yourself. Since Cornelius had been honest, Albus decided to answer in the same manner. The Minister of Magic is not allowed to hold any official posts, other than that one. I would need to resign from being headmaster of Hogwarts. That is something I will never do. This is my home, this is my calling. You know I've been offered the minister's position on more than a few occasions. I've always turned them down. What does Lucius say is so different about this time? This seemed to take a weight off the minister's mind. Albus though just piled a different load back on there. In my life, I've fought against 2 Dark Lords. My greatest regret is the social and political conditions that allowed those Dark Lords to flourish in our country still haven't been addressed. If I see another Dark Lord in the years I've got left to me, I guarantee you that Lucius Malfoy will be one of his main supporters. I can also guarantee you that I will be opposing that Dark Lord with everything that I am. The only way I see you and I in opposition is if you allow Malfoy to drag you into a situation where we end up on different sides of that battle. My position on this is clearly defined, Cornelius. I will always oppose the dark. Since the entire country knew that last statement to be true, Cornelius really couldn't dispute Albus' claims that he stood firmly against the dark. That anyone could even consider Cornelius Fudge's dark sent a shiver of fear down his back. That was not something he wanted associated with his tenure as Minister of Magic. You have given me much to think about, Albus. That is all I ask of you, Cornelius. Think for yourself. There is nothing wrong with asking people you trust for advice. It's ensuring those who you ask are trustworthy that is the problem here. You have my trust and support, and I have clearly stated the conditions needed for those things to change. I want to spend my remaining years overseeing my beloved Hogwarts in a peaceful Britain. You desperately want to believe your friend is telling the truth. I really fear both of us are in for a severe disappointment, Cornelius. We can't count on another miracle like Harry Potter happening again. Our country needs to be strong enough to stand up to any threat. What do you know, Albus? It's just I can see the pattern starting to repeat itself. Take Severus as an example. I treated him as a young wizard who made a mistake, and then tried to pay for that mistake by helping others. That is why I spoke in his defense all those years ago. I really believed he had turned a corner and wanted to live a productive life teaching children. For him to fire that spell at Harry Potter, and then set up that ambush of the lad, the pattern repeats itself. The minister who left the headmaster's office had lost his anger. That anger though was now replaced by worry. What Albus was suggesting was not something to dive right into, rather take a step back and try to look at the problem with fresh eyes. His immediate problem though was what to tell a Lucius Malfoy that was anxiously awaiting his return to the ministry. Harry's mind was clear as he monitored his mental shields. Both he and Hermione were certain those shields were getting stronger, but as Harry sensed her mental probe, they hit the same problem again. Instead of deflecting Hermione's probe, Harry's mind and magic welcomed her with a loving embrace. The intensity of love expressed in that embrace left his girlfriend blushing. Harry, you're supposed to reject me. And that is where we're having the problem. From the first time I laid eyes on you in the uni bar, there was never going to be any rejection from me. I think I can be honest enough with myself to say it wasn't just because you were stunningly beautiful. I've never felt a pull of attraction to another person like that in my life. When Brian gave me an excuse to go over and talk to you, my insides were cheering like mad. This had Hermione leaning in and offering a tender key asterisk. Harry was still smiling as he commented on his situation. I'm sitting here in an 11-year-old body. That young body is stuck in a magical castle somewhere in the Scottish Highlands and has a family back home in Surrey who now apparently hate me. That right there is more than enough cause to drive anyone crazy. The only reason I'm not insane with all of this is currently sitting right across from me. Have you any idea how weird it is to think about marriage, settling down after uni and having a family, all when you're still a kid yourself? Of course you do. You do, don't you? Harry had noticed the tears forming in the corners of Hermione's eyes. Her wide smile though dispelled any fears Harry had about just upsetting his girlfriend. Of course I think about those things, and it's always you standing beside me. I just didn't know you shared the same thoughts. It's like I'm falling for my new Harry all over again. The other Harry you described clearly didn't have the best of upbringings, probably didn't even know what love was. My memories tell me different. Those memories may be manufactured or engineered, they are still my memories though. I know what love is, Hermione, and I love the wonderful girl who's sitting here beside me now. If we hadn't had our Back to the Future trip, I like to think that an 18-year-old Harry Potter would have been introducing his new girlfriend to his family that Christmas, while making arrangements to visit yours in France. I think of that night in our hotel a lot, every single day, more than once a day too. This had Hermione giggling. I get the picture, Harry. I was there too. The point I'm trying to make is that night was special, the most special night of my life. We connected in ways far beyond the obvious ones. My main thoughts that night revolved around never letting this wonderful girl out of my life, ever. I would have preferred a DeLorean to that ritual though. While naked was nice, the car would at least have had a heater. Hermione just had to snog her boyfriend after that. Their training was over for tonight. Lying snuggling into Harry, she realized they now had a major problem. I can't tell you what you need to know without checking your shields are strong enough. And you can't check my shields when I keep inviting you in. Why don't we get Gandalf the White to do it? You know he's going to want to speak to us before the holidays anyway. Ask Dumbledore to check your shields. Why not? He already knows about us, and he's proven trustworthy so far. I know enough to at least tell if Dumbledore gets through my shields. I still don't know any earth-shattering secrets, and Dumbledore would lose our trust if he didn't immediately withdraw after getting past my defenses. That would be a big loss to him for very little gain. He's smarter than that. If you really think so. Harry moved until he was staring into Hermione's eyes from mere inches away. I can see the burden you carry. Considering some of the things you've already told me, it must be very bad. What I really remember though is you promising to be my girlfriend in the past, present and future. I certainly intend to hold you to that promise. We do this with Dumbledore, and then we'll face those things you're terrified of telling me about together. From that first Halloween, Harry, we always have. And from this Halloween, we always will. They snuggled in, each drawing comfort from the other and delighted with the way their relationship was growing. Christmas was going to be a big test. Two families to face and revelations about the future to be unveiled to Harry. Both were confident they would help each other through the tough times ahead, and that they would still be a couple at the end of it all. Harry couldn't help but laugh. He liked the Weasley twins, even if they were currently taking the piss out of him. Fred and George though had style, and that style had Harry in stitches too as he finally sat down to breakfast. Make way for the Great One. Move along there and leave room for his lady too. You honor us with your presence as we break our fast, O vanquisher of dark lords. Slayer of trolls, youngest seeker in over a century. But, more importantly, the wonderful boy who rid us of Snape. The boy who lived becomes the boy who rid us of the greasy git. Oh George, I like that. So do I, Fred. The boy who rid, do you think it'll catch on? Hey, they might even write books about that. Their capers were interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, her stoic expression threatening to break into a smile at the twins' hilarious antics. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, the headmaster would like a word with you both after breakfast. Professor Dumbledore has a tendency to talk for hours. Please remind him he has a potions class to teach second period. Your teacher has been informed where you will be, just don't take all day. Since they had Transfiguration first period, Hermione thought that was about as close to a joke as she'd ever heard McGonagall crack. It just highlighted the change in atmosphere within the castle. As McGonagall took her leave, the twins picked right back up where they'd left off. Hear that? Invited up to talk with the headmaster. We've never even seen inside his office. Fred, avoiding Dumbledore's attention. That's a good thing. Too true, George. We're more likely to be dragged there for something we've been caught doing, something we shouldn't have been doing, that is. Get caught. You jest, brother. Jest, prank, joke, it's what we do. Through his laughter, Harry managed to say something. Weasley Wheezes, brought to you by Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Weasley Wheezes. By George, I think we have something there. Weasley Wizard Wheezes. I think that sounds better, Fred, and we want to distinguish ourselves from these Tweedledum and Tweedledee guys. Hermione was laughing along with Harry, pleased that, while his relationship with Ron was strained, the twins and he had quickly become friends again. After the Ministry had wiped Harry's memory, neither Fred nor George had returned to Hogwarts. Hermione was one of the few who knew Harry had given the twins his Triwizard Prize money, because he'd said the world was going to need some laughs. The twins were as good as their word, better actually. They called their shop Potter's Pranks, much to the dismay of the Ministry. A picture of Harry competing in the Treewees was their logo, appearing as a label on all their products, and a massive version served as their shop's sign. They made sure Harry wasn't forgotten, and it cost them everything. When Voldemort took over the Ministry, their shop was burned to the ground, thankfully without them inside it. To add a touch of irony, that was the same picture Voldemort's Ministry had been using in their search for Harry before she'd brought them back in time. This time it was going to be different. It was a very happy couple who left the Great Hall and headed for Dumbledore's office. Albus couldn't miss their grins as both Harry and Hermione entered his office. Are you that pleased to be missing Transfiguration? Professor McGonagall will be so disappointed. No, sir, we just had breakfast with Fred and George Weasley. You can't be in their company and not smile, it's an impossibility. Ah, Harry, I feel your head of house might disagree with that, though I certainly do see your point. I'd like to thank you too for coming. I assume you know why I asked to speak with you both. I am rather anxious that our 2-star first-year students don't leave Hogwarts. Well, sir, that's mainly going to be up to you. The headmaster was left looking perplexed at Harry before Hermione explained. I've been teaching Harry occlumency, but we hit a problem. Basically, Harry simply refuses to block my mental probes. This has left us needing to have his mental shields examined by someone else. Albus caught on at once, and was amazed at the trust he was being shown here. You want me to check Harry's shields? Harry has a strong mental construct, which you could obviously breach if you really tried. We need a gauge of just how strong that construct is. We're trusting you to get that information for us. Harry though is skilled enough now to know just how far you delve into his mind. It didn't need to be said by any of them what would happen if Dumbledore did that. Harry's comment "it was up to Albus whether the couple stayed at Hogwarts or not" now made perfect sense. I feel honored that you would trust me with this task, and promise to do my very best not to betray that trust. Realizing that any other conversations they would have this morning depended on what happened after he probed Harry's mind, Dumbledore removed his wand and Harry indicated he was ready. Albus then entered a world like none he had ever seen before. The mindscape facing him was a living entity, but this was no recognizable creature, more a shapeless organism. When working with his old friend Nicholas on Dragon Blood all those years ago, Albus had been introduced to the workings of a microscope. While this mindscape reminded him of that experience, the scale and detail here was far beyond anything he had witnessed from using that little brass instrument. Deciding he was here to test Harry's defenses, rather than admire them, Albus pushed forward into this organism. He had barely passed through the membrane that was the beginning of Harry's outer defense when he found himself being attacked from all sides. His attackers were about the size of bludgers, though soft and squishy rather than cannonball hard. While the attack was in no way painful, Albus felt the effects at once. Each sponge-like attacker that attached itself to him immediately began draining the magical energy behind his probe. While Albus was contemplating what his next move should be, his probe was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers and the headmaster faded out of Harry's mind. Albus needed a moment to recover from the shock before turning to Hermione. "Miss Granger, you are clearly a wonderful teacher. Remind me to offer you a job before you leave Hogwarts. I have never seen anything like that. It was shock more than anything that saw me so easily ejected. Now that I know what I'm up against, I could undoubtedly delve further, but I don't think we need to. Anyone else encountering that unique mindscape will react in the exact same way." Blushing at the praise but delighted with her boyfriend's performance, Hermione gave Dumbledore the information he was missing. "Oh, that mindscape construct was pure Harry, Professor. Harry has a very organized mind, and leans heavily into Muggle sciences. Most Muggle-borns who are that way inclined would recognize exactly what just happened to you." Harry took over the explanation. "Our bodies have natural defenses against attacks by foreign bodies, infections and viruses. I decided to adopt that model to protect my mind. The biological defenses of my mindscape treated your probe as a foreign invader, and immediately reacted accordingly. Those were my versions of white blood cells that attacked you, draining the recognized threat of energy before it could harm me. I'm working on having more layers of surprises for anyone who attempts to enter my mind." "Fascinating, simply fascinating. Well, Miss Granger, I would say Harry's shields pass muster. I imagine you will now have a few long conversations with him." "We're saving that for the holidays, Professor. I'm going to be staying with Hermione. Her parents wanted to meet me." Knowing what the old Dumbledore had been like at controlling Harry's life, and also understanding some of the reasons behind it, Hermione headed the headmaster off before he could say anything. "I'll also be meeting Harry's family over the holidays. We're looking forward to learning more about each other." Recognizing what the girl was doing, deflecting his concern, Albus took a chance and asked a question. "I know you made an oath to the other me about information, but I was wondering if you could possibly confirm a suspicion I have. Harry's scar is now much lighter. Does that mean what I think it does?" Deciding that Dumbledore had played fair with them, Hermione gave the old wizard an early Christmas present. "It means exactly that, Professor. There is no taint whatsoever attached to my Harry." Harry had no idea what was being talked about here but couldn't fail to notice the effect Hermione's words had on Dumbledore. The headmaster slumped into his seat, leaving Harry to initially think this was a bad thing. Dumbledore's smile was then wide and genuine, there might even have been the beginning of tears in his eyes. It was easy to see his main emotion though was that of relief. "Miss Granger, you are probably the only person in the world who knows how much those words mean to me, and that is because they will mean even more to you. I had hoped to convince you both to stay in Hogwarts, yet this morning you have given me so much more than that. If there is anything I can do for you, please just ask." She was initially going to say that wasn't necessary when Hermione had a brainwave. "Sir, if at all possible, could you be at Harry's Quidditch matches?" While not understanding the request, he now knew Hermione wouldn't make such a request unless it was really important. Since it was such an easy request to grant, and may somehow protect Harry, Albus quickly concurred he would be there. They chatted back and forth before it was time for all of them to leave for class. As the couple left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's heartfelt wish they would have a Merry Christmas ringing in their ears, Harry tried to rein in his curiosity. The instant they were alone he had a question for Hermione. "I understand I will be getting an explanation for what just happened in there later, it seemed important though." He got a key from his girlfriend, and a wide smile. "That piece of news is unbelievably important, and all good for us. It will certainly feature prominently in our talks during the holidays." Harry was happy with that, since those holidays were only a week away. They walked hand in hand to their next class. Both Harry and Hermione found themselves back in the headmaster's office before that week was up. The visit this time wasn't nearly so pleasant. Dumbledore had some news for them in the also summoned Professor McGonagall. "Severus Snape stands trial tomorrow, and we four have been called as witnesses. Someone is spreading gold, almost certainly Lucius Malfoy, in an attempt to turn the entire incident into a mere misdemeanor, and nothing more than a massive overreaction on our parts." Turning his attention to the two youngest in his office, Albus explained his fears. "They have obviously used the boy who lived angle to push for a trial, knowing there is an insatiable curiosity about Harry Potter. This will be most people present's first chance to see Harry for themselves. Snape's representative will obviously want to get each of you answering questions, and then try to portray you both in a poor light, holding up Severus as a caring professional. If Snape's representative can manage that last part, then we are in real trouble. I have no memories of his classes, but, from what I've heard, that certainly was not the case. This drew a smile from Dumbledore as he outlined more of the trial arrangements. Madam Bones will lead the ministry case. As you can imagine, she's as angry about this situation as we are. Professor McGonagall and myself will accompany you both to the ministry, and at least one of us will be at your side for the entire time you are out of Hogwarts. My advice would be to stick to the truth, no matter how much they try to twist your words or actions. And there was me looking forward to the holidays too. He won't be returning to Hogwarts, will he? Not unless they sack me, Harry. McGonagall was quick to add her name to the list of those who would need to be sacked too before Snape could re-enter Hogwarts as a professor. Since it was getting late, their head of house led them back to Gryffindor Tower. Neither of you has anything to hide, so just follow the headmaster's advice and tell the truth. The truth, though, would get the pair in more trouble than they, or even Dumbledore, could deal with. Dobby had popped Hermione to Harry's bed and they had spent the night together. There wasn't much sleeping done though, as Harry had wanted information, specifically on Snape and Malfoy. Hermione knew plenty, and had spent most of the night passing that information on to her boyfriend. As Hermione greeted Harry in the morning, his hug and key couldn't mask his rage. "You need to remember what happened the last time you lost your temper in a courtroom." Her whisper struck home, but not in the way she expected. Harry pulled her to him and gave Hermione their most passionate public key to date, causing wolf whistles and shouts inside the Gryffindor common room. Using the ruckus he'd just caused, Harry whispered into his now dazed girlfriend's ear. "And you need to remember I'm a different Harry. I'm rather more articulate now, so I'm hoping for somewhat better than telling the cowardly bastards to go and F*** themselves." Taking his girlfriend by the hand, they headed through the porthole in search of McGonagall. Neither felt much like having breakfast this morning. Since Dumbledore was a witness, he wasn't present at today's trial in his capacity as Chief Warlock, rather that of Hogwarts, headmaster. He and his deputy took up flanking positions, all four sitting in a row with Harry and Hermione safely sandwiched between their professors. Harry's eyes wandered all around, taking in the people in large gloomy room. Since he had no memory of his visit to Diagon Alley on his 11th birthday, this trip to the ministry was his first real contact with the magical side of Britain, outside of Hogwarts that is. Harry wasn't liking what he found. All the staring, pointing and unwanted attention was adding fuel to his already simmering temper. "This is a bloody circus, and we're the freak show. The boy who lived here for everyone to stare at, and they didn't even need to pay admission money." Hermione's hand was of course in Harry's as she gave it a squeeze. Noticing how worried the girl was, Albus started pointing things and people out to his two students. The teacher in Albus took over as he explained today's procedure in greater detail, making sure to identify the main players to the pair. Of all the people here, Harry had only previously met Madam Bones but still had no trouble picking out Lucius Malfoy sitting in the crowd. Draco was as near a clone as was possible to his father. They even had the same sneering expression when looking down their nose at those not worthy. To the Malfoy family, that was apparently everyone who didn't share their last name. The grateful smile the headmaster received from Hermione told Albus there was more going on here than he was aware of. If Hermione was worried, he would need to be on his guard. An Auror guard then escorted Snape into the courtroom, leading the accused to a chair on a raised plinth where everyone could clearly see him. Harry spotted the former head of Slytherin sneering in his direction. The way Harry was currently feeling, he had no problem returning Snape's sneer, with interest. Albus was first into the witness stand, with the defense counsel, litigator Braithwaite, quickly establishing that the headmaster hadn't actually witnessed the accused, Severus Snape, casting the curse he was charged with. Lucius Gold had hired the best, and Braithwaite tried very hard to earn that gold by glossing over the fact that Dumbledore himself had cast the prior incantato spell that verified Snape had indeed used that curse. Madam Bones though undid most of Braithwaite's work by making sure to clearly highlight that fact in her questioning of Dumbledore. McGonagall too was forced to admit she hadn't seen her former colleague cast that curse. She put a big dent in Braithwaite's line of argument though by saying she had witnessed Snape casting a stunner, therefore the Legilimens' curse must have been cast after that, and before the headmaster arrived on the scene. Since she was certain the curse hadn't been cast at her, and the other 3 occupants in that wrecked toilet were all first-year students, his guilt was assured in her mind. McGonagall stuck to that opinion, no matter how much any fancy litigator tried to rearrange the actual facts of the case. Hermione was whispering to Harry that she would be fine before she left his side to face her turn as a witness. She too was forced to admit that she hadn't seen the Legilimens' curse cast. It was when Braithwaite then chose to focus on Harry's reaction to his client, indicating that it was actually Severus Snape who'd been the injured party, that Hermione cut loose. Harry's magic responded to an attack on his person. That this attack was by a Death Eater was probably responsible for the severity of that response. This somewhat took the breath from everyone inside the courtroom, though Braithwaite soon came back at her. "Are you accusing my client of being a Death Eater?" Harry's magic concentrated its attack on his left forearm, where Voldemort branded his followers. Hermione ignored the screams that her saying the Dark Lord's name caused. She didn't even blink as she twisted the knife into Snape. "If your client would like to roll up his sleeve and prove me wrong, that would settle this argument right now." Since Snape's master, Voldemort, attacked Harry when he was a baby, I'm certain that's why Harry's magic had such a reaction to one of that cowardly bastard's marked followers firing a spell at him. Hermione's innocent and sweet voice saying those words just added to their effect. "You say his name." She stared at Braithwaite as if he was a big slug, or should that be a caterpillar? The man didn't have 2 distinct eyebrows, rather one large bushy one that ran the width of his forehead. Every time he raised one end of it, Hermione couldn't help but think of a hairy caterpillar trying to escape into Braithwaite's receding hairline. "Why should I be frightened of a name?" "Well, there could be reprisals." "Oh, you mean Death Eaters, like your client, could be upset with me. I'm the first magic user in my family, and also Harry Potter's girlfriend. Do you think me saying Voldemort's name in public will make those Death Eaters still at large hate me anymore?" Braithwaite slowly and deliberately looked the plain Muggle-born young witch up and down before passing his own judgment with a sneer Malfoy would have been proud of. "Well, we were all young once, and also all made mistakes. Girlfriends come and go, but remarks like that will see you remembered." Harry was on his feet without realizing he had stood. His anger at the litigator though had his voice turning ice cold. "That is my intended you are insulting and, last time I looked, she's not the one on trial here. I also noticed you didn't answer the question that your client is a Death Eater. Could that be because the person paying your fee is a Death Eater too?" Amelia then jumped all over Braithwaite, and it took all his skill as a litigator to direct his opponent away from pressing his client over the Death Eater matter. Part of that redirection saw him declaring he had no more questions for Hermione, allowing her to return to her seat. She didn't have time to speak with Harry, far less calm him down any before it was his turn to take the witness stand. This was the one Braithwaite had been waiting for. He was never going to score any points against Dumbledore or McGonagall, and no one of any proper standing gave a shit about what a mudblood said. This though was Harry Potter. Tearing apart the 11-year-old legend would bring him fame, and a fortune from Lucius Malfoy. Ah, the fabled boy who lived. Harry didn't even pay Braithwaite the courtesy of looking in his direction. Those green eyes that Hermione loved so much were firmly fixed on Snape. Harry's voice was again level but contained a menace that belied his 11-year-old body. "My name is Harry James Potter. I was born to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord. I was born as the 7th month died. Your client has exactly 60 seconds to reconsider his future, before he doesn't have one." The laughter coming from the litigator was loud and theatrical, until he turned around and spotted his terrified client. Braithwaite moved his large body until it was between his client and the boy's view. This just resulted in Harry moving his gaze to his watch. "You think you can sit there and threaten people? Everyone in this courtroom just witnessed you trying to do the same to my intended. Payback is a right bitch. Ask your client if he thinks I'm bluffing. Just be quick about it." He has 22 seconds left, 21. At that, Severus Snape stood and uttered his first words of the trial. I wish to change my plea to guilty. For a large man, Braithwaite was light and fast on his feet. He was in front of Snape just as the last syllable left the potion master's lips. What? You can't do that. Making no effort to hide the smirk in his voice, Harry rubbed salt into Braithwaite's severely wounded pride. He can, and he just has. The litigator may have been quick on his feet, but Dumbledore's wand was lightning fast. Braithwaite was frozen in the motion of angrily springing at Harry as Albus' powerful voice boomed around the courtroom. These children are in my care. Everyone in this courtroom would do well to remember that. In the silence that followed Dumbledore's intervention, Harry's voice rang out crystal clear. When I was held by that spell, Litigator Braithwaite, a Malfoy tried to curse me in the back. Considering there is one behind you, I would be very worried right about now. I hope you at least got your fee up front, that way you will only be left morally bankrupt. Then again, Death Eater gold is tainted with the blood of innocence. What does that do to your soul? While Braithwaite couldn't answer due to Dumbledore's spell, Lucius couldn't resist shouting from where he was sitting. What are you insinuating, boy? Pardon me, sir, it was never my intention to insinuate anything. I'll just state a few facts and let these good people make their own minds up. It's a documented fact that a person under the Imperious Curse remembers everything they did. With the number of crimes you committed, you don't appear very contrite to me. It is also a fact that I was the person who cut the strings that were making you Voldemort's puppet. I'm not looking for gratitude, but your son attacking me twice is a bit much. Harry's temper finally came out to play as he stared daggers at the senior blonde prick. Know this, Malfoy, your son draws his wand on me again, I'll take him apart. Who are you to threaten the Malfoys? I'm the person who, while still a toddler, defeated the Dark Lord that had you completely in his control. I'm also the person who intends to see every Death Eater that willingly followed Voldemort brought to justice. Your friend Snape just pleaded guilty to avoid that fate. What are you gonna do about the taint on your name, Malfoy? Since your buddy Snape changed his plea, we seem to have a free seat in this courtroom right now. Step forward and clear your name. Prove to everyone in this courtroom those rumors about you being a murdering Death Eater are nothing but lies. Lucius stormed out the courtroom, Harry's, I didn't think so, ringing in his ears. One gesture from Amelia had been enough to stop her Aurors from interfering as the incident kicked off. They, like their boss, had stood ready as the entire scene played out. Now that it had, Amelia once more retook control. Harry, since the accused has changed his plea, there are no further questions for you to answer. You may return to your intended. The smile on her face as she said that disappeared the instant she turned to face Braithwaite. You, sir, will behave in a manner fitting to someone of your profession who is inside a courtroom. Otherwise you will soon find yourself in need of a litigator because I will have you arrested in a heartbeat. Do you understand? After being released by Albus, a beaten Braithwaite nodded his consent before shuffling back to his seat. The courtroom then waited as some shocked judges reached their verdict. Severus Snape was sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban, with 2 of them suspended and his behavior in the island prison determining whether or not he served them. Hermione meanwhile had Harry wrapped in her arms. Her mouth was right next to his ear as she whispered her fears. I can't lose you again. Albus gave them a moment before interrupting. You're intended, Harry. Harry slipped out of Hermione's hug, though you still couldn't fit a sheet of parchment between them. That wizard was looking down his nose at Hermione. Some in the crowd were sniggering at his remarks too. That was unacceptable. Hermione has protected me, it was my turn to do the same. Turning to his girlfriend, Harry gave Hermione his grade 1, you love me anyway, smile. I suppose I really should have asked you first. And I would ask you to watch your language as you do so, Mr. Potter. They could both tell Professor McGonagall wasn't really angry with them, again though Harry attempted to protect Hermione. I'm sorry, Professor, that's entirely my fault. Hermione is teaching me so many of her good habits, it would seem one of my bad ones had rubbed off on her. They were joined by Amelia who had heard that part of the conversation. Harry, I've also been known to use the odd curse word here and there. It's more a case of knowing when you can use it. I have a temper, Madam Bones. Cursing helps me release some of that anger without resorting to violence, or magic. Would you care to explain to me just what you said to Snape? I've never seen anyone change their mind so fast. I'm sorry, Madam Bones, I can't. That information has been known to Professor Dumbledore since before I was born. If he hasn't mentioned it to you before now, then it's not something to worry about. I was actually more worried about your claims of seeing Death Eaters brought to justice. Just how were you intending to do that? By studying hard and becoming an Auror when I leave Hogwarts. Harry's answer had Amelia laughing, with even McGonagall breaking into a smile. Sure you do, Harry. Just don't go into politics. Cornelius would be out of a job in no time. The minister would actually like to meet with you today, if that's all right with you and the professors. Would he be the one to ask about getting Hermione's house protected? Professor Dumbledore did something to my home many years ago that keeps my family safe. With Hermione now my intended, can we do something similar for the Grangers? Oh, this one really is a politician. The minister would certainly be able to grant you permission to do that. He would probably be quite pleased to help. That's great. Madam Bones, is there anything else you think I should ask the minister for? This time the stern Minerva McGonagall couldn't help herself. She burst out laughing. The Minister of Magic was left confused and bemused. Cornelius, only consolation being that he certainly wasn't the only one who got more than they bargained for when meeting Harry Potter for the first time. He was of course delighted to give permission for Dumbledore to erect wards around Miss Granger's property. He wasn't quite sure how he came to be signing underage use of magic licenses for both Harry and his intended. Cornelius couldn't dispute though that there were elements of their society who would wish both children harm, thus felt justified at his actions. That Albus and Amelia also signed those licenses meant they at least shared the blame, should the young couple use their exemptions to cause trouble. Cornelius had enough trouble of his own. After that latest humiliation today, he was sure Lucius would soon be back at his door with some scheme to clear the Malfoy name. Given that Lucius had now refused 2 chances to do that very thing, Cornelius would need to have a ready excuse for denying whatever Malfoy wanted. After witnessing what happened today, nothing less than a full trial under truth serum would stand any chance of seeing Lucius Malfoy being believed. He was so glad to have taken Albus' advice and had already started to publicly detach himself from the head of the Malfoy family. A cold shiver of fear ran through the minister at the thought he could have been sitting beside Lucius today, and therefore would have been tarnished purely by association. Cornelius intended to make sure that wouldn't happen by putting as much distance between him, his ministry, and Lucius Malfoy as possible. Harry was having his second experience of wizarding culture. The boy who lived in Albus Dumbledore flowing into the leaky cauldron caused quite a stir. Hermione was able to use her new exemption to spell all the soot and dust off herself and Harry, though, with everyone's attention focused on the 2 gentlemen she was with, there was no notice paid to that at all. Since, from an educational viewpoint, today was shot and tomorrow they boarded the express to London, Dumbledore offered to drop both of them off at Hermione's home. This would allow him to check the location and decide on the wards he intended to erect over the holidays. It would be a few hours yet though before Hermione's parents finished work, so Dumbledore had offered to take them to Diagon Alley and allow them to do some shopping. Watching a wide-eyed Harry as the arch opened up onto Diagon Alley was reward enough for Albus. Hermione took over the role of tour guide and, with her hand that wasn't wrapped in Harry's, pointed out the sights to her boyfriend intended. She of course was waxing lyrically on the many wonderful old tomes held in Flourish and Blots. Her only regret was she didn't have enough space in her bedroom at home for all the books she wanted. A cough from behind reminded both Harry and Hermione they had an escort today. Miss Granger, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. As a young man I faced the exact same problem. I solved this by creating a library trunk for myself. On the outside it looks just like a normal trunk, but on the inside, let's just say it easily held all the books I had amassed. Since I have my own library at Hogwarts now, it would give me great pleasure in seeing it once more being used by someone who will appreciate it as much as I did. You never know, I might even leave a book or 3 in there as well. With a squeal of delight, Hermione acted like any other 12-year-old receiving a wonderful gift from her grandfather. She hugged Albus to within an inch of his life while spouting thank yous at speeds only matched by a machine gun. A smiling Harry then stated the obvious. "I take it we're hitting the bookstore then." "Oh yes, but first I want to get presents for my mum and dad. They would really appreciate something from the magical world." "Great idea. You can help me with that too." Grabbing Harry's hand, Hermione dragged him off in the direction of a shop she'd chosen. A smiling Albus followed on behind. He was a little sad that his chosen lifestyle had denied him the opportunity to have children and grandchildren of his own. That didn't mean he couldn't be a grandfather figure to these two though. Miss Granger's very presence here was a massive wake-up call that he had clearly made a complete balls of the situation. Every time he saw that young witch smile gave him hope this time he could get it right. That she was currently grinning from ear to ear made Albus feel better than he had for years. Minerva was perfectly capable of running Hogwarts while he indulged himself for a few hours in Diagon Alley. As long as he was back for the feast tonight, Minerva probably wouldn't even know he was still missing. The Range Rover pulled into the Grangers' driveway and Dan applied the brakes a touch sharper than he'd intended. As Emma felt the seatbelt tighten, she ignored the sensation in favor of concentrating on the same thing her husband was. There were lights on in their house when no one was home. Both their unasked questions were answered as their front door flew open and their beloved daughter rushed toward the car. This may have left the parents with a whole different set of unanswered questions, but those questions could wait a few moments. Emma had her seatbelt off and was out of the car before Hermione had reached them. Her arms soon locked around her growing girl for the first time in nearly 4 months. For a family that liked their hugs, that now felt like an absolute age. A pair of masculine arms wrapped both his girls up as the Granger family was complete once more. The icy December drizzle that was falling cut the family reunion short, and meant any questions would be kept for inside. Even although they now had a witch for a daughter, the Grangers were still a very practical family. Discussions were far better held sitting comfortably around a cozy fire, rather than standing outside in weather that couldn't make its mind up whether to be rain, sleet or snow. Taking a few seconds to ensure the car was locked and secure, Dan then took his daughter's offered arm. Emma had the other, as all three headed inside. The wide smile Hermione was sporting allayed any fears that, whatever the reason she was home early and unannounced, this was bad news. As a Tolkien fan, only this man's almost regal robes, and his lack of a staff, stopped Dan drawing the obvious comparisons. Hermione made the introductions, her parents' attentions quickly shifting focus to the young boy who'd practically gone unnoticed in Albus Dumbledore's colorful presence. Hermione introducing him as, "My Harry," instantly made this boy the center of attention for Daniel and Emma Granger. Hermione poured cups of tea as Dumbledore provided both parents with the explanation they were looking for. Dan and Emma listened intently and, while not pleased that their daughter ended up in a courtroom, they recognized that the school had done everything in their power to protect both children. It was when the headmaster mentioned erecting magical protection around their home that mental alarm bells started going off in both Grangers' minds. Emma just beat Dan in voicing her concerns. Is that really necessary? Sitting comfortably squished into a large chair with Hermione, and of course holding her hand, Harry had been studying her parents during their discussions with Dumbledore. Hermione said he had met them briefly in the last timeline, but, having no memories of that, this was the first meeting for all three of them. Harry could instantly see the beautiful woman his Hermione would become sitting across from them. He knew Hermione as a 12-year-old, a 19-year-old and now had the early 30s version to confirm he was a lucky man. Emma seemed every inch as warm and loving as her daughter who Harry adored. Her father was a different case. That's not to say there was any animosity there, Harry just didn't know what to make of Dan. While he could easily expand his love for Hermione to include her mother, the only father figure Harry had ever known was his Uncle Vernon. Learning that all those memories were false had seriously affected Harry, leaving him with the problem of who and what he could trust. He didn't want that to affect his, and especially Hermione's, relationship with her parents. Harry decided it was time to speak up. "Ma'am, sir, those protections really are necessary, because of me. Something happened when I was a toddler that sees a large proportion of magical society treat me like a hero. It's the small section who hate me, and everything I appear to stand for, that make putting protections around Hermione's home a very good idea. My own home has had them since my parents were killed, and we didn't even know they were there." Squeezing Hermione's hand for courage, Harry pressed on. "That litigator was making fun of Hermione today, insinuating she wasn't good enough for me, and I would soon find that out for myself. Nothing could be further from the truth, and I wasn't for letting him publicly insult her. I announced to the packed court that Hermione was my intended, and she didn't even give me any hassle about not asking her first." The two kids were now in a world of their own as Hermione reached up to touch his cheek. "You've got a good few years before we get engaged, that will give you plenty of time to get asking me right by then." Like all fathers of daughters, Dan had often wondered how he would cope when Hermione eventually turned up with the inevitable boyfriend. None of those thoughts had ever come close to the situation he was now faced with. Looking at the messy-haired, bespectacled, skinny kid who was gazing into his little princess's eyes, Dan really could only react one way. Hermione experienced an initial surge of anger as her father burst into loud helpless laughter. That was before she felt Harry relax beside her, and noticed he was actually smiling. Emma was smiling too as she asked what was a friendly question. "And when did this best friend become your boyfriend?" "Harry's still my best friend, Mum. He always will be." Emma's smile widened at that while Dan finally got his laughter under control. He was wiping tears from his eyes as he spoke to the kids. "Sorry about that, Princess. You have to admit though, on the absurdity scale that has to be up there in the Monty Python bracket. Never mind the Spanish Inquisition, no one expects their daughter to have an intended just after they turn 12. The headmaster was pleased to see how accepting Miss Granger's parents were of the situation, though Albus had no idea what part a snake or those Spanish torturers played in it. Muggles were just so curious. These two bought some books, a few of them detailing with the position of being someone's intended. "I'm afraid I need to return to Hogwarts for the leaving feast, but I will send a message to arrange a time for installing your wards. I will of course answer any further questions you have then." Saying his goodbyes, Albus stepped into the back garden and disapparated. As the four made their way back into the sitting room, Hermione had one more surprise for her parents. "Mum, Dad, there's someone else we want you to meet. Dobby." The excitable little elf had never been happier in his life. Dobby had loved working for the Grangers in France, they had become his family. The only thing missing had been the person who granted Dobby his freedom, Harry Potter. Now they were all in the same house, Dobby's family was finally complete. His excitement at that was clearly palpable, he was bouncing on his feet. "Dobby is really happy to meet the wonderful Hermione's parents." A snap of the elf's long fingers saw the cups and saucers disappear, being replaced with Emma's favorite latte, a glass of stout for Dan and pumpkin juice for Harry and Hermione. "Dobby will have dinner on the table in an hour, and Dobby got these from Harry Potter's vault." Handing a small velvet-covered ring box to Harry, the little elf then popped away. The appearance of the ring box certainly moved this situation out of the "laughing at" category for Dan. That both kids couldn't take their eyes off each other solidified that opinion. Harry opened the ring box and Hermione gasped at what it held. A pair of solid silver rings that were obviously as ancient as they were beautiful. The smaller ring was the female of the pair, thinner and more decorative than its male counterpart, though both proudly displayed the Potter crest. As Harry slipped the correct ring on her finger, Hermione recited the words they had learned earlier from the book. "While I wear this ring, I will consider no other." She then picked out Harry's ring and they repeated the procedure. The spark of magic that then passed between the two rings was visible even to the two watching Muggles. Both Harry and Hermione leaning in for a gentle key broke the enchantment the watching adults felt they were under. Neither Dan nor Emma doubted what they had just witnessed was anything less than magical. "Okay you two, we have a lot to talk about." That her mother was sitting down with her latte as she said that eased any fears Hermione had that this could go bad. She knew her parents would be concerned but, seeing no danger, would sit and talk it out. She and Harry would be answering a lot of questions though it was a case of, so far so good, as far as the young couple were concerned. They also still had their secret weapon. Dobby would be making a meal that contained her mum and dad's favorites. Seeing their daughter very happy, and wonderful food appearing on the table should have them won over in no time. She knew the Dursleys would be a much harder nut to crack. For Harry, however, Hermione would give it everything she had. Lying in bed, Emma watched from behind her open book as Dan paced up and down their bedroom. She knew he was concerned and tried to ease his fears. "You were laughing about this whole thing, right up until those rings appeared. This book clearly states it's exactly as Hermione and Harry said. If they decide that being a couple is no longer what they want, all she has to do is take the ring off and hand it back." Seeing this hadn't settled her husband, Emma tried a different tactic. "I got my first ring from Billy Wright." This stopped Dan in his tracks, as she knew it would. "I was 6, he was 7, and we bought lucky bags from the little corner shop. Remember them? You paid your money and didn't know what you were going to get until you opened the paper bag. I got a black plastic spider along with the usual sweets in mine. Billy got a pink ring with a green stone, all genuine plastic too. We swapped, and didn't say any magical words. If I remember correctly, I woke up the next morning and my finger was a funny color. Mum made me take the ring off and throw it in the bin." Dan sat on the bed beside his wife, now playing along with her story. "And just what happened to this Billy character?" "Oh, Billy gave me my spider back." Her pause saw Dan's eyebrows raised. Emma then delivered the punchline. "He stuck it down the back of my dress. I didn't speak to him again after that." Seeing Dan's grin started her own. "There's the man I married. Now, tell me what's really worrying you." When Dan started voicing his fears, Emma just let him go to get it off his chest. "It's Hermione. We put a young girl onto that train back in September and now find ourselves with a young woman by December. Even her letters changed since that Halloween, ever since she hooked up with her best friend, boyfriend, intended. Hermione has always been mature for her age, but she seems to have pushed that concept to new limits. And then there's Harry." Pausing for a moment to arrange his thoughts, Dan then continued laying everything out to his wife. "The boy is like no other 11-year-old we've ever met. He's polite, courteous, has impeccable manners. Harry's obviously wealthy. That little servant of his mentioned getting those rings out of a vault, and that owl of his is the most gorgeous bird I've ever seen. What 11-year-old that you know of would use their money to buy their girlfriend books? We both know that with Hermione, books are better gifts than flowers, chocolates, or even jewelry. How does an 11-year-old boy figure that out? At 11, I hadn't even figured out what a girl was, far less the best way to treat them. I'm more concerned about this family of his, Dan. Harry is exactly as you describe him. So, apart from him being your daughter's intended, what's not to like about the lad? The whole losing memory thing concerns me too. It just seems too glib an excuse, except their headmaster confirmed every word of it. I remember Hermione mentioning this weird boy who lived thing before she left for Hogwarts. She'd worked out they would be in the same year group and hoped to meet him. It would seem she got her wish. Yeah, I completely forgot about the entire fame thing. Probably because Harry wants nothing to do with it. You forgot to mention something else. Those two are totally besotted with each other." "I may not have mentioned it. I certainly didn't forget about it. Dan, they are both here with us for the next 2 weeks. Let's just see how that goes before worrying ourselves into a couple of ulcers. They're 11 and 12, we've got at least a couple of years yet before we need to do that." Slipping into bed beside his wife, he kissed her on the cheek. "I always knew you were the smart one. I'm so glad Hermione takes after you. So, you married me because I was smart." A few more kisses followed as Dan confessed that was only one reason. There certainly were others. He then showed Emma exactly what those others were. It was two happy and satisfied Grangers who finally fell asleep. They would deal with their daughter and her intended a day at a time for now, watching and learning as they went along. Hermione was again reminded this version of Harry was different from the one she remembered. That Harry wouldn't have had a clue about buying clothes. This Harry had his own style and knew exactly what he wanted. Her mother had already arranged to take today off work, expecting to have to be picking Hermione up in King's Cross. Instead, they were getting Harry a new wardrobe, in record time too. So much so that, By the time Harry insisted on treating them both to lunch, his clothes shopping was done. Emma watched with concern at how close these two were. That concern though was balanced by the fact she'd never seen Hermione happier. When, during lunch, Harry mentioned needing to find presents for his family, Emma took that golden opportunity to ask a few questions about that particular subject that were troubling her. Harry's brows furrowed in concern as he tried to answer those questions as honestly as he could. "Emma, I'm sorry but I just don't know what you're asking. After the troll incident, Hermione and I were chatting and she noticed I was talking about my family differently. I had apparently told her a few things before the incident, and my opinions had now changed radically. That's why we asked you to send the letter. I needed to know. Hermione was of course right, and everything I remember about my family is wrong, except to me. A healer and Professor Dumbledore have examined me. There's nothing to be done except be thankful I escaped with nothing worse than wonky memories. I have a slight confession to make though. I was Hermione's boyfriend before Halloween. She was the only person at Hogwarts I remembered. She has been my everything since. That they were a couple before Halloween was not a startling revelation to the concerned mother. The extent of Harry's injury that night was. Rather than easing Emma's fears over Harry's memory loss, it gave her some brand new ones. She focused her attention on Hermione. "Could you please describe this troll to me?" It was about 12 feet tall, a ton of muscle with a very small brain. It had me trapped in that toilet and was closing in. That was until Harry arrived. He tried to distract it and, when that didn't work, ran and jumped onto its back. He had both arms locked around its neck as that creature went crazy, trying to fling him off. Harry's hand soon covered Hermione's, their rings glinting in the restaurant's subtle lighting. Harry was speaking to both Granger ladies, though knew each would take different meanings from his words. Hermione blames herself for what happened to me, but it was my choice. I would make the exact same choice again in a heartbeat. Your daughter really does mean everything to me. Her daughter's smile at that affected Emma nearly as much as it did Harry. She still needed to ask questions though. Where does that leave you, Harry? Well, staying with you for Christmas, and I'm hoping for part of the summer too. This made Emma smile. We just met yesterday but already I feel confident in saying you can stay with us anytime. That wasn't what I meant though, and I'm also sure you two knew that too. Hearing that news really pleased Hermione. Thanks Mum, and yes, we both knew that. Harry's determined to connect with his family, and I'm determined to help. Oh dear, this is going to sound terrible but I need to ask. Will that be safe? Just how bad was the situation with your family? Harry's smile washed away her worries that she'd offended him. You're a concerned parent, of course you have to ask. There is nothing to worry about though, nothing will happen to Hermione. We both have our wands and Dobby will be keeping a close watch on the situation. He won't let any harm come to us, and could have us both out of there in the blink of an eye. Having seen the little elf in action, a wonderful dinner appearing on their table last night and then Harry's packages disappearing today when no one was looking, Emma was now a lot happier about the situation. Dan and I will of course come with you too, if you want us to. Thanks for offering, Emma, and maybe another time. I wanted to go alone for my first visit. But I wasn't standing for that. We'll be fine, Mum, as long as I can hold my temper. I'm warning you now, Harry, I will not stand there quietly if they start belittling you. Nor me you. As you can see, Emma, we'll be fine. After having his eyes tested, Harry paid extra to have his contacts ready before the Christmas break. They would now be available next day, Christmas Eve, so Harry was very happy with that. He would be delighted to lose the horrible glasses. After getting his hair cut, Harry began to feel more like himself. He noticed though this seemed to negatively affect Hermione's mood, so Harry quietly asked her about it first chance he got. Seeing her mother was looking at something the other side of the store aisle, Hermione thought it was safe to talk. With your haircut, new clothes and contacts, you're going to look just like the young man who approached me in the uni bar. The only problem is, I look nothing like the girl you approached. Harry leaned forward and gently kissed her lips, ending her rant and worries. It's you I love, Hermione, not any specific part. The hair you think is bushy, the front teeth you think are too big, things like that don't matter to me. You being the person you are, my Hermione, that's what counts. It was Hermione who now keyed Harry, only to find her smiling mother standing behind her. Is there any more shopping we need to do, or is it time to go home? Just one more thing, and I was going to ask for your help with this. I want to buy some perfume for my Aunt Petunia, I just don't have a clue about things like that. Emma had heard what Harry had just said to her daughter. As far as she was concerned, this boy had just earned himself any help she could give. The three of them headed off to the perfume counter. After having his contacts fitted on Christmas Eve, the plan was for Harry and Hermione to then visit Little Whinging, with Dobby providing the transport. Dan though put his foot down, insisting he and Emma would pick both of them up to head for home after they finished with their last patient. They weren't necessarily attempting to engineer a meeting with the Dursleys, rather just let these people know there was adult support behind both kids, and at approximately what time that support would arrive. Their elven friend dropped the young couple on the outskirts of the estate that contained Privet Drive, leaving Harry and Hermione with about a 5-minute walk. Snow was lightly falling, lending a festive atmosphere as all the houses were decorated and lit for Christmas. Harry though wasn't feeling the festive spirit, Hermione could feel him shaking through their clasped hands. Harry, I won't be moving from your side today. I know, it's not that I'm worried about. I'm assuming you're the same as me, in that every time you look in the mirror you don't see yourself. It's getting less and less of a shock as I get used to my new appearance as an 11-year-old, this time though I'm going through the mirror again. This time it won't be a totally strange environment, like Hogwarts. This is supposed to be my home, my family. I'm dreading what I'm going to find, but I need to know. Harry stopped talking as they had now entered Privet Drive. The door of number 4 was looming large. Wondering who was at the door, and knowing her two boys wouldn't move from their television program to find out, Petunia headed down what she rather pretentiously called their entrance hall. She opened the door to find two lovely children standing there. Both were well dressed and it was easy to see they took a pride in their appearance, something she was always trying to instill into Dudley. Yes, dears, can I help you? Petunia then almost fainted on the spot, recognizing the voice before the boy it came from. Hello, Aunt Petunia. We dropped by with some gifts, and to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Oh, sorry, where are my manners? This is Hermione Granger, my best friend and whose family I'm currently staying with. Hermione managed a, pleased to meet you, ma'am, in a sweet voice, a not inconsiderable task considering inside she was raging. It was like a switch being flicked with this woman the instant she recognized her nephew. Hermione wondered if they were actually going to make it inside the house. Realizing she couldn't have a scene on the doorstep for the neighbors to witness, Petunia moved to allow them access. You'd better come in then. How did you get here? We got the bus, but my parents are picking us up after they finish work. With it being Christmas Eve, they're finishing early and will be here about 3:30. We intended to be here a little earlier, but Harry's appointment at the optician's overran, making us late. Since it was now just after 2, Petunia was thinking at least they wouldn't have to suffer them for long. What do your parents do? Hermione was it. My parents have their own dental practice, both are dentists. Harry gave them your number in case some emergency turns up and delays them. I hope you don't mind. It was actually possible for the two kids to see the cogs whirling behind Petunia's eyes as her brain shifted gears. Your parents are dentists. Don't you go to the same school as him? Harry. Hermione felt her intendeds wince at that comment. Keeping her smile in place was a Herculean effort. Of course we do, that's how we met. Harry was being led through the house he grew up in by the woman who was the nearest thing to a mother he had, yet he felt as if he was in some horrible nightmare. Nothing was the same, and none of it was different in a good way. His aunt's greeting was as cold as the winter weather and his home displayed not one trace of him. Pictures of Dudley were everywhere, and Harry didn't appear in any of them. He was clinging to Hermione's hand like it was his anchor in this emotional storm that threatened to overwhelm him. Hermione stuck to Harry's side as if glued there. Returning to the house she hadn't set foot in for years, and then seeing her own parents being younger, was strange enough. She couldn't even begin to imagine how bad this must be for Harry, and it was just about to get a lot worse. While the telly was easily loud enough to mask their entrance, Harry's uncle managed to bellow over its volume without any trouble at his first sight of his nephew. "What are you doing here, boy? We thought we might have gotten rid of you for good. Don't tell me those people you were staying with threw you out. Not that I blame them, but you are not staying here. I won't have you ruining our Christmas." Harry was leaning into Hermione for support as the verbal blows kept coming, something Dudley was quick to pick up on. "Hey, Dad, the freak's got himself a girlfriend." That was a step too far for Hermione. She sprang to Harry's defense. "Who are you calling a freak? Have you looked in the mirror lately? I'll knock those big teeth right down your—" Dudley couldn't say any more as he was confronted by a very angry Harry Potter, a Harry Potter who was glowing with magic. Harry was also making the house shake and the lights blink. "Don't even think about it, Dud. She could swat you like a bug, but I won't allow it to reach that stage." "Harry, love, you need to calm down. You're only seconds away from blasting out all the windows. Just leave the presents you brought and we'll wait outside for my mum and dad. It will be warmer out there anyway, at least warmer than the welcome we received here. Wish them a Merry Christmas and we're gone." The girl had said the magic word. As far as Dudley was concerned, everything else was forgotten instantly. "Presents. Potter brought us presents." The walrus though wasn't so easily appeased. "I hope these presents weren't bought in some freak shop." Turning her ire onto the large man, Hermione let him have it too. "I don't know what you consider to be a freak shop, but Harry bought everything in Harrods. Drop the bag and let's go, Harry. You will be going nowhere, except to sit down and have a cup of tea while we wait for Hermione's parents." Petunia then faced down her husband and son. "You two sit there and watch the telly, they'll be gone in an hour or so." Hermione tugged Harry's hand to follow his aunt. He dropped the bag he'd held in his other hand and staggered on like a zombie. His emotions were all over the place, the shock of getting ready to flatten the boy he thought of as his brother, just the latest to leave him numb inside. Sitting at that kitchen table while his aunt made tea felt so normal yet utterly alien at the same time. An excited Dudley bursting in just added to the normality and alienness of the entire situation. Mum, Potter got me a Sega Game Gear, and 3 games. Dad got gold cufflinks and you got some smelly stuff. That's nice, diddums." At that Dudley raced back out, obviously to go and play with his new gift. Hermione was appalled. Dudley had unwrapped all 3 presents, then appeared in Harry's presence and didn't even say thank you. Not only that, his mother made no attempt to reprimand her son, or at least remind him of his manners. Petunia was actually too busy congratulating herself for not being the talk of the street. These 2 children standing out in the snow while waiting on being collected would surely have been noticed. It was Christmas Eve too. That they chose to spend so long standing out there, rather than be in this house, would certainly have had the girls' parents knocking on their door to discover the reason why. No, Petunia would keep them in here drinking tea. She might even offer up the biscuit tin. It was also an opportunity to get the girl talking, and find out just what kind of people her parents were. That 2 dentists were saddled with a witch for a daughter was a tragedy. She wondered how they coped. Here was her chance to find out. "Are you the first person with, in your family, Hermione?" Thinking seeing her and his aunt chatting might have Harry relaxing a little, Hermione tried to be sociable. "Oh yes, quite the shock for my mum and dad. It was explained to us however that I would need to go to our school to learn to control it. That doesn't mean we have to stay there forever." Petunia well remembered her sister leaving for that school. Lily was never the same again, and when home couldn't wait to get back there. This girl seemed to have different ideas, and apparently her nephew was being counted in as part of everything Hermione had planned. She wanted to hear this different point of view, and not just out of nosiness. "What do you mean? I thought once you were in, that was it. Can you change, switch it off?" "You can't switch it off, but you can choose to live what we would all consider a normal life. We need to stay at our school until the end of our 5th year. Once you've sat those exams, that's you qualified to leave. If we can keep up with our normal coursework, we should still be able to sit our levels and think about university." "Harry, university. Harry is very smart, easily smart enough for university. Harry and I are the top 2 students in our year. Must be a small year," was shouted from the living room. then accompanied by loud laughter. Hermione hadn't even noticed the volume on the TV had been lowered. Petunia turned her attention to her nephew. "And what do you think about this?" Harry stared into the face that he remembered looking lovingly back at him, and he didn't recognize his Aunt Petunia. This version was broadcasting by her very demeanor that she didn't think he was good enough to go to university, she didn't think he was good enough for anything. "I think I'm gonna be sick." With that, Harry shot out of his seat, Hermione hot on his heels. He made the downstairs loo before regurgitating everything he'd eaten in the last fortnight, or at least that's how it felt. Harry had his head in the bowl while Petunia was shouting that, if he made a mess, he'd be cleaning it up. If Hermione wasn't so concerned for Harry, she would probably have scalped the uncaring bitch for that. The downstairs loo was tiny, and also had 2 people already occupying it. That was why Dobby appeared standing in the wash-hand basin, a potion to settle Harry's stomach in one hand and a glass of iced water in the other. Hermione quickly took them both, not wanting their little friend to be seen. Harry knocked back the potion before sipping on the water. "Sorry for dragging you into this." She smiled back at him. "If I remember rightly, it was me who dragged you into this." "You didn't need to do much dragging, I would have followed you anywhere." "Are you two finished in there yet? Spray some air freshener, you know where I keep it." In an act of defiance that made Harry grin, Hermione whipped her wand out and, a few spells later, the loo was not only pine fresh but spotless. They headed back to the kitchen where Harry apologized. Vernon could be heard muttering loudly about good food wasted on people not worthy of it. Petunia tried to turn the conversation around to summer, and specifically what Harry would be doing, or where he'd be staying. Having a good read on these people now, Hermione decided on a little payback. "My mum's already said Harry can stay with us anytime. Then again, he took us both shopping in London yesterday, and also insisted on paying for lunch in a very nice restaurant. We usually go on holiday for a month at the summer, Harry will definitely be coming with us. It might be the south of France or Spain, though my dad keeps talking about trying Tuscany." Vernon could be heard muttering again, this time about bloody foreigners. Before the car horn brought relief to everyone, the Grangers were early. Jealousy was again on the menu as Vernon, looking out the window, asked if that was a company car her father was driving, giving Hermione another opportunity to rub their stuck-up noses, especially the one with a dead rat under it, in their own jealous bile. "My mum and dad are both dentists, and also run their own practice. I don't know if their car is a business expense or not, I just always remember my dad having a Range Rover. Come on Harry, we're going to buy our tree, it's a family tradition." Hermione glancing over at the Dursleys, pathetic purple plastic one saw a stung Petunia defend her sterile supposed spruce. "I wouldn't have a real tree in my house, you never know what you're bringing in with it." Slipping her arm around Harry's waist, Hermione made sure they knew she wasn't talking about trees. "Oh, they're fabulous. You don't know what you're missing." She was leading Harry toward the waiting car when they both heard Dudley whining behind them. "How come Potter gets to go on holiday abroad, and for a month? That's not fair, I want to go too." Only Harry heard Hermione mutter, "Over my dead body," as she opened the car door and pushed him in, sliding in herself right behind her intended. As they drove away, Dan was going to make a joke about the car having more than one door when a glance in the mirror at Hermione's face told him this wasn't the time. "As bad as that, princess?" "No, Dad, worse. That she didn't react to his princess jibe told both parents just how bad it was." Hermione had Harry wrapped in her arms, his silent sobs were still visible to Emma and Dan. "They didn't get physical or anything, did they?" The sarcastic laugh from Hermione answered Emma's question before she spoke. "Dudley made some threatening noises in my direction, Harry nearly pulled the house down around their ears. My Harry is a very powerful wizard, the Dursleys caught a glimpse of that today. It should have scared the hell out of them but they are too stupid to understand what they witnessed. How my Harry grew up to be such a fine person while living there is a total mystery." Hermione's jacket was open. They hadn't even been invited to take them off by the Dursleys, and she could feel Harry's tears soaking through her jumper. His face was buried there so no one would see him cry. Each tear he shed just added to Hermione's anger, Anger though was not what was needed here. She proved this when her father asked, "What happens now?" "They are Harry's family, that will be up to him. One thing is for certain, he won't be setting foot inside that house without me by his side." Harry woke as he'd like to wake every single day for the rest of his life, wrapped lovingly in Hermione's arms. "Hey, good to have you back with us. Sorry, Shush, you have nothing to be sorry about. The short time we were there was enough to nearly drive me nuts, it must have been 100 times worse for you. I felt as if I'd walked into that old horror movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Those weren't the family I remember having." This actually drew a giggle from Hermione. "Sorry, Harry, I was just imagining the size of pods that would have been needed for your cousin and uncle." This drew a slight grin from Harry, before he realized where they were. They were snuggled in the back seat of the car, a car that was parked in the Grangers' driveway. "How long have we been here?" "We arrived home only minutes ago. Mum and Dad left me to wake you." "Did you just forget about a tree?" "No, I let those two big kids who were sitting in front pick our tree. Dad had only to get it around the side of the car where it couldn't be seen and Dobby popped it away." "You have serious competition there. My parents like Dobby nearly as much as they do you." "I'm just glad to be welcome somewhere. I certainly wasn't welcome at Privet Drive. I really don't know what to do next." "Don't worry, I do. We enjoy our Christmas together, then I need to sit with you and spill all my secrets. We'll deal with the Dursley problem then, along with all the others that talk throws up, but not until after Christmas." A quick key and Hermione had them heading inside, there to find her mum and dad standing drinking hot chocolate while admiring the beautiful tree. "You've dressed the tree already. Dobby had it decorated before we came home. Your little friend is incredible, Harry." "Thanks, Dan, and sorry about earlier." Emma cut him right off. "Harry, we have only a vague idea of how painful that was for you, no apology is needed for us. I'm more pleased than I can say that you trusted Hermione enough to take her in there with you, but remember, Dan and I are here for you too. I think that school of yours should be doing a lot more to help you with this. They caused the problem, and then you are left to deal with it on your own. That's just not right." Thinking quickly, Harry closed that line of enquiry down. This was certainly not Hogwarts' fault, and he didn't want anyone there knowing about it. "I haven't mentioned this to the school, I have my reasons. You may have heard I'm something of a celebrity in the magical world, there are even books written about my supposed life. Not having read them, I'm led to believe I had a wonderful childhood. They're pure fiction, nowhere do they mention having a family that doesn't want me and calls me a freak. If that got out, the Dursleys would be toast." Dan's growl that it would serve them right saw Harry shake his head. "That would throw the question of my guardianship up in the air. There are powerful people who would actually like that. For all their faults, the Dursleys will let me live my own life, especially if they don't have to be a part of it. There are certain sections of magical society that will strongly object to Hermione and I being together. Even though their views on things like that are repulsive to me, they are mostly still considered respectable members of the community. Should someone like that gain guardianship of me, some of their laws are quite draconian. They could force Hermione and I apart until I'm 17, even broker a betrothal contract with the right type of witch, for me. I'll deal with the Dursleys any day of the week, rather than chance that happening." Dobby appeared to take the young couple's jackets, and provide 2 mugs of his wonderful hot chocolate, so the discussion moved to the couches. Dan was clearly unhappy, and didn't care who knew it. Betrothal contracts, right type of witch, these people do know we're not living in the Victorian era any longer, don't they? And this is the world we let our daughter enter, that McGonagall woman never mentioned any this. "Dad, it's not all bad news." Hermione then tried the same spiel that she'd run past Petunia earlier, leaving Hogwarts after 5th year and considering university. This just seemed to make her father even angrier. "Hermione, you just had your 12th birthday a few months ago, yet you sit there with your intended and are talking about university. What have they done to you? Where's the little girl I put on a train back in September?" A shocked and tearful Hermione looked to Harry for advice, he soon gave it. "Your mum and dad can see something is wrong, they have also offered to help. You witnessed what happened when I met my family, This can't be allowed to screw up your relationship with your parents. They're good people, Hermione, and have been wonderful to me. Like you though, they're far too smart not to pick up on what's going on." Nodding, Hermione called for Dobby. Saying it was a family meeting saw their little friend sit cross-legged on the floor. "Mum, Dad, what I'm going to tell you will seem nuts. Nevertheless, it's the truth. Please let me finish before you bombard me with questions. I'll answer all of them that I can later. I can't go too much into specifics about some things because that knowledge would be dangerous for you to have. I promise though I won't lie to you." Seeing those shocked looks, Hermione pressed on before she lost her nerve. "We celebrated my last birthday in a little restaurant just outside Nice, about a 15-minute drive from where we were living. I wondered why we didn't just let Dobby cook for us. I soon found out. One of Mum's friends was there, along with her single, 20-year-old law student of a son. Neither mother nor son were very happy that I point-blank ignored his advances, and that evening I had the worst fight I've ever had with my mother. It wasn't a very happy 19th birthday. She took a sip of her hot chocolate and then smiled at Dobby, remembering that he had brought her the same drink that night as she lay crying on her bed. The reason we were living in France, and also why I wasn't interested in anyone trying to find me a boyfriend, is sitting right beside me. I've been in love with Harry Potter for over 7 years and no one was going to take him away from me." A cuddle from her intended settled Hermione for the worst part of her story. The reason Harry wasn't there, and why we were living in France, was the Dark Lord had returned. Harry was there when it happened, and it cost another student from Hogwarts their life, but no one wanted to hear that terrible news. The magical government put him on trial with some manufactured charges. Harry, being Harry, called them a load of cowardly bastards who could all go and F*** themselves. Rather than accept his sound and sensible advice, they royally screwed him over. "Dad, do you remember what McGonagall said would happen if we decided I didn't want to go to Hogwarts?" With a growing sense of dread, Dan repeated the sentence that had horrified him at the time. Actually it still did. "She said we would have our memories altered to forget all about magic, and you would have your magic bound." That's exactly what they did to Harry. He wasn't with me because he didn't even know who I was. They took him away just before I turned 16. Things in magical Britain started going downhill fast after Harry Potter's supposed trial. Professor Dumbledore was training me for what I needed to do, and also got you both out the country and settled in the south of France. I finished my 5th year at Hogwarts and then joined you. Professor Dumbledore was murdered soon after that. Harry was safe for now in our world while the magical one was torn apart. It took me another 2.5 years to figure out exactly what I needed to do. When Voldemort really started looking for Harry though I was all out of time. Time? You built a time machine. No, Dad, and there was no DeLorean involved. I'm a witch. I used my magic in a very specific ritual to throw both our spirits back in time. You and Mum knew what I intended to attempt, and just how dangerous it was. That was why Mum was trying to set me up with someone else, hoping I would change my mind. That just wasn't an option. We had a very tearful goodbye at Nice Airport, and you have no idea how pleased I was to see you both again. Harry's magic has returned with a vengeance, but his memories are those the Ministry gave him. What's particularly hurtful are his memories of growing up in a loving household with the Dursleys. The Ministry obviously had to wipe their memories of magic too. Hermione was snuggling into Harry by this point and decided to finish it here. Dad, Mum, it was never my intention to try and deceive you. Your future selves knew exactly what I was planning, and tried your best to support my choices. At that time you had only met Harry once, and that was briefly. All your objections were based on the fact that what I was planning was, in your opinion, way too dangerous for your daughter to be attempting. A couple of astonished parents shared a glance before focusing on Harry, obviously wanting to hear his side of this. I was a first-year veterinary student when I met this absolutely stunning young woman, ironically just before Christmas. For me it was like love at first sight. That troubled me because I'm not really like that. Hermione explaining that we had been best friends since I was 11 actually made more sense, in the strangest possible way. She knows I didn't really buy into the Back to the Future thing, I was willing to cut my new girlfriend all the slack I could though. I was already thinking about introducing her to my family, and meeting hers. I knew in my heart of hearts she was the one, and she still is. My life has since changed beyond all recognition. Your daughter is the one thing that still keeps me going. Everyone recognized it was now question time. Dan intended to start off gently and build up to the big stuff. Like Harry, hearing their explanations made some sense to Dan, again in the strangest possible way. These two simply couldn't be 11 and 12. You mentioned Dobby was with us in France, is he in on this too? Dobby is my friend, my family, the brother I never had. Without him, we wouldn't be sitting here. While performing the ritual, Harry and I were attacked. Dobby dealt with the attackers but found himself dragged back in time too, and, while we didn't know that was possible, all three of us couldn't be any happier about that. In the original timeline, Dobby was a beat to a family that treated him worse than an animal. Harry freed him and these two have been great friends ever since. Dobby counts any friend of Harry's as a friend of his too, that's the reason he was with us in France. The little elf was almost glowing with pride and happiness. It was a measure of how comfortable Dobby was in this company that he felt able to speak about the situation. Dobby has his whole family together for the first time ever. This makes Dobby a very happy house elf. House elves is allowed to protect their families. Dobby will protect his family. This saw Emma wade right into the discussion. All this talk of danger and protection, just how much danger are we in? Apparently moving to the south of France took us out of that danger the last time. What's to stop us doing the same again? That would be me. All eyes were now on Harry again as he tried to explain that comment. Hermione told me this psycho is determined to kill me, and a little thing like the English Channel isn't going to put him off. You were safe in France the last time because I wasn't with you. And Dobby and I didn't travel back in time to then leave Harry behind. This is one of the times you're going to have to trust my judgment. Trust me though that I didn't go through 3.5 years worth of very taxing work and tons of trouble to lose my Harry now. Harry and I both agreed. First sign of things getting as bad as they were before and we're all out of the country. You've both talked about Australia in the past, or was that in the future? That's the kind of move we might have to make, right round to the other side of the world from Britain. Hermione is teaching me magic so I can defend myself against any attack. Neither of us has any intention of going looking for trouble, and Dobby keeps an eye on us so that any trouble heading our way doesn't catch us unawares. Who else knows about this, that you two came back in time? Only Professor Dumbledore, Dad, and he doesn't know any details. He's a master at a technique that can pick thoughts right out your head. His future self taught me how to shield against that, and then made me take an oath not to tell his past self specific information. When the professor tried to read my thoughts, he not only found them shielded but recognized who taught me. I think that really scared him, that things must have gotten so bad he would help me learn how to travel back in time. It really was a desperate measure, a real last resort shot in the dark. This Professor Dumbledore is now a changed man, and he's also helping make the future a brighter one. Questions and answers were then batted around for the next couple of hours, Dobby popping away and returning with some snacks. No one felt like sitting down to dinner tonight. Hermione was relieved her parents appeared to be accepting their story, and also that they couldn't be told certain things for fear of that information reaching others. Knowing she had absolutely no interest in football, her father had told her what to say if this situation ever came about. Dad, Leeds United signed some Frenchman, Eric Cantona, and then go on to win the league. I've no idea if that's true, or whether your future self was playing some prank on me. Knowing his daughter's absolute indifference to his beloved football, he had to accept he did indeed give her that message to pass on. Accepting these two were indeed time travelers, Dan then focused his attention and questions on a different area. I'd like to know exactly what your relationship is now, and please be honest with us. Honesty was exactly what Dan got from Harry. I'm an 18-year-old man in an 11-year-old body. Even saying that out loud seems weird and rather creepy, far less having to live with it every day. Hermione had trouble even keying me because it felt to her like she was taking advantage of some kid. That is the total extent of our physical relationship at the moment, and neither of us can see that changing for the foreseeable future. This appeared to please both parents, so Harry pushed the honesty further. While Hermione was teaching me how to protect my mind, she would sneak into my four-poster bed. We would spend a couple of hours late at night working on that before snuggling in together, both of us of course in our pajamas. Dobby would then pop her back to her own bed in the morning. I fully intend to marry your daughter. Our journey down that road will of course be tempered by the ages of our bodies, rather than our minds. We're in no hurry though, we'll have the rest of our lives to spend together. Hermione keyed his cheek at that while Dan seemed to give that answer careful consideration before nodding his head and rising from the couch. He offered Harry his hand. Welcome to the family, Harry. After the reception he'd received in his own home earlier, Harry felt himself choking up at the meaning behind Dan's gesture. Emma then hugging him with the same sentiment had his eyes welling up. Dan then offering Dobby his hand, and also welcoming the little guy to their family saw those wells overflowing. Emma then hugging Dobby too meant Harry wasn't the only one with a few tears on his cheeks. Harry lying in bed wide awake had nothing to do with it being Christmas Eve, he'd just had quite the day. Hermione entering his room was a surprise, her pulling back the covers and slipping in beside him was a shock, though a very welcome one. Snuggling in, Hermione offered something of an explanation. I've just had one of the most surreal conversations of my life. Considering some of the ones we've had recently, even counting those earlier today, that's really saying something. Keying the top of her head, Harry held her and encouraged the telling of her story. Mum just tried to apologize to me about an argument we haven't had yet, nor will ever have. She didn't want me, or you, thinking she didn't like my choice of intended. She and Dad both think we're well suited, though are still understandably weirded out by the age thing. Love, we've had a couple of months of dealing with this and it still occasionally catches us out. Not that I'm complaining, but what are you doing in bed with me? If I've just got your parents' approval, I don't want to blow it right away. Snuggling in further and getting comfortable, Hermione signaled she wasn't going anywhere. Mum and Dad now recognize what a horrendous day you just had, and feel as if they've just added to it with all their questions tonight. She said I could snuggle in with you, providing that was all we did. I think I may have shocked her by saying we didn't have the bodies to do anything else. I certainly never dropped the word, yet, anywhere in that conversation. Finally beginning to relax, Harry started to snuggle in too. His mumbled, "Best Christmas present ever," saw Hermione fall asleep with a grin on her face. Ron Weasley woke on Christmas morning to silence, not something he was accustomed to. This was his first Christmas away from home, and also his first without his parents' presence. His mum and dad had taken his young sister to visit their dragon-handling brother in Romania, where they would all be spending the entire holidays. With all his dorm mates away home for the Christmas holidays too, he had the entire dorm to himself. This resulted in the unusual silence, not something Ron was familiar with, either in Hogwarts or at the Burrow. He had hoped Harry would be staying in Hogwarts too, instead both he and Granger had left the day before the express. Ron didn't even get a chance to wish him a Merry Christmas, and hopefully start to rebuild their once strong friendship. Ever since Granger got her hooks into Harry at Halloween, he was like a different person, a person who didn't need Ron Weasley in his life. After having basked in the notoriety of being the boy who lived's best friend for 2 months, to have that snatched away from him in an instant was hard to take. What was even harder to take was his once best friend claiming he had no memories of those 2 months, or that close friendship they'd shared. Now Harry and Hermione were certainly a package deal, yesterday's prophet announcing she was his intended made the entire country aware of that. Harry had appeared to go out of his way since Halloween to make new friends. Ron was sure that certainly helped see this unbelievable news almost casually gain acceptance amongst their peers. Then again, most students' attentions were held by the fact Snape had changed his plea to guilty, and was therefore heading for Azkaban, ending once and for all any possibility of him ever returning to Hogwarts as a professor. Having to ask his twin brothers for advice on anything was always going to be fraught with danger, their reputations for making mischief being well earned. Ron didn't see any other options open to him though. Fred and George were certainly people both Harry and his new intended counted as friends. he would need to ask the twins how they managed it. That would be for later since there were currently gifts to open. Ignoring what he guessed by shape and feel was another Weasley jumper, Ron made straight for those packages that might contain sweets or cakes. Draco Malfoy was another first-year student who wasn't having the Christmas he'd imagined, and again Harry Potter was at the center of his troubles. The Malfoy Christmas Ball was normally the highlight of the British magical social calendar, but not this year. For the first time ever, Owls had been busy delivering scroll after scroll offering invited guests apologies that they wouldn't be able to attend. There had usually been the odd one or two, neither family emergencies nor ill health being unavoidable, even at Christmas. This year, however, over half of those invited were not going to be attending. The scroll from the Minister of Magic, citing the lame excuse of a previous engagement, really had his father swearing. All three Malfoys knew that, in previous years, it would be the other engagement that would be receiving the excuse scroll. That the minister was suggesting there actually was another engagement worthy of his attendance tonight really brought home just how far their star had waned. The Malfoy annual Christmas ball was usually such a success, with everyone who was anyone attending, no one would dare run another ball on the same evening. It wouldn't be until later tonight they would discover just where all their missing guests had gone. Severus was spending his first, and hopefully last, Christmas as a guest in Azkaban. While he wasn't being held in the high-security wing, this level was easily bad enough for the potions master. He would keep his head down and strive to become a model prisoner. There was no way he wanted to spend an additional 2 years in this place. Severus was still trying to get over the shock of being betrayed, both back in Hogwarts and again in that courtroom. Dumbledore had effectively ended his career then. When Severus had tried to defend himself at the school board meeting, the headmaster played the Potter card to have him arrested. The sly old bastard even took it a step further, completing his betrayal in the most public fashion possible. As far as Severus was aware, only 3 people knew of the prophecy made that night. Dumbledore, himself and the Dark Lord. That Dumbledore must have told Potter the prophecy was a shock that changed everything. Sitting in that courtroom, he couldn't take the chance that the old wizard hadn't told the Potter brat exactly how the Dark Lord came to know that prophecy. Staring into Potter's eyes in that courtroom, Severus couldn't get a read on the brat, other than that he meant business. Knowing full well the boy who lived claiming Severus Snape was accomplice in the murder of his parents would mean an up-close and personal visit from a Dementor, he was backed into a corner and left with no other option but to change his plea to guilty. The fact that he was guilty, and guilty of both crimes, didn't seem to register with Severus. His anger was focused on Dumbledore's betrayals, and of course the hated Potter brat. Apart from his obvious skills, there was one other thing Severus was exceptionally good at, holding a grudge. Since he still had another 363 days left to spend in this shithole, Severus was sure he had plenty of time to figure out how to get even with both Dumbledore and Potter. Albus received the usual haul of books as Christmas presents from his friends, however there were a couple of packages that surprised him. A gift from Harry, those still books, certainly accomplished that. It wasn't the fact that they were Muggle books that was surprising, but rather the apparent subject matter of those books. Glancing at the 3 books that obviously made up the set, he was struck by an image on the cover that appeared very similar to his own. Not only that, this image, which contained a powerful sorcerer with a long white beard, was completed by a young boy in the background. His interest piqued, Albus would be sure to make time and read the first in the trilogy, The Fellowship of the Ring, over the holidays. The other package that surprised him was from Miss Granger, a dozen pair of warm woolly socks. That these socks were also made from wools that had been dyed every color of the rainbow just endeared Albus all the more to them. He hoped the young couple liked their gifts from him as much as Albus appreciated theirs. Wearing his housecoat over his pajamas, Harry waited on Hermione collecting her own from her bedroom before they both headed down the stairs. Dan and Emma were there to greet them and all 4 decided breakfast would come before presents. The happy and relaxed atmosphere around the table was what Harry's memories were telling him his Christmases usually were. After visiting Privet Drive yesterday, he now knew that was not the case. Hermione, however, seemed to read his mind, even without having to resort to entering it. All your memories will be real from here on in, and I promise you to try and make those memories as good as I can." With Harry's mood now saved from crashing, Hermione led them through to the living room, where the tree and presents were waiting. There was much laughter, oohing and awing over the gifts everyone received. Hermione couldn't help but smile as Harry opened a plain parcel and found a shimmering cloak inside. "The message says this belonged to my father, but not who sent it. It's very nice, but not really my style. I can't see me wearing it." At that Hermione buckled with laughter, urging Harry to put it on so everyone would be in on the joke. Unlike Hermione though, none of the other three were laughing as Harry's disembodied head appeared to float in midair. Once he pulled the hood up and disappeared completely, Emma quickly stood and walked forward with her hands searchingly out. Watching her find and then hug an invisible Harry left the grin on Hermione's face in danger of becoming a permanent fixture. "He's still here, just invisible." Pulling his hood down, a puzzled Harry asked Emma what he considered a stupid question. "Where did you think I had gone? I just saw you vanish right in front of my eyes and was suddenly worried. I didn't know if you'd left us. You've just joined our family and we certainly want you to stay." Seeing his wife and Harry moved by what happened, Dan tried to lighten the conversation. "Will that cloak work on anyone? I mean, do you have to be magical?" "The magic's in the cloak, Dad. I'm sure Harry will let you try it on." Harry duly handed over the cloak, then Dan duly disappeared. "Hey, didn't it work?" "Yes, it worked. Why wouldn't it? I never got a hug." Quick as a flash, Emma was in there with a quip. "After you've seen one invisible man, they all look the same." This time everyone was in on the joke and it took a few moments for Hermione to stop laughing and notice there was one present left, a present that had her name on it. She opened the briefcase-sized package to discover that's what it contained, but this was no ordinary case. There were instructions from Dumbledore on how to operate her new library trunk, earning a squeal from the young but already committed bibliophile. A quick glance at the instructions and Hermione was soon showing off the 30 or so books the professor had left in there for her. Adding and indexing her own collection of books to the system would be a bit more complicated, but Hermione couldn't hide her glee at this gift. She would probably have raved about it for the rest of the morning had not Dobby appeared with a letter for them. "An owl just delivered this." Dobby recognized the handwriting and brought it straight here. Harry and Hermione recognized the writing too. It was from Neville. "Hi Harry and Hermione. Hope you're both having a wonderful Christmas and please know you gave most of the Hogwarts students their best present early, putting Snape in Azkaban. Really sorry about the short notice for this. My Gran wanted to personally ask you both at the station when we got off the express, and we will understand if you have already made other plans. The Longbottoms are holding a Christmas ball this evening. Your invitation is also in this envelope. Knowing you don't have access to a flow, the invitation is also a portkey that you just have to tap with your wand and say, ball. I do hope you both can make it, but have a great holiday either way, you deserve it." After reading the letter out loud, Harry looked to Hermione, but she appeared just as puzzled. "Neither of us have ever been to Neville's house, so this certainly didn't happen the last time. You and Ron both spent this Christmas holiday in Hogwarts." She had no intention of mentioning what they were trying to research, or Harry finding the mirror of Arised. "I've never been to a ball before." "Actually, you have. End of our 4th year." "Did I take you?" "No. How the hell did you ever fall in love with the other Harry?" "He sounds like a bloody idiot to me. I want you to know I will ask you to be my date for anything that comes up in the future, but I vote we give this one a miss." It was Emma who responded first to that. "Why would you not go?" "Where do I start? Apart from having no suitable clothes, and not being able to dance a step, I get the feeling it's the boy who lived who's being invited, not me." This confused Emma further. "I thought you were the boy who lived." "I'm just Harry, Emma, someone who likes his books and loves his intended." "I get the feeling that's not who they're inviting. Neville knows me as Harry, but this invitation is from his grandmother, who I've never met. Besides, Hermione and I already have a previous engagement. I was invited to spend Christmas with her parents. I can assure you, I would much rather be here with you than somewhere else, and being stared at by a bunch of strangers. We had more than enough of that at Snape's trial. What do you think, Hermione? Do I want to go to a ball with you?" "Yes. Should we race about trying to get organized for tonight, and also squeeze some dancing practice in there too? No. This is our Christmas and I agree with you, it should be spent here. If I know Dobby, he will have spent ages working on our Christmas dinner. I want the 5 of us to sit down as a family and enjoy it together, without the 2 of us fretting about having to get ready for a ball we knew nothing about until 10 minutes ago. It took me bloody ages to get dressed for the last one. Please tell me you didn't go with Ron. While I hoped you would ask me, I didn't think that was going to happen. A boy from a visiting school asked me, so I went with him. You and Ron waited until the last minute, then went with the Pottle twins. That Harry was an ass. This Harry would rather be with you than anyone else. If you're happy with spending our evening here, I'll write back and offer our apologies. Dan then wanted to ensure they were making this choice for the right reasons, and not because they were worried he and Emma would be upset if they went. Hermione quickly allayed her father's fears while Harry then put those fears to bed. I have only 2 months' worth of memories of the magical world and, apart from Hermione, I've yet to find anything that would keep me there. I would much rather spend Christmas here, and can't thank you enough for inviting me. After Harry penned a quick letter offering their apologies, they all settled back to enjoy their first Christmas together. After the festive feast at Hogwarts, Minerva and Albus had flown to Longbottom Manor, mainly to show their support for the stance Augusta was taking here. Deliberately holding a ball on the same evening the Malfoys traditionally did was practically a declaration of war in social terms. Spotting her friend, Minerva congratulated Augusta on what was a well-attended ball. Thank you, Minerva. I was rather disappointed though that Harry Potter refused my invitation. At least I have the consolation of knowing he's not attending the Malfoys' event. I'm just relieved they're returning to Hogwarts after the holidays. Anything else is a bonus. Augusta's eyes had been roving over her guests as Minerva spoke. The Hogwarts deputy now had her undivided attention with that remark. And why wouldn't he be returning? I asked him the same question. He turned that question back on me. To understand, you need to know that accident Harry suffered at Halloween caused him permanent memory loss. He didn't know he was a wizard, anything about Hogwarts or even how he got there. The only person he remembered was his girlfriend, now intended, Miss Granger. I assume you've had the boy examined. Poppy checked him over medically before, with Harry's permission, Albus visited his mind. Both confirm that, while he is now fine, those memories are gone. Harry has only known about him being a wizard since being told so on Halloween evening. In the preceding couple of months after being given that news, he's been attacked by a troll, had an illegal spell cast at him by a member of staff, continually had his mother and intended referred to as mudbloods and twice been attacked by students, the last one being organized by a head of house. Given that background, how could I honestly say staying at Hogwarts was in his best interest? The matriarch of the Longbottom family was an extremely shrewd witch. Augusta soon put a few things that had been puzzling her together. The mystery of why Albus finally hung Snape out to dry is now explained. Faced with a choice of losing one of them, Albus chose to retain Harry Potter. You may be right. I know Albus spoke at length with both Harry and Hermione to convince them to stay. Don't let their ages fool you either, those two are very much a couple. Harry is actually spending the holidays with Miss Granger's parents. I may be wrong, but I got the sense he could hardly wait to be back in the world he was familiar with. I would say that, rather than any slight on your invitation, is probably the main reason neither of them are here tonight. Having Harry raised in the Muggle world may have kept him safe, it leaves him though questioning everything we take for granted. In every way but one, he's as much a Muggle born as his intended. This left the eldest Longbottom shaking her head. Neville seemed to be half expecting our invitation to be refused, he also didn't appear to be in any way upset about it. I'm beginning to understand his attitude at the matter a bit better now. I've long argued there should be introductory courses to our society for Muggle-borns, I just could never get any support from the rest of the school board. Trying to get them to allocate resources specifically for Muggle-borns was never a popular proposal. Would you mind if I used Harry Potter's situation to revisit this at the next school board meeting? I wouldn't mind, and you'll certainly have my vote. I think that idea should be put to Harry first though, rather than just using his name without his permission. Dumbledore and Fudge arrived in time to catch the end of their conversation, leading to a fuller explanation being offered. The minister was then left looking to the headmaster for some reassurances. Albus didn't have any to give. With Harry only having those few months' worth of memories pertaining to magic and Hogwarts, I managed to convince both of them they should stay a little longer before making decisions that will affect the rest of their lives. Both agreed to continue at Hogwarts until the summer, though I wouldn't be surprised if they were using these holidays to research just what other options they have available to them. Thinking of the public and political outcry Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts would cause, Cornelius only had one thing to say. Anything me or my ministry can do to prevent Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts, you only have to ask. While Albus stoically proclaimed he would do his best, inside he was smiling broadly. He had no idea what the two time travelers had planned next. Cornelius though had just given Albus a way to get ministerial backing for it. Dan shot up in bed. The loud shouting and swearing that had woken him however came to an abrupt halt. This didn't stop him though. He headed straight to where he knew the disturbance had been coming from, Emma now right behind him. Opening Harry's bedroom door saw the instant return of the shouting, the silencing spell Hermione had hastily erected being negated when her parents walked into the room. An agitated Harry was standing in a corner of the room, an expression of horror and disgust worn on his face. This was the source of all the shouting, and Harry soon gave them the reason behind it. I killed a man when still 11, and you know what those stupid bastards did. They gave me house points, a pat on the head and then sent me home to this version of the Dursleys for the summer. Crazy, they're all nuts. Harry, please. Hermione, I killed someone. Who's to say I won't do it again? Perhaps you'd better stay away. Harry James Potter, that's not an option. Not now, not ever. What you did was pure self-defense. An evil man was trying to kill you. He was so evil even the touch of someone as good as you was too much for him to bear. That's all you did, Harry, you put your hands up to protect yourself, nothing more. Dad, Mum, sorry about disturbing you. I started to tell Harry about our past. He obviously wasn't ready to hear that bit. Come here, love. Hermione held her arms open and Harry slowly made his way into them. Only then did the situation calm enough to where Dan felt it was okay to speak. This is clearly going to be a lot harder on you both than you first thought, Hermione. You don't have to go through this alone though. Holding out his hands in the universal sign of stop, Dan headed off his daughter's argument. You are going to tell me that Dumbledore will be able to read our thoughts, but he won't be able to if we're not here. Your mum and I will be elsewhere when he comes to install these shield things, then we probably will never see him again. His intended holding him had considerably calmed Harry. With your mum and dad there, maybe I won't be as quick to fly off the handle. Hey, I hope that phrase is not a Quidditch reference. Harry, even attempting humor, told Hermione he was back in control, though still not over the shock. I'm sure it means something like an axe or hammer flying off its handle. That temper of yours, however, will get you into trouble someday. Hermione was smiling as she said that, both knowing that's exactly what brought them to here. I'm sorry, Hermione. It was a hell of a thing to find out about yourself though. You know I wasn't angry at you. Yes, I know, you practically ran away from me. I felt dirty, tainted, unworthy. As he said the last one, Hermione gently pecked him on the lips. Quite the opposite, Harry. Dad, Mum, we would love to take you up on your offer. I'm warning you now, however, you won't like most of it. That was why the five of them were sitting in the living room, spending the night hearing about the horrors of the alternative past. There were a few bright spots, freeing Dobby and Harry discovering he had a godfather being a few of them. Hermione's tale though just kept getting darker and darker, proving her right. Dan and Emma hated most of it. Hearing that Dobby had prevented Hermione from being at least say ally assaulted during her 5th year saw Emma wrap the elf in a hug and key the top of his head in gratitude. Hermione ended her story with all three Grangers saying goodbye at Nice Airport. She had no intention of mentioning what she and Harry had done as 19 and 18-year-olds. Dan was now the one on his feet. Harry had planted his head in his hands 20 minutes ago and not moved since. Hermione, I want to thank you for trusting us with this. Did we know these details the last time? I told you and Mum everything after they took Harry away. Neither of you wanted me to return to Hogwarts, but we figured that would be our safest option at that time. When things started going downhill fast, Dumbledore got you both out of Britain and intensified my lessons with him. The writing was on the wall, however, and it wouldn't have been safe for me to sit my NEWTs at Hogwarts. He arranged my transfer to Beauxbatons too. You may not want to hear this, but your mum and I are going to need some very strong reasons to let you both return to Hogwarts. A move to Australia is looking better and better to me. Rather than that demand being unpopular, Dan found himself with an unexpected supporter. Dan, I've been saying that since Halloween. I keep waiting on the situation to improve but keep getting stuck on one recurring theme: they're all bloody nuts. Hermione, how could Dumbledore sit back and let some of those things happen to me? He could have quashed most of them simply by acting as he does now. When he approached me in 5th year, that was the first thing I asked him. He actually broke down in tears, mumbling about how he'd now failed you too. Dumbledore is very much a big picture player. With that philosophy though, sometimes individuals can get trampled. He's smart and powerful but not infallible. He also hoards information like a miser. The Dumbledore you know understands he must have made some massive mistakes, and that fact is actually helping us this time. Whatever grand plan Dumbledore had set for you, us arriving back in time told him those plans were fatally flawed. That is why he's changed so much from the headmaster I remember. Otherwise I would instantly be taking Dad up on his offer and dragging you off to Australia with us. Shocked by most of what she'd heard here, Emma was in a taking no prisoners' mood. That's all well and good, Hermione, but I never heard your father's question being answered there. This evil wizard is not only alive but in Hogwarts at the moment, possessing one of your professors. Thankfully Harry has no memory of what happened the last time. I won't sit here and let him go through that horror again. Not a chance, Mum. So not happening. I've already told Harry we won't be anywhere near that chamber, or Quirrell when he makes his move. Hermione then told all of them how she intended to handle that situation, leading to her parents wearing their first smiles of the night and Harry looking at her in awe. We're only committing to Hogwarts until the summer, then we can sit and have this discussion again. You're placing a lot of trust in me and Harry, and I would prefer there to be no secrets between us. Dobby will be able to pop between Hogwarts and Crawley, keeping you up to date with exactly what's going on. Dobby will be popping home to serve his family dinner. Dobby can pass on any messages then. No, Dobby, you will sit down to dinner with Dan and I, and we can all catch up with the happenings of the day. Nodding enthusiastically in Emma's direction, Dobby readily agreed to that. Hermione, my godfather, when you were taken from us, Sirius went ballistic. I thought he was going to attack Dumbledore when the headmaster walked into Sirius' house with Ron's dad and not you. I cried all night and headed back home the following day. As I said goodbye to Sirius, he told me he was leaving Britain again, and that he would stay in touch. He said the number of people who cared for the real Harry Potter were few and far between and we needed to stick together. I did keep in contact, right up until I came back for you. She smiled at their little friend. Dobby of course counts Sirius as family too, so could always find him to deliver my letter. Your godfather is a smart man. I think he guessed what I was going to attempt. He gave Dobby unrestricted access to his home, allowing us the run of the Black family library. Some of those books were invaluable to the success of our attempt. In Sirius' last letter, he told me to take my time and get things right, and also not to worry about him. He was telling me not to rush things. Sirius had survived in Azkaban before and would again. But he's innocent. I know, Harry. I want him out of Azkaban as much as you do, and this time I hope we can get him a trial too. We've got Dumbledore, Amelia Bones and now the Minister of Magic in our corner. There's no Snape to say we were confounded. This time we may be able to pull it off. He slid over and wrapped his intended in a hug. How have you coped with knowing all this since Halloween? I've just found out about it and want to run amok with all that information. Keying his cheek, Hermione told all of them how she'd managed not to do that. The old version of Dumbledore made a very convincing case for changing very little. The more you change, the less your knowledge of future events is worth. It was her father though who was first to express his disbelief at that view. What's the point in having all that knowledge if you don't use it? Couldn't agree more, Dad. You also have to take into account we came back in time for a reason. To either stop things going bad again or, at the very least, to get us all to safety before it happens. The dilemma is how to get things done without revealing we have knowledge that's impossible for us to know. Sharing a look, Emma's nod saw Dan give their opinion on the matter. Your mum and I will certainly have more questions in the coming days, but, at the moment, we're not going to object if you want to go back to Hogwarts. We reserve the right to reverse that decision if something changes, and that permission is only for this term. We will be having another long discussion over the summer, though hopefully not at 4 a.m. Exchanging hugs, the weary family all headed back to their beds. Tomorrow would certainly be a lie-in day. The following day started with brunch. The household rose too late for breakfast, yet it was still a bit early for lunch. A ball of flame suddenly appearing beside them led to a few screams before Hermione took charge. Relax, it's only Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. Hello Fawkes, is that a message from the headmaster? Harry, Emma and Dan were all in awe of the beautiful bird who'd emerged from the flames. It seemed to trill an answer to Hermione before handing over the scroll clutched in his claw. As Hermione was reading the message, Harry hesitantly found his voice. Is this the bird that? Not wanting her intended to give anything away, she cut him off there. Yes, Harry. Hermione then had a thought and decided just to ask. Fawkes, you know Harry has lost his memories. Is there any way your tears could heal him? You didn't need to speak Phoenix to know the beautiful bird was answering in the negative. The mournful tones were followed by some head shaking. That's okay, Fawkes, I reckon the professor probably asked you that question too. Tell him tomorrow at that time is fine with us. After another burst of flame they were once more alone. Can that bird actually communicate with Dumbledore? That's why you stopped me saying too much. I'm not certain but didn't want to take a chance. Dumbledore is going to be here tomorrow at noon to install the wards. Your mum and I will make ourselves scarce. What about you, Harry, are you going to be able to act normal around Dumbledore? Answering Dan with a shrug of his shoulders, Harry then tried to explain how he felt about that. When I came back with Hermione, she was the only person I knew. She deliberately didn't tell me anything about the people I would meet, wanting me to form my own opinions. Everyone started with a blank slate, even that ass Draco. This Dumbledore has been nothing but helpful to us. I can't really hold him responsible for what happened in another reality or timeline. An arm slid around Harry as Hermione rested her head on his upper arm. That version of Dumbledore also thought you had to die in order to defeat Voldemort. A lot of his energy and planning went into trying to find a way around that, and he actually thought he may have succeeded. Harry will not be standing there and letting anyone kill him. Mum, that was only a theory the other Dumbledore had, one that is now defunct since Harry's scar is just a scar. Dobby will help keep us out of trouble and I'll be training Harry on how to deal with any that gets past our little friend. Just how good are you? Dan regretted starting to ask that question as he barely saw his daughter move before he found his body frozen stiff as a board. Dan was then floated above the table before Hermione added a bit of spin to her spell. I am a fully qualified witch who studied under one of the greatest wizards in the world for a year, before then graduating with top honors from Beauxbatons. I may be only 12 at the moment but I have all of my knowledge and most of my magic to call upon. Harry doesn't have his memories but his magic is even more powerful than mine. He's also a very quick learner, soaking up what I'm teaching him like a sponge. A giggling Emma stood as her helpless husband slowly rotated toward her. She reached out her hands and pulled his face gently forward to meet her lips. I think we have to concede our little girl can look after herself. More giggling from the Granger girls followed as Dan was lowered to the ground and had the body bind lifted. Those were a couple of the gentler spells, and Harry can already cast them too. Dan found himself unable to disagree with his wife. Hermione could certainly look after herself. It had been a stressful couple of days for Dan and Emma. A drive then stopping somewhere for lunch was exactly what they needed to help them get a handle on the changes in their lives. Those changes might be in the shape of an 11-year-old boy and a house elf but their impact far outweighed their size. The more Dan got to know Harry, the more he liked the boy. Emma appeared to have bypassed all of that, going straight to accepting him as a member of their family. Neither parent could doubt their daughter's deep feelings for the lad, feelings they were glad to see Harry reciprocated. It was also obvious to each of them the entire "When Harry Met Hermione" episode was being glossed over by the young couple. Seeing how devoted they were to each other, the parents could guess how that meeting had gone. Dobby's impact on their lives was growing too. They'd just eaten a lunch that the little guy would have prepared better and, unlike the restaurant, his service was exceptional. It was in his role as bodyguard and now go-between that his real worth lay though. They were now aware of the dangers both kids were facing inside that Scottish castle. That Dobby was going to help keep the kids safe, and pop to Crawley every night to let them know Hermione and Harry actually were safe, was simply priceless to a couple of worried parents. Pulling into the driveway, Dan turned to his wife. "I didn't feel anything different. Do you suppose the headmaster isn't finished installing them yet?" "Oh, I do hope so. I would hate to give anything away." They entered the house and found no one. That was until Dobby popped beside them. "Headmaster has erected the wards and left. Wards also hide magic being done. Harry and Hermione are in garden practicing magic." Dobby popped away as the curious pair headed for the kitchen and beyond. Standing at the back door was enough for them to see what the kids were up to. Hermione was firing these blasts of light at Harry which were bouncing off an invisible shield he was using to protect himself. As they took a break, Emma made their presence known. "Hermione, won't the neighbors see that?" "Hi Mum, hi Dad, did you have a nice lunch?" Professor Dumbledore had the wards up in no time. "Even although Harry and I have magical exemption licenses, we can't perform magic where it could be seen. These wards hide that magic from the neighbors. Those spells you were using look a lot different to the ones you used on me. I would never fire these at you, Dad. I wouldn't be firing them at Harry if he didn't need to know how to deal with them." It was then Emma put her foot down. "Hermione, I don't mind you practicing magic with Harry, but not all the time. This is a holiday, I want you both to enjoy it as such. Harry said he doesn't know how to dance, I had planned to teach him that too. Is that fun enough?" Dan came at it from a different angle. "At least you would be inside, you must be bloody freezing out here." The spell left his daughter's wand and Dan felt warmth spreading throughout his body. "What was that?" "A charm to keep you warm. I cast one on Harry and me before we came out here." Harry doing the same to Emma had a wide smile on her face. "Magic is so much fun. I'm glad you can at least show us what you're learning, or have been taught." Hermione was limping slightly as she climbed into bed beside Harry. "I'm sorry, I told you I wasn't much of a dancer. 2 left feet doesn't quite cover it. It's fine, Harry, though I wouldn't say no to a foot massage." This saw Harry sitting at the foot of the bed, slowly and tenderly massaging Hermione's foot. After almost 20 minutes she was practically purring as he lifted her foot up and keyed her toes. "Does it feel better now?" Not really. That's the wrong foot you were massaging. You were doing such a good job though, I just couldn't bring myself to tell you." A smiling Harry just picked up her other foot and started again, much to Hermione's delight. They both fell asleep with contented smiles on their faces, Hermione promising more lessons if that was going to be her reward. On the car trip back to King's Cross, Emma noticed in her rear-view mirror that Harry appeared pensive. "What's the matter, Harry? You look as if you don't want to return to Hogwarts." "In all honesty, after enjoying a brilliant 2 weeks of normality, I'm not looking forward to returning to the madness. Even today is nuts. We traveled from Hogwarts to London in minutes by flow the last time. Now, we've got to sit on a train all day to make the same journey. Some witches and wizards will even use the flow on their trip to King's Cross so they can then catch the train to Scotland. Bloody nuts." It was just something about Harry's tone that had both Granger ladies laughing at that. Dan was holding down the fort at work, so it was Emma who hugged both of them at the station before sending them off to walk through a brick wall. She found herself agreeing with Harry, sometimes nuts was the only description that fitted magical Britain. Harry was tempted to use his favorite word to describe witches and wizards again before something dawned on him. He was actually at least 4 years older than anyone else currently in the room. He still had to say something though. "Oliver, Do you hope to have a career in professional Quidditch after you leave Hogwarts? That would be a dream come true. Why? Oh, it just seems to me your seeker dying in his first match, your first match as captain too, might put a dent in those dreams. Both twins were trying to hold their laughter while the team captain attempted to explain himself. I was actually hoping you would choose the other option. You know, catch the snitch. Ah, so, catch the snitch, or die trying, is supposed to be motivational. You really don't want me to die trying then? The serious Scot that was Oliver Wood didn't really know how to respond to that. Harry wasn't finished though. Ollie, I'm 11, Katie is 12. The rest of the team are 13 while you're only 14. This is not the Premier League, or whatever league it is your Quidditch professional teams compete in. We're a bunch of kids playing an inter-house game in our school. It's supposed to be fun. Harry was now shaking his head in disbelief at his captain's attitude. We're easily the youngest team of the 4 this year, which takes the pressure right off us. We don't need our captain trying to pile it back on, right before the actual match too. Let's go out there and do our best. We all want that, but we also have to enjoy playing too. Otherwise, what's the bloody point? I will do my best to catch the snitch, but you can forget all about this, die trying, shit. Hermione would kill me herself if I bought into that. This was too much for Fred and George, they couldn't hold back their laughter at that image. This also set the girls laughing too, so it was a team of smiling Gryffindors who eventually left the changing room, all except Oliver. He'd put a lot of work into his first captain's speech, being laughed at was not the reaction he'd expected. Oliver would see how the team performed, and then get ready to rip them apart if Gryffindor lost. Hermione was sitting right at the front of the stand, more in case she needed to use her wand than for the view of the match. She was surrounded by the rest of the first-year Gryffindors, though it was Dumbledore sitting in the stand opposite who provided the support she was hoping for. A certain possessed professor really would have to be nuts to attempt anything with Dumbledore watching, a sure way to draw attention to Tom hiding behind the turban. Lee's commentary blasted out the arrival of the teams onto the pitch. Hermione though only had eyes for one player. She would be watching Harry closely for the entire match. The teams lined up facing each other, standing there with nothing to do while Madame Hooch lectured both team captains about what type of game she expected from them today. Taking a step forward brought Harry to the player opposite. He stuck out his hand. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter. Hope you have a good game today." His opposite number eyed the offered hand suspiciously before accepting and mumbling a response. "Cedric Diggory. You too." Satisfied with that, Harry smiled and moved on to the next player in the line. He repeated his gesture and received another handshake. Katie Bell was a Muggle born and quite used to seeing this type of behavior at sporting events. This was her first Quidditch match too. Following Harry's lead, she stepped forward and introduced herself to Cedric as well. The smile and warm handshake she was greeted with encouraged her to follow Harry up the line. With a few glances toward each other, the 4 remaining Gryffindor players decided to join in as well. As was customary at these occasions, both team captains were ignoring the instructions coming from Madame Hooch in favor of staring daggers at each other. This little scene was blown apart by an 11-year-old boy introducing himself. As a Hufflepuff, the captain was shaking that hand before he noticed what was happening with the rest of his team. The little girl then holding her hand out left him with no other option but to accept it. His mind though was wondering just what the hell the Gryffindors were up to. Harry's next move worried him even more. "Madame Hooch, I'd like to thank you for giving up your Saturday morning to referee this match. Without your efforts, Quidditch in Hogwarts simply wouldn't happen. Thank you so much for giving us all this opportunity to play." Accepting the offered hand, the surprise was obvious from the world-weary flying instructor. "Mr. Potter, I have been doing this since your grandfather was a student here, yet you are the first student ever to acknowledge my part in the process. Thank you for that, it is always nice to be appreciated." Katie Bell soon became the second player to thank her, with the rest of the Gryffindors following suit. Not to be outdone, Cedric joined the end of the line and became the first Hufflepuff to thank their referee, the rest of the team wearing yellow and black taking up his example and doing so too. It was a rather flushed Madame Hooch who eventually got the match underway. She was far more used to being shouted at than thanked. Harry had only ever seen one Quidditch match, the rescheduled Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin. It was a dour, tactical match where each player appeared terrified of making a mistake. 14 kids on brooms should be all about having fun, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Noticing that Cedric had taken up the standard seeker search pattern, high above the play and methodically covering the pitch, Harry used his own tactics. He appeared to randomly vary his height and direction but always seemed to be going flat out while doing so. The Hufflepuff chasers had been unsettled with what happened before the match, now they had a rogue seeker to deal with too. Potter kept appearing from any direction and interrupting their plays, sometimes zigzagging right across their path. The boys' own captain had no control over him, so what chance did they have of predicting what he would do next? This eventually proved too much for the Quidditch aficionado, Ronald Weasley. He would give his left nut for the opportunity to play Quidditch on his house team while still a first year. Harry Potter was bloody gifted that opportunity, with a Nimbus 2000 thrown in for free, yet was pissing it away in front of the entire school. He couldn't get a hold of Harry at the moment to give him a piece of his mind, so Ron had to settle for venting his anger on the next best thing. Granger, you're intended as a disgrace. They changed the entire Quidditch schedule to suit him and now he's just arsing around out there. He's letting the entire team, and his house, down. Hermione didn't respond right away as Harry seemed to lose control of his broom for a second. She though had the advantage of having watched him in every match he had ever played, not forgetting his aerial battle with that bloody dragon, so Hermione soon recognized what he was doing. Harry was in a tailspin dive that saw him shoot right through the outer left Hufflepuff hoop, seconds before Katie fired the quaffle past the distracted keeper and through the outer right to score her first ever goal. As Oliver called a timeout, Hermione then turned to answer Ron's accusations. Harry is searching for the snitch just as effectively as Diggory, he also just helped Katie score. He's disrupting Hufflepuff's chasers while searching too, so much so that Wood has only had one shot to save in the match. Before you open your mouth and let your belly rumble, just check the scoreboard. Ron's mouth was moving but there was no sound coming out as he searched for words to fall back on. Unable to refute any of those points, he had to settle for hurling insults. Don't stand there and pretend you know anything about Quidditch. Reading books about the subject doesn't mean you actually have any knowledge. How the hell would you know? When was the last time you read a book? Ron was again left floundering for an answer as Hermione turned her back on him to concentrate once more on what was happening on the pitch. Harry was facing those same accusations from his captain, and his reasoning wasn't going down any better than Hermione's had. I told you to shadow Diggory, learn from him how it's done. If he sees the snitch, you're lighter and on a faster broom, giving you a chance to steal it. That strategy will be useless though if you're messing around at the other side of the pitch. That has me doing nothing but sit on their seeker's bristles and hope I can get in front when the snitch makes an appearance. What we're doing is working. We're all enjoying ourselves, our house is on their feet screaming their lungs out and Hufflepuff hadn't a clue how to handle us, at least until you called a timeout. So you know better than me now. No, I never said that. I told you I would do my best but I was gonna have some fun too. Staring at Diggory's back for the entire game is not my idea of fun. We're 50 points up and you've only had one save to make. We were murdering them so I don't see what your problem is. We'll have a major problem if you get injured with those stunts you're pulling. Hey, you're the one who wanted me to die trying to win us the game. Their argument ended when Madam Hooch called both teams to resume playing, with Harry going right back to what he'd been doing. He actually zipped right around the pitch, at the level of the spectator stands, with Hermione leaning over to high-five him as he flew past. This drew a cheer from those Gryffindors around Hermione, except for a now livid Ron. The timeout had allowed Hufflepuff to reorganize slightly but they still couldn't cope with Gryffindor. The trio of red and gold chasers were on fire. With everything they tried coming off, their confidence was high. Fred and George were also having an inspired game, hitting those bludgers with incredible accuracy and exactly where they would do the most damage. With the score at 110-20 in Gryffindor's favor, Harry's tactics proved their worth as he spotted the snitch first. He was after it at top speed, his right hand reaching out to grab the elusive winged golden ball. It was zipping along about 8 inches from his fingertips when Harry suddenly realized he had a very big problem. Cedric was bearing down on the snitch at his top speed too, but from the totally opposite direction. Harry had to grab onto his broom with both hands and roll upside down to avoid colliding with the much bigger boy, at a combined speed that must have easily exceeded 100 miles per hour. The buffeting alone nearly had him off his broom as he flew past barely inches under the larger player. Harry quickly regained control, spinning around to see Cedric in some distress and struggling to remain seated. Harry was at his side in a second, with all thoughts of the snitch now forgotten as he guided Cedric and his broom safely to the ground. Cedric was on his knees on the pitch, almost as if he was trying to throw up. Noticing that he was having trouble breathing, Harry finally figured out Cedric was choking. When a few hard slaps to his back didn't solve the problem, Harry prepared to administer an abdominal thrust. Just then the Hufflepuff captain arrived and grabbed Harry by the shoulders. "Potter, get away from him." Dragging Harry back provided more impetus to his clenched fist held tightly under Cedric's ribcage. The air in Cedric's lungs was rapidly displaced, and there was only one place for it to go, straight up his windpipe. With a loud and rather wet plop, a saliva-coated golden snitch flopped onto the grass pitch. Madam Hooch's whistle signaled the end of the game as, with a clearly audible groan, Lee Jordan informed everyone in the stadium of what had just happened. "Diggory has the snitch, Hufflepuff win, 170 to 110. Cedric was now on his feet as his teammates tried to congratulate him. He was pushing them aside though to reach Harry. "Potter, I'm sorry. I was so focused on the snitch that I nearly got the both of us killed. I didn't even catch the thing. I was screaming in fright at how close we had come when it flew right in my mouth. I wanted Hufflepuff to win, but not like this. It feels as if I cheated." "You didn't cheat, Cedric, it was just one of those things that could happen to anyone. Congratulations on a good game." Cedric gratefully shook Harry's offered hand. Turning to face his own captain, it was no surprise to Harry that Wood was livid. "If you had followed my instructions we would have won that match. And if my broom had wheels it would be a bicycle. Look Ollie, I told you I had no intention of dying trying to catch the snitch, I also told you I was going to have fun. This obviously doesn't fit into your plans for the team, and you are the captain, so I guess this is a parting of the ways." Handing Oliver his broom, Harry once more shocked the Quidditch captain. "I'm sure Professor McGonagall bought this broom for the team, rather than me personally. Pass it on to your new seeker, it really is a fantastic ride. Thanks for letting me play today, Ollie. I did my best, but sometimes you just have to admit your best wasn't good enough to win. Then it's time to congratulate the person who beat you." Harry walked off to the stand that had held Hermione, intending to head back to the castle with her. Unfortunately Ron had been in the same stand and exited right behind Hermione. He was also every bit as angry as Wood had just been. As Harry took Hermione's hand, Ron exploded. "Your cowardice cost us that match. A true Gryffindor would have taken the hit and caught the snitch. Madame Pomfrey would have fixed you right up. I have no intention of ending up in the infirmary to win a stupid school game. If you are so keen to do so, Wood now has a vacancy for a seeker. Then again, that would involve having the ability to match what comes out your mouth. It's easy to be a great player sitting in the stands, Weasley. Get your ass on a broom and let the entire school see how good you are at Quidditch, then I might listen to your advice." McGonagall was also in the same stand. She exited right into the argument and quickly made her presence known. "Mr. Potter, that was a fantastic move you pulled to avoid that collision. 50 points to Gryffindor for your timely intervention with Mr. Diggory too. I will be having words with Wood about what happened after." "Professor, please don't. He's the captain and, like Ron here, he expects me to put catching the snitch before my health and well-being. I'm sorry but I'm not prepared to do that. It would seem I'm not cut out for this game. There are things in my life that are far more important to me than Quidditch. If this means I'm not a Gryffindor then I'm sorry. I don't even remember how I ended up in Gryffindor House in the first place." With McGonagall present, nothing else was said against Harry as he and Hermione headed back to the castle. The atmosphere as Minerva entered the Gryffindor dressing room reminded her of a funeral, leading her to begin with a question. Who died? We lost, Professor. Yes, Mr. Wood, I was a spectator in the stadium and do remember the score. I'll ask again, who died? No one. Exactly, no one died. It was a close call at the end there between Potter and Diggory though. We really could have had a fatality on our hands, but for Potter's brilliant flying. Speaking of which, I thought our team was excellent today. Gryffindor were easily the better team and I was very proud of every one of you. But Professor, we lost. Wood, sometimes it's just not your day. I've been watching Quidditch on that pitch for more years than I care to admit to. I've never seen that happen before. We are a young team, this was always going to be a rebuilding year. What I saw out there today was a team with the potential to monopolize the Quidditch Cup in the coming years. Then I discovered that the best Gryffindor seeker since Charlie Weasley only lasted one game. I want to hear from my team how that happened. With all eyes upon him, Wood told the story. Potter simply refused to follow my orders, and we lost. Potter confirmed he wouldn't follow my orders in future games either, so handed me his broom and resigned from the team. Katie Bell was almost in tears as she rounded on her captain. You told him to catch the snitch, or die trying. I wouldn't have followed that order either. I'm sitting here wondering if I want to play again too. You told an 11-year-old boy that. No. Yes, that's not the order he disobeyed. We sorted that out before we left the dressing room. I ordered him to follow Diggory, using his faster broom and lighter frame to get to the snitch first. That's standard procedure with a novice seeker. Yes, but when have you ever seen a novice seeker who could fly like that? McGonagall had asked a rhetorical question but found it being answered. I've never seen anyone fly like that. Exactly, Miss Spinnet. Things continually change during Quidditch matches, from weather conditions to personnel being injured. A team can't leave their dressing room with one plan, a plan that they then stick rigidly to for the entire match. We had Hufflepuff where they didn't know which way was up or down. Why did we call a timeout? Potter wasn't doing what I had ordered him to do. Having already suspected as much, though been too far away from their team huddle to be sure, Minerva was slowly counting to 10 before she said anything else. As a leader, one of the hardest things to learn is when you've made a mistake. Before the match started I was worried that I had made a mistake by deciding on a fourth-year captain, who was then surrounded by an even younger team. 10 minutes into a match I thoroughly enjoyed, I was busily congratulating myself for getting it right. Now I'm not so sure I did. We've gone from a team that I thought played brilliantly today to one that is sitting here in danger of falling apart, with a match to be played against Ravenclaw in 3 weeks. Mr. Wood, you have until Monday after classes to come to me with your plans for moving forward from here. I don't want anyone in this dressing room to leave here thinking they let Gryffindor down. I was proud of how every single one of you played today. McGonagall left the dressing room wondering if her initial thoughts may just have been right. A funeral atmosphere was perhaps appropriate, since it would appear she just witnessed the death of, potentially, one of the best Gryffindor Quidditch teams in decades. Petunia Dursley was dressed to impress as she made her way along Piccadilly. One simply did not refuse an invitation to afternoon tea at Fortnum and Mason's, even if the unappetizing topic of her nephew was certain to be on the menu too. Petunia had the added assurance of knowing that this Emma Granger was just like her, perfectly normal. Making sure she was on time, Petunia was soon being led to the table beside the elegant grand piano, only to discover the dentist was already there. She then found herself shaking hands with a woman who looked as if she belonged in these rather opulent surroundings. After the introductions, they decided to order their tea first. Twin silver teapots of Earl Grey were quickly delivered, the milk jug, sugar bowl and tongs being of the same material and design as the gorgeous teapots. A stand each of exquisite, yet tiny, cakes and sandwiches accompanied the refreshments, and was the main reason this was Petunia's first visit to the most famous tea room in London. Had these cakes and sandwiches been served to either of the men in her life, there would have been a loud and violent riot, especially if Vernon ever laid eyes on the bill. Lifting a tiny sandwich onto her plate, Petunia thought she might as well get the unpleasantness over with. She then might be able to enjoy this treat. How did you get on with my nephew staying with you over the holidays? Oh, we loved having Harry stay. He's such a delightful young man, Our Hermione is certainly very taken with him. Then again, it's easy to see why. I don't know what he's told you about us. Emma stopped Petunia before she could say any more. Didn't you read Harry's letter? He was in a bad accident at school. Harry was actually injured, saving Hermione's life. That injury scrambled his memories. It's really remarkable how well he's coped since. The memories he has now of his earlier childhood are all muddled. Harry thinks you and your husband have been loving parents to him since his own were murdered. He looks to your son more as a brother than a cousin. Harry was reduced to tears when he left your house on Christmas Eve. Petunia hadn't known what to expect this afternoon. This news though totally floored her. She sat there, not knowing what to say, so Emma just continued speaking. As I said, having Harry stay with us was a delight, and something we certainly won't have a problem repeating. He is though quite a stubborn young man. You see, to him the Dursleys are all the family he has, all the family he's ever known. Harry wants that family back, even though it might only really exist in his head. I wanted to meet with you today, mother to mother, to see if we can take the first steps down that road. Finally finding her voice did Petunia no good. I don't really know what to say. How do you answer that? As a mother it's simple, you do what is best for your family. Petunia nodded in agreement, at least with the sentiment. She was just waiting on being told how having Potter back at Privet Drive would be the best thing for her family. Emma didn't keep her waiting. Harry is not just a special person to us, that whole world holds him special too. He and Hermione met their equivalent of the Prime Minister, who granted them both licenses to perform magic outside their school. It was wonderful for us to see what they were learning. Wonderful was not the word Petunia would have chosen to describe magic. Just hearing that specific word said aloud seemed to cast a spell on the sandwich she was currently eating, turning its once delicious filling to ash. Their headmaster even came to our house. He erected special defenses around our home. It would seem the madness that saw your sister murdered has not gone away, but you don't have to worry about that. Your home has had these defenses ever since the night Harry arrived. Petunia needed a drink of tea after hearing that, and not just to wash her sandwich down. This was beyond anything she had feared. Something about those defenses brought a memory to the front of her mind though. Doesn't Potter need to stay in our house for those defenses to work? A smiling Emma knew she had her now. Almost right, Harry has to stay there, and also think of it as home. They calculated living with your family for 10 days during the summer would recharge those defenses for the year. We'll even let you choose which 10 days you want them there. Them. Oh, I was just coming to that. You have a guest bedroom, and Hermione was planning staying there while Harry is with you. I'm afraid that's simply non-negotiable. You see they're a couple, and were so before Harry had his accident. Harry had obviously talked about his home life prior to his head injury, though Hermione refuses to tell anyone what was said. She did say however that she knew enough to ensure we would win any custody battle that went to court, though that is certainly something that none of us want. What Harry really wants is his family back. Hermione is determined to help with that, and neither of them know I'm here. Taking a risk, Emma took a folder out of her bag and passed it to Petunia. Open that carefully, we don't want anyone else here to see it. Her nosy nature meant Petunia was always going to look. What she saw there was shocking, and not just because the pictures in the Prophet moved. His intended. Yes I know, hell of a shock for Dan, that's my husband, and me too. We sat them down, talked it over and then relaxed. You must have noticed those rings they were wearing, that signifies they are each other's intended. Should they change their minds, they simply have to take those rings off. It's just a way of offering Hermione some legal protection in their other world, which Harry keeps saying is nuts. Getting to know him over the holidays certainly eased any worries Dan and I had over their relationship. Yes, they're certainly still very young, but neither of us would be surprised if they ended up getting married to each other in the future. I knew this man, Snape, when Lily and I were children. It says here he was sent to prison. Yes, he hated Harry, and took that hatred too far. He broke the law and was tried just before Christmas. Good, I never liked him. I will need to talk with my husband over the both of them staying. I've got your address so can drop you a letter. Taking back the folder that contained a magical newspaper, Emma then pulled out a business card and wrote their home phone number on the back. This way you'll be able to contact us anytime. Who knows, one day we might even be related. If they were one day related, then afternoons like this may become the norm. That thought alone allowed Petunia to relax and enjoy her second cup of tea, and some quite delicious cakes. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor table was poisonous. Ron had called Harry a coward, in front of many witnesses, and that accusation hadn't been denied. If anything, their former seeker had actually confirmed it. Ron was claiming the fact that Harry point blank refused to take that hit to catch the snitch, and had since retired from the team, was evidence that proved his point. Harry Potter was a coward, and therefore shouldn't be a Gryffindor. For the first time since he stopped being Potter's best friend, Ron was being listened to. This was heady stuff for the youngest male Weasley and spurred him on. Potter would regret ending their friendship as if it was nothing. Harry and Hermione were soon disgusted by the reception they were receiving from their own house in the Great Hall, so going back to the Gryffindor common room was simply not an option they considered. A walk around the castle's many corridors was how they chose to spend the remainder of their day. Did they honestly expect me to risk my life trying to catch a little flying golden ball in a school game? The other Harry would have. You were in the infirmary so often, Madame Pomfrey was threatening to name one of the beds as yours. Taking a minute or so to think as they walked, Harry wondered if he'd come up with the answer to that mystery. The other me was raised by this version of the Dursleys. He would have arrived at Hogwarts friendless, unloved and alone. I can see a child like that trying anything to be accepted, willing to go the extra mile to fit in. Going for that snitch today might have made me a hero, but for how long? Assuming Madame Pomfrey was able to get me fit enough to play in time for our next match, would I have to do it all over again to remain popular? That. You just pretty much described your other time in Hogwarts. It was constant pendulum where you were either the hero or the villain. We also spent a lot of time visiting each other in the infirmary. Personally, I'd much rather spend that time doing this. Pulling Harry into an empty classroom, she soon had her betrothed in her arms. Hermione, don't we need music to dance? The way you dance, Harry, it doesn't really matter. Being in Hermione's arms and having to concentrate on the dance moves really calmed Harry. He was beginning to enjoy this. So much so, he actually started to hear the music. Professor Dumbledore, we didn't see you there. Sorry to startle you, Miss Granger. I thought dancing required music, so I provided you with some. The rather ornate music box did indeed provide a very pleasant tune to dance to. Thank you, Professor. I'm teaching Harry to dance and he's picking it up quite well. That's not what you told me. This led to Albus chuckling, and getting to the real reason why he was here. I couldn't help thinking I failed you somehow today. Hermione wasn't having any of that. Oh no, sir, just you being there helped enormously. You won't have to worry about the other games though, since Harry no longer plays for Gryffindor. I heard that from Professor McGonagall. Both she and I were most disappointed at your decision. The Gryffindor team really played a thrilling match today. Thank you for that, sir, but I won't be changing my mind. Ollie is the captain and I wouldn't follow his orders. There really wasn't a lot of choice after we lost. I wasn't deliberately trying to undermine his authority, I just thought playing Quidditch should be fun. You can't have one player in the team just doing what he wants though, so I left, before getting pushed out. That was Professor McGonagall's reading of the situation too. She appointed Wood captain, she then has to let him do his job. Sir, there's no hard feelings between me and the rest of the team. I gave Quidditch a try, and my best shot, but it just didn't work out. Gryffindor is disappointed they didn't win today, they'll get over it. This will also give me more time to practice my dancing, rather than spending hours flying about with Wood shouting at me. A very wise attitude to take, Harry. Since you will be practicing more, you may keep the music box. It's a conjured item but should last until at least the summer. They resumed dancing as Dumbledore left. Hermione's smile though told Harry there was more going on here than he realized. Okay, genius, I obviously missed something there. Care to take pity on we poor dummies and tell me what it was that passed over my head? Oh, Dumbledore was just supplying us with a way to get past Fluffy. I know I'm going to regret this, but who or what is Fluffy? The giant Cerberus that's guarding the third floor. Who in their right mind? Wait, I know. Hagrid. Aw shit, I just thought of something. Hagrid hatches a baby dragon in his hut. It was us who convinced him he couldn't keep it, and arranged its transfer to a dragon reserve. A man who lives in a wooden house hatches a dragon egg, and then a bunch of 11-year-olds have to help him do what? Smuggle it out the castle. That makes perfect sense to me. Not, though I would like to see a baby dragon. You'd like Norbert. It bit Ron and put him in the infirmary. The problem we've got is it was Ron who arranged for Norbert to be picked up, since it's his brother, Charlie, who works on a dragon reserve. I can't see Ron helping us this time. Hermione. Saying Hagrid is a grown man is a massive understatement. He's also exceedingly knowledgeable about all kinds of animals. If he can't see just how much of a really bad idea him hatching that egg would be, it shouldn't be down to a couple of first years to pull his ass out of a dragon-induced fire. As I see it, our only decision is whether we go to Dumbledore or McGonagall with this problem, at the appropriate time of course. Hermione stopped dancing for a moment, stared at Harry and then keyed him. I keep telling you we're not here to solve everyone's problems, then I go and fall into the same trap all over again. At least this time I've got you to talk me out of it, rather than your usual behavior of leading the charge. Just why did Dumbledore leave us a means to get past that giant three-headed dog? I refuse to call such an animal Fluffy. Like today, Dumbledore has no idea what he's supposed to be doing to help us. If things play out like we hope, then we should be able to sit down with him come September and start working together. I don't know how he would react to some of the things we're intending to do, so it's probably better if he finds out about them when it's too late to change anything. Ron was also trying to get some changes made, and finding himself with a receptive audience, the rest of the Gryffindor first years. Potter showed himself as a coward, in front of the entire school too. He also refused to investigate what's on the third floor, hardly displaying Gryffindor tendencies there either. He sits with Granger all the time in the common room, reading through a mountain of books. Then, when he comes upstairs, climbs into bed and pulls his curtains. Hermione does the same too. Exactly, Lavender, it's like they don't want to know the rest of us. She's his intended, Ron. Even you must see. Shut it, Neville. Nobody cares what you have to say. You're hardly a shining example of a Gryffindor either. I say we take this to Percy. He'll know what we can do about this. Harry and Hermione were leisurely making their way down to breakfast only to find their head of house intercepting them. McGonagall appeared in a rage, but apparently not at them. Mr. Potter, could you please accompany me to my office? Miss Granger, since this will certainly affect you too, please come along as well. Entering McGonagall's office, they were bade to take a seat as she lifted a piece of parchment off her desk before joining them. I was presented with this first thing this morning. It fairly ruined my Sunday. It would seem a group of Gryffindor first years approached Percy Weasley about Mr. Potter here apparently not being Gryffindor enough for their liking, and wanted the Sorting Hat to confirm your placement in their house. Instead of just bringing this matter to me as he's supposed to, our youngest male prefect decided he knew exactly how the situation should be handled. McGonagall's exasperation with the situation was now somewhat explained, at least the bit where she wasn't angry at them. Rather than bringing the problem to me, Percy Weasley chose to initiate an act of censure. This is what I was presented with this morning, thus forcing me to undertake an action I certainly don't want to offer Mr. Potter here the opportunity to be resorted. If they want rid of Harry, then there is no way I'm staying there with that shower of. Hermione's angry rant was interrupted by a knock at the door. McGonagall rose to answer it, and found a nervous Neville Longbottom standing there. He may have been nervous, but Neville was also determined to get what he came here for off his chest. Professor, I am disgusted with the way my housemates are treating Harry. If he is forced to leave Gryffindor, then I certainly don't want to stay. Is there any procedure that would allow me to be resorted to, or do I just need to annoy Ron enough to get him to go to Percy about me? Neville had been practicing exactly what he wanted to say, spouting it all out while still standing in the corridor. Opening the door fully to invite her student in allowed Neville to see Harry and Hermione already sitting there. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Neville, and for letting me know exactly who was responsible for this." Turning his attention to McGonagall, Harry made his thoughts on the matter crystal clear. "Professor, I have no intention of staying where I'm not wanted. Whether that means resorting into another house or us leaving for another school, we'll wait and see what our options are. I was required to approach you with this first, even though I was fairly certain what your answer would be. I now need to go and spoil the headmaster's Sunday too. If we can decide right now on going forward with a resorting, we could arrange to carry out the procedure at lunchtime. As you're intended, circumstances being what they are, Miss Granger would easily qualify for the procedure too. What about me, Professor? My prefect effectively taking the law into his own hands looks like losing Gryffindor two of its best students. I'd hate for that to become 3, Mr. Longbottom. Those actions also cost that prefect his badge. This matter should have been brought to me first. Then a meeting could be held to hear everyone's views on this matter, not just one side of the argument. That's the way the system is supposed to work. By putting their complaint in the form of this censure document, and with over half your house year group signing it, my hands were effectively tied. I have to represent all Gryffindors, though I will be making sure my views on this matter are understood at the house meeting I'm calling for after lunch. Professor, you yourself told us our house was our family. That family is now trying to throw 2 of its members out, while I was told my objections counted for nothing. That's not a family I want to be a part of. Ron already treats me as some kind of joke. I'm not prepared to accept that for the next 6 years. I am prepared to contact my grandmother about me switching to another school if I have to. I would truly be sorry to lose you, Mr. Longbottom, from Gryffindor, let alone Hogwarts. All I can do is present your case to the headmaster. The final decision on the matter is of course his." Neville nodded his acceptance, and then the professor practically shooed them out of her office. All 3 understood her urgency. However, she would now need to meet with Professor Dumbledore. "I tried to talk sense into them, Harry, but Sense and Ron don't seem to know each other very well." This actually drew a chuckle from the couple as they made their way to a late breakfast. "Thanks for at least trying. Doesn't look as if anyone else did. Would you really leave Hogwarts?" Neville looked embarrassed but answered truthfully. "My Gran confided in me that you 2 were thinking about it. I was hoping if you left." A smiling Hermione just made Neville's morning. "If we leave Hogwarts, we would be delighted if you came with us. Starting a new school is scary, having friends with you can make all the difference." That took a weight off the young wizard's shoulders. Neville knew him even suggesting leaving Hogwarts would see his Gran explode, but not if he was leaving with Harry and attending the same school. They would just have to wait and see how things played out. The atmosphere at lunchtime was strange, and very tense. The staff table was full, yet the professors all just sat there and stared at the students entering the Great Hall. Ron Weasley was heard beeping loudly about there being no food on the tables, and someone should do something about it. Harry, Hermione and Neville were sitting at the very end of the Gryffindor table, the end nearest the staff. When Albus judged over 3/4 of the students were now present, and all the main players already here, he stood and solemnly made his way to the podium to address the Great Hall. "The more astute amongst you will have noticed something is different today. What is different is that I now feel ashamed to have once been sorted into Gryffindor House." This drew gasps of astonishment from 3 of the 4 houses. The Gryffindors could only look on in disbelief. "Yesterday, like most people here, I enjoyed watching a most exciting Quidditch match. I watched the youngest seeker in over 100 years pull of a quite amazing piece of flying to avoid the worst outcome possible for a Quidditch player, a head-on collision at speed with another player. I thought Mr. Potter's actions as he then assisted his opposing seeker, and even congratulated him for winning the match, was sportsmanship worthy of my old house. I was apparently wrong. Some members of that house thought this was an act of cowardice, and initiated an act of house censure against Mr. Potter." Albus was quite pleased to see Harry's former teammates all shoot to their feet, shouting words in defense of their seeker. He held his hand up to placate them. "I spoke to Mr. Potter after the match and am well aware of what happened. He confirmed what I assume you all want to tell me. There was no animosity between any of you regarding his departure from the team." With everyone staring daggers at him, Oliver was compelled to get his point across for the whole school to hear. "Headmaster, this is the first we've heard of an act of censure. It certainly didn't come from any of his teammates, none of us thought that of Harry. Some of his flying yesterday scared the life out of me, and probably the Hufflepuff team too." Nodding at that, Albus continued. Harry made his position on this matter clear to his teammates and captain. He then publicly repeated that opinion to Professor McGonagall and later me. In repeatedly and publicly standing up for his convictions, Mr. Potter showed nothing but courage, not cowardice. His accusers though never even gave him the chance to answer for himself, but moved straight to an act of censure. This left Professor McGonagall no other option but to offer Mr. Potter an opportunity to be resorted, an offer he has accepted. "Mr. Potter, please step forward." As Harry stood and left the Gryffindor table for the last time, there were loud groans and cries of, "No," ringing in his ears. Dumbledore wasn't finished though. For obvious reasons, those involved in this despicable plot against someone in their own house never approached Miss Granger for her opinions on this matter. For those same obvious reasons, Miss Granger didn't want to remain in a house that would treat her intended in this manner. She asked to be resorted to, and I couldn't in all honesty refuse her perfectly understandable request. "Miss Granger, please step forward." A now shocked Great Hall watched as Hermione joined her intended. Albus had a few more shocks for them yet. In the so-called House of the Brave, only one person had the courage to speak out against this travesty. That lone voice was ridiculed and then ignored, leading the last true Gryffindor now left in first year to request a resorting to. "It is a request I have reluctantly decided to grant. Mr. Longbottom, please step forward." Hermione stepping forward after Harry was easily explained, once you took a minute to think about it. Neville doing so too was another shock. My initial reaction was to leave these three true Gryffindors where they so obviously belong and resort the students who forced this procedure through. This however would not have been fair to the other three houses, encumbering them with these students. As far as I'm concerned, Gryffindor now has no first-year students. As the seriousness of their actions began to sink in, Parvati and Lavender were both in tears. Dumbledore then added to their woes. Since Gryffindors chose this vile route to remove fellow students from their house, the house points these students have gained within Hogwarts should also be rejected. All eyes were then focused on the Gryffindor points monitor, which seemed to be losing rubies at an alarming rate. It eventually stopped at just above half of its original volume, effectively ending any chance Gryffindor had of winning the House Cup. As you can now see, these are three students who should be welcomed into whichever house the Sorting Hat places them. Professor McGonagall, I'm afraid this sad duty falls to you. As she walked forward with the stool and hat, Minerva made her feelings on this matter known. This is not something I wanted, and it's already blindingly obvious this is a move that will be detrimental to Gryffindor House. I will be explaining my views in greater detail at the emergency Gryffindor House meeting being held directly after lunch. Mr. Potter, could you step forward and be resorted please? Neville may have been shaking like a leaf, but Harry was calmly cracking jokes as he sat on the stool. Hermione told me all you had to do to be sorted was wear an old hat. I thought she was playing a prank on me. Since I've already wrestled a troll though, I wasn't too bothered. Having heard all about their original sorting from Hermione, Harry saw that Barb hit his accuser of cowardice hard, just before the hat was lowered onto his head. He then heard a strange voice speaking to him about, "This will never do," before Harry's painful screams pierced every corner of the Great Hall. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.